Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. NFL free agency has gone wild. Several moves were made yesterday. Lot involving the Steelers. Justin Fields got a deal with the New York Jets. Also, Aaron Rodgers did meet with the Pittsburgh Steelers. A lot of rumors swirling about him becoming the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Dan Moore Jr. to the Tennessee Titans. Najee Harris to the Los Angeles Chargers. And then how about this? This is not recent Steeler, but Super Bowl champion and former Pittsburgh Steeler, Kenny Pickett, going to the Cleveland Browns. Lot going on, lot to talk about. We'll do that momentarily. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis, is coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's Nicholas Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did, and doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Brian Reynolds. Just 16 days till Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's a Tuesday, but it's not just your average Tuesday. It's NFL free agency begins Tuesday. I'm just calling this NFL free agency week because these are the biggest splash moves that are going to happen this week. So it seems. We had plenty of moves made yesterday. NFL free agency period began at the start of this week, which was yesterday. Dan Moore Jr., no longer a Steeler, signing with the Titans for $82 million. 50 of that, I believe, is guaranteed. Tennessee Titans paying for him. I mean, there's that. Najee Harris goes to the Los Angeles Chargers. Kenny Pickett, though not an immediate Pittsburgh Steeler, took a detour to the Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. He's now on the Cleveland Browns. Justin Fields to the New York Jets. Just four of several moves involving former Pittsburgh Steelers. But the big headline that I want to talk about this morning, several reports indicating that Aaron Rodgers wants to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers, is close to coming to a deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers, could have a deal in place by today. Even Jason Mackey, seeing his story from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette here online. The headline, not sure how we got here, but Rodgers could make sense for the Steelers in 2025. He'll be on the morning show today at 8 o'clock as well. So look forward to that. But that's where we're at. That is where we are. Aaron Rodgers could very well be a part of the Pittsburgh Steelers if these two sides can get a deal done today. And apparently it's close. I mean, there are other reports that were linking him to the Giants. Russell Wilson also being linked to the Giants. Russell Wilson reportedly not coming back to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He is no longer an option for the Steelers. So, I mean, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to digest. Hard to follow all these moves. But there were plenty made yesterday in NFL free agency, a lot involving the Steelers. So 412-928-9370, that is the phone number, 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line, and we'll talk about it. I've got some opinions on Aaron Rodgers. I've got some opinions on what the Steelers are doing, but there's a caller that called in already, so I'm going to reward this person for calling in so early and getting ahead of everybody else. So we'll take a call to start. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, it's Anthony here in Oakland, my friend.
Good morning. What's up?
You know, this shows me that this organization knows nothing about developing quarterbacks. For them to get stuck like this is an abomination. They should. Last year, I said on this show with you, I called you that Saturday that they signed Justin Fields, and I said at that time, give him the fifth-year option. That's what I said. He was 25 years old. In a normal organization who has a offensive organization would have been able to develop that young man. And he's gone. Pickett's gone. Wilson's gone. You're there with no one. And you made a big trade Sunday. I mean, you can't make this up. This is comical. Now we have to settle maybe on Aaron Rodgers. Look, if this was Aaron Rodgers of 6 years ago, I would have done headstands. But he's not. He got hurt. He's just not the same guy. And you want to so unless they're going to sign him and get one of these younger quarterbacks this year or next year. But this is, to me, this is a laughingstock of the organization.
Yeah, Anthony, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Always respect your opinion. 412-928-9370. You out there can get a phone line as well. It is interesting. Oh, I did want to mention one big move as well as we continue to go on and talk about our thoughts here. Landon Roberts no longer be a show with Donnie Football. That's tough. He's reportedly going to the Las Vegas Raiders. But the Steelers in his place have signed Malik Harrison from the Baltimore Ravens. Cole Holcomb got his restructured contract. Harrison signing for 2 years, $10 million. So taking another play from the Patrick Queen strategy, getting a Baltimore Ravens linebacker. But I'm going to miss Landon Roberts. I liked him. And that show was awesome with Donnie Football. So be that as it may. Yeah, so my boss over in Bethel Park at BPTV, his name's Dave. He's a nice guy. He's kind of like the Craig Riley of the Fan here. Both great bosses, both great people. I'm very lucky. Dave, I mean, I came into work at like 3:30 yesterday for Bethel Park, and I was and he's sitting there. We did a little bit of work, and then he turns to me. He's like, "Nick, you would know this, right? Because you're involved. You do a show on a sports radio station. What are the Steelers doing? Like, what's the point?" I was like, "Yeah, I agree." So he's kind of feeling like what Anthony's from Oakland is feeling this morning. It's like, what? Like, what's the goal? I mean, great, you get DK Metcalf. That's awesome. And my response to him was, "Well, Dave, I hate to tell you this too, but they're in on Aaron Rodgers. They are legitimately in on Aaron Rodgers being their quarterback." Which he repeated the question, "Nick, what are they doing?" I don't know. I don't like any of this. I want them to develop more than I want them to continue to sign all these veterans, but the Steelers are not going to be a bad team, and they're going to continue to be interesting till the end of time. And this is all interesting stuff. It is. But, I mean, I don't think it's going to help them necessarily be more successful. And I agree with Anthony, too. Aaron Rodgers is just continuing to travel further over the hill and down it. I don't think it's worth it. I don't personally. But all the moves they're making just indicate they're not giving up, and they have full intentions to win, even if they think Aaron Rodgers can help them win as a quarterback. And I also agree with Anthony too. The quarterbacks have not been developed. The young guys that they've had that very well could have been developed, and now Kenny Pickett very well may be playing for the Cleveland Browns and getting a healthy amount of playing time over there with them, which will be an interesting sight to see. Just a lot going on, a lot of question marks, a lot of confusion, at least for me, and I've heard some other people also confused, like what's the point? What are they doing? 412-928-9370, another caller on the line. Good morning, what's your name?
My name's Mark.
Go ahead.
Yes, the Steelers and the Pirates have something in common. They're both losers. Ever since we left Three River Stadium, we played pretty good, but both teams lost a lot of swag. And both teams are definitely losers. So just make sure you're going to lose more games than you did last year. Have a good day, young man.
You too. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X as well at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. Just looking at news running through our monitor here as well, just to kind of keep up with all the big news. I know the Steelers got a wide receiver, but just more wide receiver news. Darius Slayton looks like he's returning to the Giants on a $36 million deal, so I wanted to mention that as well. Just talking about NFL free agency. My head's spinning this morning just trying to think about everything and keep track of everything. Yeah, the Steelers, I don't know how much they're going to win games this season. I don't. I have absolutely no idea. I'd like to think that George Pickens could be a complimentary piece for this Steelers team with DK Metcalf. I'd like to think that, this team has enough talent, the defense is strong enough to pull them to win games, but there is no foundation right now. There are too many Band-Aids on this injury, and I think surgery is warranted, and a breakdown and the setting of a new foundation is necessary. And I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up on that opinion until they win a playoff game this coming season. Because what are we doing if they don't win a playoff game? What is the point? This stuff's exciting. And I told you yesterday, I'll be excited this whole week. For any moves that happen, I'll be excited. I'll react. I'll play along this week. Next week comes around, back to reality. So I'm just making that clear. I'm going back to reality next week. And the biggest question that's going to come from the Steelers is, can they win a playoff game? Are they good enough to win a playoff game? And right now, DK Metcalf is a shiny new piece. Aaron Rodgers, in his own special way, would be a shiny new piece. But, are these players put together the way they're structured going to help this team in its efforts to win a playoff game this coming season? That's the big question. Do I think Aaron Rodgers can do that? I don't. I don't think he's the guy. But they're not going to put themselves in a position to get some of the top prospect quarterbacks in the draft. They're not going to do that. They're not going to put themselves in that position. Crowley said it best during this past 2024-25 season. The Steelers are going to pride themselves on being the 14th best team in the National Football League every season. And you don't get high draft picks when you're the 14th best. 412-928-9370. Another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
This is Jake.
What's up?
I've got two things. For one, every time I look at that Dan Moore Jr. contract, I just keep waiting to see a decimal point. I mean, there's no way they gave him $50 million guaranteed. And the second thing is, I would unironically rather see Mason Rudolph come back to the Steelers than Aaron Rodgers. You have a nice day. Thanks,
Jake. Appreciate the call. Yeah, the only problem is I don't think Mason Rudolph wants to come back here. That's the only thing. But I get your analogy there. And Andrew Filipponi posted something on X that X, by the way, doing a great job. X, by the way, doing a great job of functioning during the busiest time in the NFL offseason, or one of the busiest times. Of course, the draft's going to be pretty busy and attractive as well to fans. But one of the biggest days in the NFL offseason, and X is just not doing its job, not staying active, crashing a lot. Crashed during our show twice yesterday morning. Be that as it may, though. Dan Moore Jr. getting that contract as well. Pony posted on X that the $50 million guaranteed to Dan Moore Jr. was the worst investment of $50 million in the history in American history, which I laughed at. How did that guy get an $82 million contract? That is a great point. I don't know. I'll scratch my head at that one for a little while. That's crazy. I mean, I sure hope that they get the most out of their investment, but I don't know what the Tennessee Titans are doing either. I mean, they're in some kind of land over there. I don't know what they saw in Dan Moore Jr. But yeah, $50 million guaranteed, $82 million in total for that contract. Man, head scratcher. All right, 412-928-9370. We got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Jay in the truck, man. What's going on?
Oh, talking about sports, and reacting to the Steelers because this is nuts.
Man.
This is nuts.
It's ridiculous, man. I got some questions for you, though, right?
Okay.
Quarterback is the most important position in football. We would agree?
Sure.
Would we also agree that Tomlin said he likes or wants a mobile quarterback?
Did Tomlin say that? I get confused sometimes at who says what. Okay. Yeah, well, we'll just say yes for the sake of argument. Sure. Tomlin wants a mobile quarterback.
He does want a mobile quarterback. And are we trying to win now or build for the future?
We're always trying to win now.
Does any of that coincide with Aaron Rodgers with one Achilles?
It does not.
I don't know what we're doing here anymore. I really don't, man. I'm not saying Justin Fields was the answer for winning now or even building for the future, but we're in this space of purgatory. We're just floating around, going season to season, not knowing what is going on, man. I don't know what to think anymore, man.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. No, I like your logic. I think a lot of people would agree with that logic. I'm somebody that agrees with that logic. 412-928-9370, by the way. You can get a phone line. Don't forget. I don't get it. I don't. Now, Justin Fields wasn't the answer, but I mean, this necessarily. He could have been the answer, but not necessarily. It wasn't guaranteed that he was your answer at quarterback. But he is entering, he's going to be 27 this year. Let me just double check that. But he's young. I mean, if you can't get that guy who was an esteemed first-round draft pick, if you can't get that guy, then, I mean, I'm sorry. Like, he just turned 26, by the way. That just further proves my point. Justin Fields now 26. But I mean, if you couldn't, find and pull some potential out of that guy, I mean, what are you doing? Russell Wilson was a nice piece as well. I mean, I thought Russell Wilson had his moments and played well this coming season. But if you couldn't make Justin Fields feel, special, and you couldn't see the value in him when, he won the 4 of the 6 games he did, when he was the starter while Russell Wilson was hurt, I mean, that's a mystery to me. And maybe Justin Fields didn't want to come back here. Maybe he was overly enthusiastic to test free agency, and he landed a solid deal with the New York Jets, which may be the Jets saying, well, you're going to flirt with our quarterback, we'll just take the one that you had. It's kind of fun. But if we're talking about mobile quarterback and somebody with a lot of promise, I mean, again, the guy just turned 26 a week ago. I mean, this is just, it's tough because they really haven't developed a quarterback either. Kenny Pickett could have been considered a mobile quarterback, not one of the upper tier mobile quarterbacks, but he could move. He proved that in college. Justin Fields definitely could move and definitely had a lot of strengths. I thought you could have better built on Justin Fields, but you know what the problem with Justin Fields is? If we're talking about what the Steelers, what approach they're taking in recent years. Justin Fields is more of a question mark than Aaron Rodgers. You've got more guarantees with Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers has actually had success and won as an NFL veteran. Justin Fields is not. So you'd be taking a risk on Justin Fields, and you'd have to hope that he'd succeed. And I don't think the Steelers necessarily wanted to commit to that risk of Justin Fields developing, because if Justin Fields didn't play well, the Steelers would have to swallow a losing season under Mike Tomlin. And goodness gracious, of course, they're never going to do that. No way. And this is me getting overly worked up on this show. I'm trying to be peaceful, but I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's tough to think about. I really think that that's part of it, though. The Steelers don't want to take a risk on Justin Fields, because if they do, they could risk their losing season streak, their non-losing season streak, going away under Mike Tomlin. So they don't show an overly enthusiastic interest in Justin Fields. And he is more than willing to test free agency and got himself a healthy contract with the New York Jets. That's how I feel about it. So Aaron Rodgers is the former Super Bowl champion, the very successful former Green Bay Packers quarterback. Apparently he fits the Steelers' mold of let's do just good enough to not have a losing season. 412-928-9370. Another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, it's Bob. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm getting worked up. How are you?
I hear you. My thing is, how bad's it going to look whenever they get the Fields, Russell Wilson, Najee, they all leave and they all have good years. How bad's that going to look?
Well, it's not like that's uncommon. I mean, some Steelers have left. Like it's a frustrating cycle. Like these are things that have happened.
Oh, definitely.
Well, Bob, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not going to be shocked if that happens. I mean, Najee I thought was a good running back. Some people didn't think so. Some people thought so. Like, I liked him on the team. I thought he brought a lot of energy, and, I thought that he ran the ball well. I mean, his biggest weakness was trying to take on the entire defense by himself. But, I mean, I thought he and Jaylen Warren were a good pairing. Now, the other thought process, though, is, okay, good job, Los Angeles Chargers. You sign him, and you invest a good chunk of money in him. The Steelers could get a Najee Harris equivalent for less money when the draft comes around. That's, I think, the theory there. They're going to save a little bit of money by not investing in Najee Harris, save their investment in DK Metcalf and whoever else they want to invest in on the defensive side of the football, or Aaron Rodgers even. I don't know how much money Aaron Rodgers is going to command, but the two reportedly close to a deal, and if one's going to get done, should get done by today. That's the reports that I'm seeing and hearing about. So they save a little bit of money not signing Najee Harris. So, yeah, I mean, if these guys go and have better years, I mean, again, I like Najee Harris on the Steelers. I liked him. But in the same breath, even if he does have a good year, I think that there was more of a money-saving move for the Steelers to let him go, because they could get a guy, like I said, they could get a guy in the draft. And I think that's the thought process there. 412-928-9370. Got more callers on the line. We'll just keep taking them. We'll keep going. Rapid fire calls here. Good morning. What's your name?
Dave.
All right, Dave. What's up?
Hey, I'm just sitting here thinking. I mean, they're talking about getting a quarterback. Well, we ain't really gonna do nothing until we get a really good quarterback. We got to play Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Burrows. I mean, what are we doing? Why are we trying to resurrect the dead? These old quarterbacks. I don't understand. I don't understand it.
I totally hear you, and I thank you for the call. I totally hear you. That's part of what I'm thinking too. And that's my big opinion right now is you still have AFC North teams that you are not better than. And Aaron Rodgers does not make you better than the Kansas City Chiefs, and they're the bar right now. And even if they are on a downhill slope, maybe you think the Super Bowl is what's going to crack them. You still got the Buffalo Bills, who put up a heck of a fight in the AFC Championship this past season. You still have the Baltimore Ravens that are very mobile and have a very reliable tandem in the backfield with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. So you've got a bunch of teams that are better structured, are better equipped. And does Aaron Rodgers make you better than those teams? No. Does DK Metcalf alone make you better than those teams? I don't think so. So we just got to see. But like Aaron Rodgers, to this again, it's all of these players that they're trying to bring onto the team to avoid going through a rebuild. It's just no good. All right, I got time for one more caller, so we'll take this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Nick. Sean.
All right, Sean, you got about a minute, okay?
Would you agree that they ran Roethlisberger out of town? He held on too long, and it was time for him to go?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, so Aaron Rodgers is even older than him and worse shape than he was, correct?
Yeah, I agree.
So you're getting excited. Maybe what you ought to consider doing is hanging out at a Southside dispensary with these guys and just calm down. I mean, I think that's what they're doing ultimately because this is ridiculous. I don't even have an explanation for it.
Me neither. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I don't get it either. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I see your analogy there as well. Ben Roethlisberger, I truly believe, came back to play one more season because he did not want the final game of his career to be a loss to the Cleveland Browns at home in the playoffs. 100% believe that. Unfortunately, that's how Marcus Pouncey went out. But I do truly believe that's why Roethlisberger played one more season. And even at that, yeah, Aaron Rodgers is older at this point in his career. It does not make sense. It doesn't. And I don't have an explanation, and I'm going to stop trying to find one because I'm not going to find one. It is no good. It is bad is a word. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, but I don't get it. I surely hope for the best, but I do believe that if the Steelers continue to avoid a rebuild, they're not going to get anywhere. So we'll see. Will we be proven right or wrong? We still got a long way till the next, until the beginning of the regular season for this season. So there's that. So we got a little bit of waiting to do. But in the more immediate future, Aaron Rodgers, the decision on him really should be made this week. And reports suggest that a deal could be done as early as today. So we'll be keeping our eyes on reports about that. But yeah, I mean, all we can do is sit and wait and hope for the best. But my opinion, just based on my recent experiences with this team, is that them avoiding a rebuild is not helping them get better, and it's not leading them any closer to winning a playoff game. And with that, this show is over. My name is Nicholas Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorrance coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Tuesday morning rush looking pretty good. Just some stuff to look out for. This report brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28 from Harmer to the north side. Parkway north, the HOV lanes remain closed along that roadway, as well as the crosstown. Butler County, we do have road work restricting a northbound lane of I-79. This is between the Cranberry and Evans City interchanges. Watch for possible slowdowns there. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did something wrong. I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but he did something wrong. Need you to go bite him. This a medical malpractice. Any accident, big or small. Top Dog Law.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
The Post-Gazette Sports Experience brings you closer than ever before to your favorite Pittsburgh teams. Join their award-winning team of professional beat writers and columnists as they dive deeper into the stories, news, and exclusive analysis that matters most to you. Get insider takes on the Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, and Panthers, plus coverage of Whitfield High School sports, Duquesne, Penn State, and so much more. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. With over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
At Ashley, we're celebrating 80 years of innovation, style, and value with special offerings on stunning pieces. Get our top designer styles and pay over time with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now, only at Ashley. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store associate for details.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just in time for spring cleaning at Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of construction to kick off your Tuesday morning rush. This report brought to you by Popeyes. One of those areas on the Parkway East where you have single lane each direction restrictions for ongoing work there. This is between the Monroeville and Penn Hills interchanges. Also in West Mifflin, Lebanon Church Road. Ongoing work restricting that roadway to a single lane each direction between Seco Road and Arbor Lane. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Popeyes.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
Hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios.
This wonderful Tuesday morning.
I mean, I'm great. It was a nice day yesterday.
Oh!
I mean, just hectic in the NFL, clearly, as we'll talk about throughout the show.
And Twitter was down.
We were texting each other.
Cyber attack. Yeah, we were.
Cyber attack?
That's what...
From who?
It's hard to say. Hard to say. If I had to guess, the Russians or the Chinese.
Yep.
That'd be my guess.
Yep.
As an uninformed person, all I heard was that there was a cyber attack.
Yeah. That's not good.
Which, like, can you attack us a different day?
Seriously.
Can you screw with us a different day? Not on legal tampering day.
Right. I mean, too much stuff going on.
We were watching TV like it was 1997.
It was awful.
Trying to find out about free agency moves on television?
It was awful.
And then I'm listening to Starkey, and they're doing a good job of updating things as much as they could, but they couldn't because they didn't have Twitter. And they have the TVs on mute in here. And then Dulac's tweeting out, the Steelers are closing in on Rodgers. Then he's deleting that tweet. And then he's like, oh, the Steelers are going to circle back on Fields. Then Fields signs. And then Dulac, who had reported earlier in the day that they were totally out on Russell Wilson, said, this is why you can't rule out Russell Wilson coming back.
Like, what's going on? What's going on?
I don't know that I blame Dulac. He's getting fed. He's getting fed a lot.
I mean, he does every year.
Yes, he does. And so trying to follow along, and then you're going on postgazette.com, which, like, that's what we're doing. We're going on, like, triblive.com, trying to find out breaking news.
I went to Facebook to think, oh, maybe people are posting on Facebook. Nothing. It was just a bunch of old people not even, like, taking close pictures and stuff.
That's right, giving their political opinions.
Yes.
That's what happened to me, except I went on Instagram, and then I found a lot of booties.
Yep.
Went on Instagram, and the algorithm wasn't giving me much on NFL free agency, I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, my algorithm's all jacked up. Just a bunch of squats and different type of squats and leggings,
Leggings?
Like, geez. Like, is this real? Like, I'm like, there's too many.
They springed you. That's what it is.
I mean, from Sweden, from Australia now. It's not even American. Not even American. Just Sweden. Sweden Olympic lifter. Sweden bodybuilder. Australian swimmer. Like, I'm like, geez, man, they're just everywhere.
Good for you to at least be in the athletic realm. For me, it's like, oh, do you like blondes? It's like, I probably looked at one.
Right.
It's like half-naked woman, stand-up comedian, some dude making a brisket.
Yeah, right. You know what I did that messed up my algorithm on Facebook? Because I just said I was looking at Facebook to see if there's any information. But I was scrolling down to find stuff. And this is wild. Like, I stopped on a video for probably 8 seconds. And it was a spider video. It was a spider versus a praying mantis video.
Oh, knockdown, drag out.
Yeah, and praying mantis they're tough to deal with.
They don't F around.
They don't F around. So I watched it for 8 seconds, and then all of a sudden it was just spider videos.
See, that's the thing. I'm not perverted, but you're scrolling, and then you might stop for like half a second, and then then you're screwed.
Like how can you just configure
spider?
I hate spiders, and I'm like, all right, now my whole feed is full of spider videos. Oh, my gosh. And I was like, I can't go on Facebook anymore.
My daughter, whenever she was probably 2 years old, she was in all kind of animal videos. So that's what my feed was. And it was wholesome, and it was wonderful. Now I would never let her pick my phone up.
No.
Not in a million years.
Mm-mm.
Make that private.
Russian. Svetlana Letnin. Svetlana Letnin.
She was letting it in.
22-year-old bodybuilder. Jeez, man.
Texter, why do you need X to find out what's happening during free agency? How do you find out? No, seriously, I'm interested in how you consume your news. Like, that's the way most people, I think, in sports right now, you can be up to date and getting the information when, there was $1.3 billion spent last year on day one of free agency. I'd have to go look and see what was spent on free agents this year. But there's a bajillion moves, and you're trying to keep up with all of them. Yeah, I think a lot of people go to Twitter.
I mean, that's where I get all my information. That's why I have Twitter, really.
Yeah, because Twitter sucks. It's a total cesspool. People are just ruthless on there.
They're so mean to each other on there.
So mean. And if you're mean to me, I just mute you. You can't hurt my feelings. You can't bother me, but they do. You could tweet out, oh, Justin Fields, I'd have paid him $20 million. And people will disagree with you, but then they'll start fighting each other.
Yep, in your mentions.
Yes. It's like, dang.
Mm-hmm. I remember I said something one time, and then, I set my phone down. I come back an hour later, and it's just pure political, just war. And it wasn't even political what I said. It turned into that. I'm like, what is going on?
We're getting it right now on the text line. It was Ukraine who did the cyber attack.
I did see that.
I don't care. I care that Twitter failed, or X. I care that X failed when I needed X. That's what I care. I don't care who did it.
Well, why wouldn't you care who did it? Because then you don't.
What am I going to do?
No.
Well, the people in charge could do something, couldn't they?
They got to get a team on that, but that's not my responsibility. I worry about bigger things like asteroids. That's what I worry about. That's how I spend my time. That and meat videos. Stand-up comedians and scantily clad women.
Yes, it's like insane.
It's nuts.
Oh, my God.
Some of them might be Ukrainian. I don't know. Cal, what's going on in your life? We didn't even say hi. We got off on a tangent there.
Nothing incredibly new. Still
Cool.
in a good mood. Still have a lot of energy. Dropped 2 pounds since yesterday.
Since yesterday?
Wow.
So,
Would you take a dump?
No, I worked out. Baseball, the thing I invite you to that you never come to.
I mean, a little water weight. I mean, you're fluctuate 2 pounds.
Of course, every time there's something going good in my life. Don't talk to me then. What are you doing?
Don't talk to me.
Just keep going.
Don't talk to me then.
Don't pretend like you care about what I'm doing and how I feel.
I do care. I don't think that's how it works. Like, you sweat. Water weight. Today, I mean, you eat a sandwich, the 2 pounds back on. You worked out with Seth, right, playing baseball?
Yeah.
That's great.
Don't act like you care.
I do care. You've been doing that every day, haven't you?
Maybe.
Texter, you don't need X. Just do what I do and listen to 93.7 The Fan. That's what I did. I was sitting there in my daughter's gymnastics class, and Twitter ain't working, so I had my earbuds in. I'm listening to The Fan, but they all had the same information we did.
Right, where are they getting theirs? Like, where's Bechtold getting his?
Exactly.
Where's who's producing
Yeah,
this?
Bechtold ain't got his ear to the ground.
No.
Bechtold ain't getting told by Russell Wilson's agent who's in and who's out. Texter, I'm still partial to the carrier pigeon. That's kind of how I felt yesterday, getting news. Like, am I going to have to read about this in the paper?
Like, I was watching NFL Network, and Michael Robinson and some of those guys, they were obviously going through the free agent frenzy, and then they had a whole, 30-minute interview with Max Crosby. I'm like, listen.
I don't need that.
I'm like, listen, how are you guys even doing this? You guys know that stuff is breaking right now, and you're talking to Max Crosby. Now, Max Crosby, happy for him, changed his life around, learned a little bit about him, but I was like, listen, I want to know who's signing places. Who programmed this show to have an interview with Max Crosby whenever it's free agent frenzy?
Right.
Like, have him on after free agency.
I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it. It's like I'm watching a spring training broadcast, and they'll be interviewing someone in the booth because, well, it's spring training. And it's like, this is great, but I'm actually here for the baseball.
Yes.
Like, you can interview them, too, without continuously cutting to them in the booth. I don't need to see them when they're talking.
Right.
I need to see the baseball.
Yes.
I want to see Jared Jones painting corners.
Yes.
That's what I want.
Triolo, mic'd up.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
You see that, Callis? Triola made a diving stop while he was mic'd up, and he was like, yeah, that was sick.
I didn't.
No, he was working out. He was playing baseball while that happened.
How's that coming along? Like, do you feel
Do you actually care?
See, this
Because I don't say I'm making strides, and you're like, oh, you're just using practice balls right now. You didn't even go to a field yet.
See, this is what happens. I've been nice to Callis for 6 consecutive days.
Oh, congratulations. Doran's been nice to me for 720 consecutive days. It's really not that hard.
And what he does is I'm trying to help him, and he takes offense to it.
How are you trying to help me by asking that question? Oh, you've been doing it every day? You've been getting better? What have you been doing? How's that helping me? I told you I lost 2 pounds, and you're like, oh, well, water weight.
You say you lost 2 pounds since yesterday. I'm telling you that's water weight.
And how does that help me? How does that help me feel better?
I'm just asking you, too, what you've been doing, and you haven't answered the question.
But I answer my question. Do you actually care?
Why would I ask if I didn't care?
He still didn't answer the question.
I mean, this guy's not answering the damn question.
You're wasting more time by not just saying yes.
Yes, what?
Do you care?
Of course. Why would I ask the question?
Crowley, it's time to move on.
You're making all of us uncomfortable.
Just move on. Don't worry about
you
what
don't
I'm
know
doing.
as much as
Talk
you
about your
say.
feet or your farts or whatever
So
you do.
it's
Your
time
kids.
to move
Don't talk to me.
Or we'll be here all day.
Let me ask you a question, Doran. You think I'm asking him how he is because it's scintillating radio? I'm asking him how he is because I care.
That's even an insult.
Exactly.
Well, that one was, yeah.
Yep. No, I don't know if you do. I don't know if you deep down. I don't know if you really care. Do you really care
about how Callis is doing?
That he lost weight yesterday.
I mean, listen. When I was going to my personal trainer, he's like, "Yeah, you can weigh yourself every day," and okay, great. But, like,
He still hasn't answered. He won't answer.
There's going to be days where you're going to be up 3 pounds. Don't worry about it. Like, you probably just have a poop that's still in there. Or maybe you ate a little bit of a bigger sandwich. Doesn't mean you actually weigh 4 more pounds or 3 more pounds. You just got more food inside of you. Same way, like, oh, you lost 2 pounds yesterday. Well, maybe you didn't eat a lot, and you're sweating. You have water weight. That's all.
Do you care?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Just wasted 2 minutes.
But, like, I'm not just going to give him a gold star.
I didn't ask for that. Just said, I lost 2 pounds. You could have been like, okay, great. What have you been doing? Practicing baseball? Oh, what do you do? You could have a normal conversation with me, but you're not capable of that.
You
For whatever
what
reason.
what he did yesterday, and he tells you, you're like, oh, well.
What am I supposed to do? Glaze him for losing 2 pounds?
No, but you're...
Congratulations on all your success.
But you asked me, like, hey, what's new? How you feeling? I'm like, well, I lost 2 pounds. I'm just feeling good.
Oh, water weight.
Just trying to help him out. Just trying to help. Trying to tell him, like, scale could be lying.
All right, well, since you care, yeah. So I have to take these squishy balls out to tennis court or basketball court down by Wilson Park here in Greentree with Seth, and we just kind of hit those practice balls right now. And I did some base running drills yesterday. Did some light fielding drills. Went for a run. Can't quite go to the field yet. They're not quite in the greatest shape. Hopefully when it's like consistently warm, we can go out there. But there's a baseball field up by the courts that we play on. So we're going to go up there, and I got to get a bucket of baseballs. We're going to be starting that probably in a week or 2.
Yeah, who cares?
Actually on field. Okay, right.
All right, have you noticed that you're getting back to your previous baseball prowess? Like, I'll ask it a different way. Since the first time that you swung a bat with your brother-in-law and we're doing some baseball things, improvement?
Yes.
Great.
Nice.
I feel more flexible now.
Can you touch your toes?
Yes.
See, I can't touch my toes.
That's not good.
What?
That's why your back's messed up.
Skyphosis, baby. Let's go.
It's kyphosis.
That's why.
That's not why.
I bet you it has a lot to do with it.
It's the other way around. Back sucks, therefore can't touch my toes.
Back sucks because you're not flexible and you're not limber. If you were limber and you were stretching every day, your back would feel a lot better.
Yeah. Do you have a foam roller? That's a key instrument.
Foam roller ain't gonna do jack. Foam roller. I do love a foam roller though. Nothing hurts so good like a foam roller.
You ever had a lacrosse ball shoved in your tight muscles?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes you want to puke, doesn't it? That hurts, but it hurts so good. You put it up against the wall and just, work it out like you're a dog.
Roll a golf ball on your foot.
Oh. My wife gets really annoyed when I do that. I'll be stepping on golf balls all the time, and she's like, what are you doing? I'm like, the arch. Got to work the arch.
The football coach my freshman year at Keystone Oaks was terrible and did not responsibly give us lifts. So I actually made my shoulders way too tight and upright. So when I went to a personal trainer my junior year for baseball, he would just he would do that to me. He'd give me the lacrosse ball, and he would just stretch me out, and it hurt so bad. All my muscles were just,
Yeah, who cares? That's one of those things where, in the moment feels good. Or no, the other way around. In the moment it's but then afterwards it feels good.
Great.
Yeah, I did it backward. Texter, this is a weird question. Crowley, do you let your woman do all the work in the bedroom? Yeah. Yeah, of course I do. What kind of question is that? Do other people not? That's news to me.
You just lay there, starfish.
Texter, that's right. At this rate, Doran's going to have another partner and a producer. That's right. That's probably true.
Yeah, it'll just be me.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people actually came to my defense on the text line for that last scuffle. I think most of the time it's my fault. I think he got quickly too defensive on that one. Nicholas Harry Callis. Someone also said I would use an appendage on Doran's body as a foam roller. Not going to read that text.
Jesus.
Ew.
I mean.
Can you touch your toes?
Of course.
What do you mean, of course?
What do you mean?
Is that a common thing people can do?
You should be able to do that as a human.
As a human?
As a human, you should be able to touch your toes. You should be able to. That's healthy. It's healthy to touch your toes.
I don't think it's a big deal if you can't.
I think that you should try to touch your toes. Be able to.
It's never going to happen for me. But I've never been able to do it. Not once in my life have I been able to.
Have you ever tried consistently to do it?
Actually, you know what? I'm lying. You ever go to those? Bear with me now. You ever go to the gym and they have those vibrating pads that you can stand on?
Yes.
When I'm on the vibrating pad, I could eventually get there.
See?
Yeah.
So you can do it.
I could do it there, but I can't do it regularly.
That was like the most common stretch, though, you'd do, like for football or baseball.
I mean, since you were 4, like touching that little metal thing. Remember,
or like,
slide it, or you didn't have that in school.
What's a metal thing?
Like we would have to sit there, and there was like this metal box, and then there was like a little like clip on it, and then you.
Oh, was that with like the President's Challenge?
It was like we did it every year. It was like a healthy challenge, something. And you like lean forward and you slide it, see how far you can reach. Sit and reach, it was called.
I think I have done that.
Yeah.
Couldn't reach very far. Sitting part I have absolutely nailed down.
Yeah.
Tremendous sitter. You'll never find a better sitter than me. All right. Justin Fields is a Jet. Sam Darnold, a Seahawk. Aaron Rodgers, could he be a Pittsburgh Steeler? What does it all mean, Basil? We start right there in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Texter, touch your toes, do a pull-up, do a push-up. Every man should be able to do this. Don't be bleeping lazy. Sorry to offend you. I can do the other things. I don't think one pull-up is some bastion of manhood.
No, you
or
should be able to do
one
a couple.
push-up. I mean, for God's sakes, you got to be able to do at least 3.
A couple. You should be able to touch your toes, though.
I used to be a great pull-up guy.
How many could you do?
Oh, I was talking about during potty training.
Oh.
Justin Fields when he got benched.
I don't think I played, good enough. If I'm being real with you, if I'm being real with myself, I think if, I did play well enough, I don't think there would be, any sort of who should be playing, who should not. So at the end of the day, we got a few wins. Of course, I'm glad about that, but there's areas that I could be better at, and I'm just gonna continue to work on those and continue to get better.
Justin Fields benched at 4-2. You might not agree with that verbiage, but here's the way I view it, Doran. Justin Fields handled it as classy as you could possibly handle it at the time. And if you need to teach a young person how to deal with adversity, I will point them to how Justin Fields handled that situation. But let's not mistake this. My man kept the receipts.
Oh, yeah.
My man didn't forget.
Oh, yeah.
He knew that the Steelers believed, clearly, that Russell Wilson at the time was the best chance for them to win a playoff game, win a championship, what have you. And then the Steelers fumbled this situation. They clearly wanted Justin Fields. Pay him the second the damn season ends. Make him feel wanted the second the damn season ends. Make that guy feel like you value him as a starting quarterback. They didn't do it when they were 4-2, and we understood it to an extent at the time. But when Art Rooney II comes out and says, oh, we're going to have one of these guys back, when Omar Khan at the Combine says, ooh, we're going to have one of these guys back, once again, if you're Justin Fields, you have to feel like I'm not being valued. And I know a lot of people balked at the price for Justin Fields yesterday. 2 years, $40 million to the New York Football Jets, $30 million of which guaranteed, and a lot of Steelers fans were like, whoa, 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 that's way too much money. No, it ain't. Look at the market.
Yep.
Jimmy Garoppolo's getting $5 million. You've got Zach Wilson. What are you making? $11 million in a season? If a guy like that's going to make that kind of money, Justin Fields going to make $20 million.
Yeah.
That's as high as I'd have gone with the guy. I don't think, despite any reporting on this, that the Steelers were unwilling to meet the $20 million ask. I think this came down to Justin Fields knowing how terribly the Steelers have dealt with the quarterback position and knowing how terribly, in his mind probably, they treated him, said, there's not an amount of money you could pay me to show me that you care, I ain't going to believe a word that comes out of your mouth. I don't think it was money with Justin Fields, Doran. I think it was them shooting themselves in the foot routinely and not showing this guy that he was valued.
Did they shoot themselves in the foot, or were they just honest? And did they just really believe that Justin Fields isn't the guy, but they just that was their only option? Like, I think that they just believe, like, yeah, he isn't the guy, but we think that we can get him because we need a quarterback. Like, I don't think that they fully actually truly believed that he was the guy, clearly, because they sat him down and started Russ. And I think the whole time, he's kind of calling their bluff, like, yeah, you may, like, you want to show that, you like me and want me to be the starter, but I know deep down inside you don't want me.
Right.
And I bet you the Steelers were like, yeah. On their side, they're probably like, yeah, we don't. You're the only option.
That's right. There's not a single quarterback in this class, and I'm talking draft, I'm talking free agency, that really anybody should think, is a sure thing. Sam Darnold's not a sure thing. Russell Wilson's not a sure thing. Aaron Rodgers at his age is not a sure thing. But you need one of these guys. And if you wanted to go the youth route, and if you wanted to go to the stability route, which is something that they value above anything else, then fake it a little bit harder with Justin Fields. Show him you care. Show him that he's the guy. Don't let him go to Dubai. Don't let him get on that plane. Justin, we love you. Justin, you're our guy. Justin, we're going to turn the offense over to you. You want Justin Fields. That's how you go about it. You court him. You date him. You bring him flowers.
There's no coming back from the 4-2 sit down.
Clearly.
Like, no matter how much that they schmoozed him or like saying that they loved him at the end of the season, and even right now, a couple days ago, I think in his mind he was like, I'm not your guy. I'm not your guy.
You know what they should have done, and it's so easy to say this now at the time. They, not the fifth-year option. They should not have done that with Justin Fields because he had never played it down for them, and you were going to guarantee him $23 million. But, hindsight being 2020, Justin Fields should have been the priority last offseason. They never should have courted and brought in Russell Wilson and then just see where it goes with Justin Fields. And if that were the case, we'd have had an answer on him, and he either would have played well enough to be the guy right now or he wouldn't have been, and you would have had your answer before it. But we can't get in the hot tub time machine and relitigate all of that. They have no idea what they're doing at quarterback, and they haven't for a long time. I'll reference an Aditi Kinkabwala tweet, which I think says things pretty well. She wrote, the Steelers, at best, confusion, or at worst, mismanagement of the quarterback situation goes back to before the close of Ben Roethlisberger's tenure. Don't you all remember how Pittsburgh strung him along because there was no succession plan, and it ultimately took him taking a $5 million pay cut to bail the organization out? They didn't even let Ben be Ben in his final season. You talk about from an on-field management standpoint, they moved the ball, they put up points, when Ben was allowed to be Ben in the fourth quarter of the games. His passer rating in the fourth quarter was high. He led them to a bunch of comebacks. He led them to some comebacks that fell short, but that's when the offense moved. But they didn't let him do that from the start of games. They didn't pepper that in throughout games. So they didn't know what they were doing on the field. Then they go out and they get Mitch Trubisky and the whole quote-unquote competition. I don't know that I need to list all the things they've done. They don't know what they're doing. They haven't known what they're doing. And it's because, as an organization, they're out of practice on this.
Yeah.
Now, you had Ben for 2 decades.
Yeah.
And so, I'm sure you kind of give it the cursory scout whenever you're looking at quarterbacks at the combine, and maybe you're watching a little bit of tape because you want to be prepared and you need backup quarterbacks. And when guys are going to be free agent, you want to have the book on them. But they were totally out of practice. And maybe that's giving them an excuse. But, you could talk about the stability of the organization and being above the mean. They haven't had to deal with quarterback in a while, and damn, dude, it shows.
Yes.
It shows.
I mean, there's 3 quarterbacks in the last, year and a half that, basically don't want to be here. And, I mean, that starts with Mason. Actually, it starts with Kenny when the whole situation, Kenny getting traded, clearly didn't want to be here, wanted to go somewhere else, so they trade him. And then thinking that they're going to get Mason Rudolph back on a cheap deal. No, I'm not taking that. You guys didn't play me whenever I had so many opportunities. I've been here for years.
He had a quarterback rating over 100, and they were like, maybe Russell Wilson. I don't know.
Yeah, Mitch Trubisky. Like, you brought in Mitch Trubisky whenever you didn't even give me an opportunity. No, I'm not coming back because now I played well down the back end of the season. I'm going to go to Tennessee and
right,
take my chances.
He did them the favor. He got them into the playoffs. Yeah. He helped Mike Tomlin get an extension.
Right. And then now you have this situation. I mean, there's a trend. As much as you want to ignore, there's a trend that quarterbacks don't want to be here. Some players don't want to be here.
Would you be shocked at all if Justin Fields looks good in New York? I think he's going to look better than he looked with the Steelers.
Yeah, because they're going to let him be him.
That's right.
They're going to let him do his thing. But I also wouldn't be shocked if they drafted a quarterback, too.
No, I mean, that's the
I don't
business.
think that guy will start. I think Fields will start, clearly. I mean, there's $20 million a year that they gave him to probably start. But I think that he's going to be in a situation where it's kind of reversed of what he was in this year. Like, he will be the guy in pole position, and then there'll be somebody waiting in the wing. So I think that'll push him to do better, and they'll let him do better. They'll use his skill sets the right way. They won't play scared.
Right.
Because they have nothing to lose.
And you know what, Dorn? We talked about that yesterday, whether or not that happens. And I do agree. I think that it will happen. If I'm Justin Fields, I'll let them lie to me before I let the Steelers tell me what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Because I would assume it's a lie from Pittsburgh. Oh, you're the guy. We love you. We're going to build the offense around you. Why would I believe that?
Right. You already showed me your true colors. You already showed me your cards.
Right. And even a Super Bowl winning quarterback, Russell Wilson, you put him in a box at the end of the season. Why would I believe you? What? Kenny Pickett, you're our guy. And then what? And then the end of the season, blah, blah, blah. Like, the Steelers have shown, and it's not even just the quarterback position, but we'll focus on it. The Steelers have shown that they can't be trusted at their word. They can't be taken at their word. And so if the Jets and the Steelers are telling me the same thing, and the money's fairly similar, I'm going to go to the devil I don't know rather than the devil I know.
Yes.
And oh, cool, Mike Tomlin's awesome. Not for a quarterback. Like, if I'm the Raven who came here, Malik Harrison, okay, 2 years, $10 million, that's outstanding. Sure, I'll come play defense for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
That'll be fun. That'll be cool. Mike Tomlin's awesome. If I'm a quarterback, I ain't going to trust a word that comes out of Mike Tomlin's mouth.
No.
And Aaron Glenn hasn't been a head coach before. And I think I would rather go with the guy who's promising me these things that I don't know about, because Mike Tomlin, he's not going to let me spread my wings. He's not going to let me grow.
I mean, clearly that there was, the Jets were very convincing of Justin Fields, because if you're weighing your two options, you can go back and go into the same offense that you kind of know, or you go to a whole new pastures and just like, hey, like, I'm going to take my chances with a whole new regime, a whole new coaching staff. Clearly the Jets were like, yeah, you're our guy, and we're going to pay you, and we want you to go in there and do your thing. Steelers probably like, yeah, you're our guy, man. Like, you did some good things for us last year. Hey, we're going to give you less than this team. Like, where would you go? Like,
it's an easy decision.
It's an easy decision.
It
always was. That's why the Steelers put an offer on the table, at least a week ago from what I read, and he didn't even respond.
Right. He ran to Dubai, and what I picked up yesterday from all the insiders, because we're watching TV, we're not on X, is he kind of ghosted them.
Yeah. He was like, no, I'm good.
And I get it. And so people are blowing up the text line right now, 412-928-9370, and they're saying things like, yo, Justin Fields isn't that good. And look, there's varying opinions on Justin Fields. There's varying opinions in the NFL on Justin Fields, and of course the fan base. Well, he's a polarizing player, as is Russell Wilson, as was Kenny Pickett. Welcome to the NFL. I mean, that's quarterbacks. Unless you're elite, people are going to have all kinds of opinions. And even Joe Flacco, is he elite? That was a big question for a long time. Let's make sure that people understand where I'm coming from on this. It's not the worst thing in the world that they missed out on Justin Fields. It is very bad, though, that this franchise clearly alienates quarterbacks, has no idea what to do to develop them, and lies out of both sides of their mouth when they're selling these guys to come to Pittsburgh. Like, that's the big issue. The big issue is, how are you going to get a quarterback, apart from drafting one, that's going to want to come here, because your track record is garbage with these guys? And Justin Fields is the vessel through which we can have the conversation. That's not the be-all, end-all. The fact that they have no idea what they're doing at quarterback, that's the disaster.
And to add on that, the big disaster, too, to coincide with that, is that brand, that Steelers logo, Mike Tomlin, which is a brand of his own, and we always hear how many players want to play for Mike Tomlin. That brand, the Steelers brand and Mike Tomlin's brand, could not beat out the Jets.
Aaron Glenn, baby.
The Jets, we're not talking about an upper echelon team in the NFL. We're talking about one of the worst franchises in the NFL. You lost to them.
And they were interested in Sam Darnold, according to reports, and he went to Seattle, man. They don't have DK Metcalf. They just got rid of DK Metcalf. They don't have Tyler Lockett. They got Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's what they got. And he went there? Now, maybe that was a money thing, but I happen to believe that DK Metcalf ain't getting traded to Pittsburgh and that Geno Smith getting moved out of there unless they had some assurances that Darnold was coming there to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that dude decided to go to Seattle before clearly entertaining a real offer from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because they're not moving off of Geno Smith unless they know Sam Darnold's in the pipeline. I don't think. We got a text here. Hey, Kyler Murray could be on the trade market. Yeah, I brought that dude up, and he'd be better than any of the options out there. Seriously. Like, as far as the quarterback himself, like, forget the money. Like, the actual quarterback, he's probably the best option. I don't know why Arizona would do that. Like, they might want to move on. They might want to start over. Not with this draft.
No.
So I'd hang on to him for one more year. I don't think he's a realistic option. 412-928-9370. Texter, man, STFU with that. We weren't handing Darnold $100 million. Well, Mike Florio's reporting that Aaron Rodgers wants 2 years, $90 million. I don't want either of those guys at those prices, but if I had to pick one, I'm taking Sam Darnold for $100 million over the 41-year-old for $90 million. And if the Steelers are still doing business with Aaron Rodgers right now, still flirting with Aaron Rodgers right now, then they're going to pay a fairly pretty penny for that guy.
Desperate.
So I wouldn't be so quick to say STFU about Sam Darnold. Like, the team doesn't have a quarterback right now. Desperation is the word.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to do something silly. 412-928-9370. Let's back up here. Would you have paid 2 years to Justin Fields $40 million? $30 million guaranteed. 412-928-9370. Where do you turn from here? 412-928-9370. First, though, it's Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A lot going on in NFL free agency. A few moves involve the Steelers. Justin Fields going to go to the New York Giants. 2 years, $40 million, $30 million of that guaranteed. Dan Moore Jr., $50 million guaranteed on an $82 million contract with the Tennessee Titans. Kenny Pickett getting traded to the Cleveland Browns after winning the Super Bowl as the backup quarterback with the Philadelphia Eagles. And Najee Harris to the Los Angeles Chargers. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Brian Reynolds. Just 16 days till Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Mostly sunny today, the high 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. What an NFL news cycle it is, folks. Geno Smith to the Raiders. Sam Darnold will replace him in Seattle, and the Jets have cast their lot with Justin Fields. Matthew Stafford has re-upped with the Rams, who pounced for Devontae Adams in a great move, I believe. Pittsburgh surprised by adding DK Metcalf. He and George Pickens could make an attractive landing spot for maybe Aaron Rodgers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during...
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush, waking up. This report brought to you by two men and a junk truck. Parkway East getting heavier now between Edgewood, Westvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West is heavy past the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North for that matter. I-79 also moving along Route 65 with traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
You know what you want to say. Bad dog. You chewed up my couch. Now I gotta call the junk men to have them haul it out of here. Time to call the pros. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Little Sweet Caroline, Doran. Kenny Pickett going to the Cleveland Brownies.
Yes, he got traded to the Browns. Going to have an opportunity to possibly be their starter.
If I were a betting man, and I am, I would bet that he is their week 1 starter.
Probably.
Like, even if you draft a quarterback, I don't think you want to plug and play a quarterback right now. So I would bet that early on, Kenny's the guy.
Yep.
And if I'm the NFL, I'm scheduling Steelers-Browns week 1, absolutely.
There's no doubt.
And I'm doing it in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure this was a situation with Kenny, too, where as crazy as it sounds, where the Eagles went to Kenny were like, hey, do you want to have another chance of being a starter? Where do you want to go? Here's the teams that need quarterbacks like that you could actually start. He probably looks at Cleveland and is like, yeah, I'll go to Cleveland.
Yeah.
I know that sounds crazy, but for real.
No, I'm with you on that. And you said it before the show, and I hadn't thought about it from that standpoint. But Kenny wants to go and try. He won a Super Bowl, backup quarterback, rooting for the team. I'm playing for the team he rooted for. Easy for me to say. And, all right, I've done that. I got my feet under me, breathe a little easy. There's not many places right now that I could go to be the starter from day one. Cleveland's one of those places, so here we go. Unfortunately for him, dudes just don't work out there. So while I get why he wants to be given the opportunity, and you're going to bet on yourself and you're going to believe in yourself, God, they just screw quarterbacks up over and over and over again. Like, if I could handpick a place for him to go, that would be one of the last places I could pick.
Yeah.
But, hey, that's the circumstance. He's got an opportunity, it seems, day one to figure it out.
Yep.
So, I can't root for the Browns. I happen to really like Kenny. See how it goes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
I mean,
it's going to be very interesting.
Should the Steelers have given Justin Fields the contract the Jets gave him? 412-928-9370. 2 years, $40 million, $30 million guaranteed. 412-928-9370. Got a good text here before we hit the phone lines. Who do you blame for the Steelers' quarterback problems? Mike Tomlin or the front office? I blame Tomlin. Tomlin wants that smoke, too. Tomlin came out and said, he was the Lone Ranger or the Lone Wolf or whatever it was whenever Russell Wilson was the starting quarterback after the first 6 games.
Well compensated.
Yes, that's exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said.
Yep.
He wanted to own it. And there were reports at the time where the front office was split on that. People in the building split on that. A lot of people in the organization wanted to keep rolling with Justin Fields. Mike Tomlin made that decision at the time. Mike Tomlin also threw Kenny in the 3rd game of the season against the Jets at halftime. Mike Tomlin's the one who played Mitch Trubisky from day one and really didn't make it a quarterback competition. Mike Tomlin's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's all on Mike Tomlin.
Yes. I mean, it's going back to even what Aditi said that you read earlier, going back to Ben. I think he's just mismanaged this whole entire situation in the last couple of years, towards the end of Ben's career to right now. You get 2 quarterbacks in here. One, you're playing $1.2 million. And then you make the decision of going an opposite direction. It worked out for a little bit, then it backfired. With Mitch Trubisky, playing him and not giving Mason Rudolph. I mean, there's so many examples. It is Mike Tomlin. And then putting the handcuffs on them at certain times.
It was such a lack of a plan from the organization to when they were 4-2 with Justin Fields, be like, let's throw the 26-year-old in the trash, basically, and go with the 36-year-old. We talked through it that week. I would have gone with Justin Fields. I understood why they went with Russell Wilson because you wanted to win a playoff game. And you wanted to see what he had. Mm-hmm. I mean, you brought him in for a reason. He was the first guy you brought in. But, from an organizational standpoint, we got to figure quarterback out. How long is Russ going to be with us? 1 or 2 years? 2 or 3 at max? And they went with the old guy instead of the young guy?
Mike Tomlin had his mind made up. Like, I feel like whenever his mind's made up, like, he's not getting off of that course. He had his mind made up as soon as Russ came in here that Russ was in pole position. Russ was going to be the starter. No matter how good Justin Fields played, his mind was already made up no matter what.
Yes.
Like, that's why we even posed the question, like, if Justin won all 6 games, was 6-0, like, what decision would have been made? It had made it very, very hard. But I think Mike Tomlin still probably would have went with Russ. I really do deep down because he already had his mind made up that Russ was the starting quarterback of the Steelers.
I don't know that he would have done it at 6-0. I'm not saying he wouldn't have. He was always going to go to Russ.
If it was ugly, that last win was ugly.
Yeah.
By Fields?
Because he would have been finding a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. He would have found a reason. Oh, well, in the second half, he didn't take care of the football.
Right.
Or, oh, we weren't moving it enough in the passing attack. Forget 6-0. Like, we're 6-0, but are we really 6-0?
Right. We clawed and scraped our way to get to 6-0. We weren't really playing winning football to get to 6-0, and we need that quarterback position to take control, and that's what we were missing.
Yeah, because the line was, we've been good, not to be confused with great.
Mm-hmm.
And so even at 6-0, yeah, they could have made that. He could have made that claim. He could have said that. I mean, and here I am. I'm having a midlife football crisis here. Here I am, mad that Justin Fields isn't the quarterback.
Yep.
He probably ain't the answer.
No, he's not. He's not, but he's the best option. He's
Right.
the best young option that you could see a future with. And you want to plan for not just this year, not next year, but like 3-4 years from now. And we could see that with the pedigree of Justin Fields that he could be.
At least there's a shot.
There's a shot now.
There's a sickness here.
Mm-hmm.
And the sickness is they don't know what the hell they're doing at quarterback. And the symptom is they lost out on Justin Fields. That's what it is. I mean, think about this. Steelers just paid DK Metcalf $150 million. One of the better receivers in football. You got George Pickens on the other side, and Justin Fields goes, no, I'm going to go play for the Jets. Yeesh. Give us a ring in the fan hotline, 412-928-9370. Promise we'll get to your calls coming up in the next segment. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Should the Steelers have given Justin Fields that money? And who is out there that really tickles your fancy at the quarterback position? 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Terry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight against the Vegas Golden Knights at home. Pitt men's basketball plays this afternoon at 2 o'clock. It's the first game of the ACC tournament, and Pitt's going to play Notre Dame. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
It's Nicholas Terry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did, and doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The question right now at 412-928-9370. Would you have paid Justin Fields $40 million over 2 years, $30 million guaranteed? That's what the Jets gave him. I think the Steelers were probably willing to go there. That is educated guess. I think they were willing to go there. I just think Justin Fields, like all else being equal, I'll go with the not Steelers. I mean, it's the Jets. That's what you said. It's the Jets.
Right.
The Jets. Mm-hmm. Shouldn't that hit Art Rooney II in the face like a sack of bricks? Like, you got quarterbacks electing to go to the New York Jets instead of come back here to Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I mean, that's a tough market to play in as a quarterback, too. Like, you got to weigh all those options. It's not just like, oh, yeah, I'm going to pick and just go to this place and play. Like, there's so many angles to it. Like, he chose to play in that market, knowing how hard that market is to play in.
Yeah.
chose to play for a new head coach, knowing how the franchise has been for how many years that it just is not successful.
They haven't made the playoffs, Doran, since they played the Steelers in the AFC Championship game.
But I will say this, and I know this for a fact, and I always put myself in these shoes. I know this for a fact that guys want to play with their guys. If you just look around, guys want to play with their guys. And I'm sure that Garrett Wilson had a little bit to do with that. You want to play with your guy, and especially if you're a quarterback, receiver, quarterback, tight end, somebody that you have to play with. You want to play with your dudes. That has a little bit to do with it. I mean, you think about Derek Carr and Devontae Adams, what they tried. Guys want to play with their guys.
And he's one of the most valuable players on that roster for the Jets. And if Rodgers had come back, all the reporting around that is he wanted out.
Yeah.
So part of that for the Jets is, hey, I don't know if Justin Fields is going to be the guy. We hope he can be the guy. At the very least, he's a young bridge quarterback, but we want to keep Garrett friggin' Wilson around. Shall we go to the phones?
Yeah.
Steve in Myrtle Beach. Good morning to you, Steve.
Morning, fellas. I'm not overly. I think they made it plain and clear when they went and got Metcalf that they're looking to win now. And I don't think Fields, listen, I like Fields. I think he's a dynamic player. But something that I really thought about long and hard when we signed Metcalf, let me ask you guys this. What's Mike Tomlin's, one of his favorite little words that he always likes to use? It's chunk plays, chunk yardage. I think Rodgers is probably your best quarterback to get the chunk yardage with that receiving core.
He might be, Steve, and I think I largely agree with the premise that they want to win now. And thank you so much for the call, 412-928-9370. But by all accounts, Fields was their first choice. They wanted Fields.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they had a pretty good idea that when noon came around that they weren't going to get Justin Fields. When he was ghosting them and was going to test the market, I think they knew. But let's not make this seem, even if they wind up with Aaron Rodgers, like they got exactly what they wanted.
No, it's not. I mean, Aaron Rodgers just came to the fold. Now we don't know what the behind the scenes were, but from what it was been reported, Aaron Rodgers just came into the fold realistically yesterday.
Right.
Yesterday. And then the day before was Sam Darnold. So they're talking about 2 days worth of just interested in other quarterbacks. They thought that they were probably going to get Fields until, Friday hit, and it was like, oh, he's going to hit free agency. We got to go another direction because we need a quarterback.
Yeah. I think that's exactly what happened, Doran. And I think now Russell Wilson to the Steelers is back on the table.
Has to be.
How could it not be?
Has to be.
It's Rodgers. It's Russ. It's the Steelers. It's the Giants. How's it all going to sort out? I think that's what it is.
And from, some sources, the relationship between Russ and some other people in that building wasn't great. It's not something that's Russ is a super bad guy. People just didn't get along.
Right.
So I think that Russ would definitely be second here with Aaron Rodgers if they could pick.
And both guys, I think, can get more money than either one of them are worth right now. There's only two suitors for these dudes. That's it.
Yep.
Now, Rodgers or Russ, I guess if they want to, they could always say, third option is retirement and use that as a leverage ploy too. But we're going to see these guys get paid more than they should. And for that reason and many other reasons, I don't think people should be overly excited about either.
Well, I don't think the retirement's really on the table because you'd be leaving money out there if you're both of them. Somebody's going to go, either of them are going to go one of the teams. Either Russ is going to the Giants, Aaron's coming here, or Russ is coming here and Aaron's going to the Giants. So you're leaving money on the table. So why would you retire? I mean, if you're leaving 20-some million, 40-some million, who cares? Just stink for a year. I'll take $40 million to stink.
I could see if the Steelers got Russell Wilson, Rodgers going do I really want to go back to New York? Do I really want to do that whole thing again? I could see that. And he fancies himself this free thinker guy, and I don't need football. I could see him retiring before I see Russ retiring, but you're probably right. Two suitors for two quarterbacks. That's where we are. 412-928-9370. It's a terrible place to be. Terrible place to be. Bill in Jersey, hello.
Good morning. How you doing? I'm going to make you feel a little better, Crowley. At least we got Rich Rod back in Morgantown.
Well, I think they're going to suck ass this year.
I think you're going to be surprised.
I'd love to be.
But we'll come back to that one. Anyway, they really botched this, and it is on Tomlin. But you know what the best thing is? Go ahead and pay Aaron Rodgers his $90 million. You know why? Pay him the 2 years, because Rodgers is the guy that's going to challenge Tomlin. He's going to do it his way, and that might be what we need to get Tomlin out. I think Tomlin's a good coach. I think it's gone stale, just like Andy Reid did with Philly. I think Tomlin would be great somewhere else, but his ways have gone stale with the Steelers. As for quarterback, the only person out there that I'd rather have, and you're going to think I'm crazy, is Jameis Winston. The dude's a good leader. I know he throws a lot of picks, but it would be fun to watch him go up and down the field with Metcalf and Pickett.
That would be fun, but Tomlinson will never do that.
Thanks, Bill.
Because of the turnover. I mean, Tomlin hates turnovers. But, I mean, that would be fun.
He's the ultimate anti-Tomlin quarterback.
Yep.
I agree to an extent with what Bill said there, because I've said the same thing. I do think Aaron Rodgers would push Mike Tomlin to a place where it's uncomfortable, and that may well be good for Mike Tomlin. But we'll get into this later. I think there is a chance that with Rodgers, it's an unmitigated disaster. And I think there's a chance with Rodgers, it looks pretty good. There's also the chance that you do what you always do, no matter who the quarterback is, and go 10-7. But if I were doling the percentages out, I think the percentage of absolute dive bomb explosion of horrendousness, it would probably be my leader in the clubhouse. Like, you bring Rodgers in, even for $30 million, you can't surround him with enough talent. I know they got Metcalf, but I think there's a really good chance that thing crashes and burns. But that might not be the worst thing, honestly.
Right.
We'll get into Rodgers a little bit later on in the show. We'll take your calls coming up next, 412-928-9370. It's also the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jeff Hathorn today at 7 o'clock. Get his thoughts on all of this. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Lots of NFL free agency action and plenty of news surrounding the Pittsburgh Steelers. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers are reportedly close on a deal, but nothing officially announced yet. Also, Dan Moore Jr. going to the Tennessee Titans, $50 million guaranteed for him in that contract, and it's worth up to $82 million. Justin Fields signs with the New York Jets, 2 years, $40 million, $30 million of that guaranteed. Najee Harris to the Los Angeles Chargers on a deal. More for the lines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. DK Metcalf is now a Steeler. But the first question became, who will throw in the ball?
If Aaron Rodgers is out there, you have got to have serious talks and get him in here.
And now, Aaron Rodgers is meeting with a team today. Last offseason, we were the only ones talking about Russ and Fields. To stay up to date on what's happening this offseason, keep it here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at SpitzerAcura.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush starting to crowd up. This report brought to you by Pittsburgh Regional Transit. Parkway East, your delays are right around Wilkinsburg now to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. While the Parkway West, you are heavy heading past Carnegie and up on the Bend. And then again near the top of Green Tree Hill, that jam traffic gets you right around the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed, so's the Main Line Parkway North. With the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Homeowners, when the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with the Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check us out at booth number 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
2025 golf memberships at Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf are now available. This is a great way to enjoy Maryland's only Jack Nicklaus design golf course. Golfers are drawn to the challenges and uniqueness that this 18-hole mountain course provides. You'll get special pricing, plus great benefits including discounts, reduced rates, and so much more. Go to cnty.com/RockyGap to learn more, or just call 301-784-8500.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to AT&T. How can I help?
Hey, I thought I could trust my twins with my phone, but they outnumber me, man.
Whoa, that's a lot of glitter paint. Let's trade
lives.
At AT&T, everyone can trade in an old or glittered iPhone any year, any condition, and save on a new iPhone. Ask how to get iPhone 16 Pro on us. New and existing customers. Savings vary by device and trade-in combinations. Restrictions apply. See att.com for details. AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful.
Hi, this is Matayo. And this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment.
Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Jeff Hathorn coming up at the top of the hour. Real quick, before we continue our scintillating Steelers quarterback talk, we got to get to a Bradenton Bucko breakdown. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health and Hampton Beer Outlet. Doran, come on now. Ke'Bryan Hayes, according to Derek Shelton, is experiencing left side tightness. Hasn't played in a spring training game since March 5th.
Not good. Already. I mean, if you're having that already, oh man, it's just going to be a tough year.
And we know with back, I mean, chain reaction kind of stuff.
Yep.
Like, are we talking left side in the back? Are we talking left side in the front?
Well, it's all connected. The hips, I mean, the groin, the back, the low back. I mean, because then you start compensating, as we've talked about before, and then something else gives out because, he's not a spring chicken anymore. So, I mean, the tightness in the hips or whatever is not good at all.
It's really, really, really bad. And it was, 2 weeks ago? Less than that? Oh, he's best shape of his life.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it with that guy. I do feel bad for him.
Oh, for sure.
And it's not his fault. And it's not their fault. They paid a guy that they probably should have paid and wasn't breaking the bank. Just unfortunate. Here's your Bradenton Bucko breakdown brought to you by New Flow Men's Health and Hampton Beer Outlet. Nothing's good. I guess Pitt's a 3.5-point favorite against Notre Dame tonight. Robert Morris is a 3.5-point favorite in the championship game of their league.
I hope they win.
Yeah.
I hope they win. But, I mean, Pitt already lost to Notre Dame. Be nice it'd be so unbelievable, at least for Pitt fans, if Pitt could go on an NC State run.
For sure.
That'd be great.
For sure.
I'm not going to hold my breath, though.
They're talented enough to make a little run at this thing.
Yeah.
They're definitely talented enough. 2 o'clock today on the Fan.
Yeah.
Think Pony and Muller are a little bummed that they're not going to be able to talk about free agency?
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing a bunch of – I might have to mute Pony on
Oh,
Twitter.
you're going to send 8,000 tweets.
8,000.
8,000. We're going to see videos.
Yep.
Close-up videos of Andrew Filipponi breaking it all down. All right. Fan Morning Show Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Would you have given Justin Fields 2 years, $40 million, $30 million guaranteed? We'll talk to Jeff Hathorn about that, among other things. All the free agent frenzy stuff we'll get to with Jeff when we come back. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. It's been 125 days since our last 70-degree day in Pittsburgh. We may break the streak today at Pittsburgh, getting a high of 70 degrees. Temperatures this morning are in the 40s. Noon temperatures should be in the mid-60s. Winds will be breezy, coming in from mainly the west at 10 to 15 miles an hour. Hey, we stay warm for the rest of the week with a couple more chances to hit the 70s coming Friday and Saturday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley, the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did something wrong. I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but he did something wrong. Need you to go bite him. This a medical malpractice. Any accident, big or small. Top Dog Law. That's the power of Bowser.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tournament is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. Robert Morris, what a Cinderella story that is. Number 1 seed in the conference tournament after being picked to finish near the bottom of its league. My pick to win that tournament. FanDuel.com/Andrew. For your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall, and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, well, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing, do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush heading toward its height. This report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Inbound Parkway West, heavy around the bend at Carnegie, and then again approaching the top of Green Tree Hill where you're jammed solid. Down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 heavy from the Route 8 Etna bypass down past Shaler Waterworks, and a second delay past the 31st Street Bridge toward the East Ohio Street off-ramp. Out of the South Hills, Route 51 with delays at Route 88. Then a multi-light delay approaching Nobles Lane, fairly steady, and then you are heavy again from Edgebrook Avenue to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Free to play, free to win.
Pittsburgh's college basketball tournament takeover.
Pool Party Gaming is Pittsburgh's platform for bracket pools and beyond.
Visit poolpartygaming.com to join or host.
Pool Party Gaming. Free to play,
free to win.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
7:03, time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. We are joined right now by our sports director, Jeff Hathorn. Jeff, how you doing today, buddy?
Good, guys. Busy day yesterday, eh?
Sure was. We'll start with Justin Fields, Jeff.
Do you think it was more about money for Fields or a lack of trust in the Steelers? Do you think they would have been willing to go 2 years, $40 million, 30 guaranteed?
Yeah, we had kind of heard about the money that we saw come out, and that it was, he wanted 15. They were talking more about 12. Obviously, you saw what he ended up getting. I mean, good for the Jets. They went out and recruited him hard. It was like, recruiting a high school kid, like, especially in today's age. There was an offer, and then the offer got better, and you could tell one team wanted it a little bit more. And I look at it two ways with Justin. On the one hand, man, that's the one guy out there, 26-year-old you could build with. There were guys in the room that thought that he had ability to take his game to the next level. On the other hand, Justin, it's not like you got rid of Lamar Jackson. And there's still, there was no assurance that the Steelers would know how to use him the right way, that they would fully allow him to be Justin Fields. And you wonder in the back of his mind if that started to creep in of like, man, the Jets are going to put in an offense. It's going to be for me, whereas I'm going to have to go where the Steelers want me to go and fit into their system.
Well, Jeff, now the Steelers are in a very interesting spot. Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson. What are you hearing? What are you feeling? What should they do? What direction should they go with those two veteran quarterbacks? It could get very interesting, clearly, if it's Aaron Rodgers, but bringing Russ back, I think that's still on the table.
Dude, what Florio's saying, 2 years, $90 million?
My God.
I mean, I can't fathom spending that much money on Aaron Rodgers. And if you do, you better win a Super Bowl.
Right.
Or heads should roll.
Jeff,
if you're going to spend $90 million on Aaron Rodgers over 2 years,
I mean,
like that. I mean, I know people lose their mind. I saw Pony tweet out about Daniel Jones. Like, if we're talking about spending 90, and maybe that impacts you being able to sign TJ or bring in other help, I'd rather live a year with Daniel Jones and build on some of my base and then go into 2026 looking for a quarterback.
I'm with you at that cost. Let's say it's not that. Let's say it's $25-30 million a year for 2 years, Jeff, for Rodgers. Is it more likely that it would crash and burn, or that they would actually improve over what they've done the last couple of years, in your mind?
Boys, for our industry, bring in Aaron.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
And listen, he had some game last year. I mean, he threw 28 touchdowns, nearly 4,000 yards. Had a 4-touchdown game his last game of the season. But into the theme of, I think, where they need to be, I just don't. And Aaron's not a guy where you're going to bring in a young guy and say, hey, Aaron, why don't you go put your arm around this guy and teach him the ropes of the NFL?
No.
Like, that's not the type of 41-year-old you're bringing in. Even at that money, even if it's half of what he's saying, I would rather use that money to build a base, even if that means punting on the season and looking a hell of a lot better in 2026.
What do you think Russ is asking for? What's the price around Russ?
Well, we had heard anywhere from 25 to 35 million. I'm assuming he's probably been humbled during this process a little to realize that that's not attainable money for him. But even at 25 million for Russ, I would go. I realize there's not a lot of options, and I don't want to reach for a quarterback in the first round. I'm looking for something to survive this year and put some, spend money on the defensive line, spend money on a few long-term contracts, and let's go forward again in 2026.
Steelers did make a couple of other moves yesterday that went under the radar, given gestures wildly, all the quarterback stuff. Darius Slay reportedly coming in. I haven't seen a contract figure on that.
Well, he has to be released, I think, by the Eagles tomorrow.
Right, and that's the same thing with Rodgers, too. Technically, he has to be released. So you're not going to see, I guess, financials on those things. Do we have any idea what it might be?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen different numbers. I would say probably 10, 12 a season. And I know you guys talked about it, and you were right on about it. I look at him as much as being a potential corner. That tells me that I think they believe in Corey Trice, and they've got a guy in there that can work with Trice, work with Porter. I was surprised that Dante went for as low as he did, if you will. But I'm glad they went in a different direction. I like Dante Jackson. I thought first 6 games, he was really good. He fit into the locker room. But I look at Slay as much as, yeah, he's 34, but yeah, he's going to be in there. And I think that says something about what they think about Corey Trice.
I was also shocked with Malik Harrison, the linebacker from the Ravens, them paying him more money than probably Landon Roberts would cost. Landon Roberts ended up signing, I think, with Vegas for like $3 million. So I was shocked about that as well. Who are some names to keep a lookout for today, Jeff, that the Steelers might acquire?
Yeah, and just a quick aside about Landon. I mean, you're getting Harrison for 2 for $10, and Landon was just 3. He had a strong desire to stay here. The difference being with those guys is that Harrison's more of a special teams guy. Like, he's going to give you a lot more special team snaps than a Landon Roberts would have. So that's a part of this process as well. I mean, I'm looking for a swing tackle to be a part of this group. I'm also wondering if they're going to add a veteran defensive lineman. And obviously, I mean, we'll see a little bit more about Slay. But are they going to? What kind of safety are they going to add, or are they going to? They're going to trust Beanie. I don't necessarily buy into them trusting Beanie for next year, so they're going to add somebody into that slot role, and I think they want to have that locked up. So, because remember, they don't have a second-round pick, and that's where some of this stuff, guys, we're talking about, like, well, you could still get a young quarterback. Well, you're probably either going to reach for one or in the first, or probably not have that guy in the third.
Jeff, it's a bad place to be. It's a bad place to be. And you think about the Rodgers thing, and you talk about swing tackles, defensive linemen. Like, if they really are swimming in anywhere near the waters of $45 million a season for Aaron Rodgers, I feel like you can't do anything until you do figure out quarterback now.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't get that. And listen, we're talking about second-round pick, not having one. I love the Metcalf deal. Love it. You got a playmaker, and you have him signed for 5 years. This is somebody you're going to have for a while. So I'm not whining about that, second-round pick from that standpoint. I just don't get the Fields thing, like why you wouldn't. What it came down to, I would assume, like I said, that maybe the Jets just convinced him, like, hey, we're going to put you in an offense where you're going to see what you can do. Why you wouldn't just go a few more dollars for a guy who was 26. I'm disappointed from a standpoint. Again, not that he's the end-all, be-all, but of the options that you had out there, he was the one young guy you could build with.
How about Kenny Pickett to the Browns, Jeff? Oh, shoot.
Think about this guy's journey over the last year. From the quarterbacks coming here, him asking for a trade, getting traded, and now I'm a backup, to being in Philadelphia, winning a Super Bowl. I mean, he was on with Bostic a couple of weeks ago, and like, I'm excited about the year, put everything in. I'd love to be in Philly. And then you get sent to Cleveland, where I don't know is there a situation for him to compete to be a starter? Maybe. I mean, depending on, I don't know the severity of Deshaun's latest injury, but I really want to see the schedule come out.
Oh, yeah. We talked about that earlier.
Yes.
Steelers, Brands, week 1, Acrisure, give it to us.
Yes.
Please. Please.
Oh.
Because you'd have to think, like, even if they draft, like, Shedeur Sanders, you're probably not going to throw him to the Wolves, although, I mean,
who knows?
They don't know what the hell they're doing over there. That's exactly right. Jeff, this was fun. It always is. I can't believe you blew us off last week.
Hey, I'm a dick. What can I say?
LeBeau. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, boys.
He's the best.
Wow. Wow. Didn't expect that. You can't even. didn't expect that.
He's the one guy I never thought would say that. All right, very good.
Good by you, too.
we blew him off, and by we, I mean me, because I got caught up in breaking news that wasn't really all that important. And I didn't look down at my sheet. Didn't remember what time it was. All my fault. I was the dick. Tarnstrom. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tremendous stuff from Jeff. So much to react to right there. We'll do that coming up next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Jeez. The Landon Roberts, he is no longer going to be a Steeler. It looks like he's got a deal in place with the Las Vegas Raiders. So R.I.P. to the Landon Roberts Donnie Football Show. Malik Harrison, though, he's coming to the Pittsburgh Steelers from the Baltimore Ravens. He's going to have a deal in place with the Steelers. So another Patrick Queen type signing. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina G and Petro. You have a 5-star experience when you say home with Gina, and she always delivers. Mandy needed to sell her home in McCandless and reached out to Gina to learn more about her options. Since this was her first time selling a home, Mandy had a lot of questions, and she said that Gina was always there to answer any questions she had along the way. Mandy said that Gina knew how to price Mandy's home fairly, had great marketing, and was always looking out for Mandy's best interests. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina GMP of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Brian Reynolds. Just 16 days till Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Praise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Ego, power beyond belief. Outside of New England, you probably won't hear much about what the Patriots have accomplished so far during the NFL's legal tampering period. But new head coach Mike Vrabel must be pleased with his upgraded defensive roster that features Milton Williams, former Titans edge rusher Harold Landry, and former Lions cornerback Carlton Davis. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. Like you know to check you have gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS
Twins or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Trust PJ.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to get a little bit more crowded. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at Awaken180weightloss.com. Parkway North, you are heavy past Venture Street heading down toward the East Street off-ramp. Traffic is fairly steady across the Veterans Bridge. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks. And then again from the 31st Street Bridge down to East Ohio Street. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill and the Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as the proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Do you think Starkey's listening to the show right now?
Hit or miss right now. He's probably up, maybe. He has listened early in the 7 o'clock hour before, because I think he's called in before, maybe.
Oh, I want to let the listeners in on a bit, but I don't want to ruin the bit.
Right.
So I think discretion, the better part of valor here. Yeah. Stay tuned to Starkey's show today. Not that you shouldn't be tuned in to Starkey anyhow, but stay tuned to Starkey's show today should any breaking news go down. Have I said too much? I think we're good there.
We're good.
I think we're good there. All right, we got to react to what Jeff said, not at the end of the conversation there, where he called himself a Dick Butkus.
Yeah.
Even though I think that was more of a veiled shot at me being a Dick Trickle.
Right.
But this idea that, people are super bummed out about Landon Roberts leaving, and you asked him a question about Roberts. Like, Roberts was a good player here. He got $3 million. I saw a lot of people flipping their wig that this guy's not going to be a Steeler next year. And he's a cool dude. He was great for our station. Him and Donnie developed a really good relationship. He got so good on that show, and I know we'll miss him around here for that. But the Steelers gave up 299 rushing yards in a playoff game against their hated rival. And they're bringing in a guy in Malik Harrison who does a lot of the same stuff Roberts did, but also plays special teams. Like, guys, we can't ask for changes and then bitch, moan, and complain when they make a change. And I hope it works out for Landon Roberts. Where'd he go? Vegas?
Yeah.
1 year, $3 million bucks. Like, you could have afforded that, obviously, but you can't just bring back all the same dudes on defense and then say, oh, well, we're going to stop the run this year. And he wasn't a problem in that regard. He was one of their better run stuffers, but, like, he's also replaceable.
For sure. For sure. A lot of people are putting on, I want to see him retire as a Steeler. He's a true Steeler. Like, he was good, but, like, it's not, he's replaceable, as you saw. Like, he can be replaced.
He's a guy.
Yeah.
He's a guy.
Downhill thumper.
Yes.
Okay.
And so is Malik Harrison. Now, you're paying more to Malik Harrison. If you want to make the argument based on money, fine, but it's $2 more million this year.
Right.
Which is, that's a drop in the bucket. It's the National Football League, for goodness sakes. Also with Jeff, we were talking about Rodgers, and at $45 million a year, that's just a hard pass, man. And that's what Florio said it could be. He said it was an educated guess. So it's not that Florio was reporting that, but he speculated 2 years, $90 million, $45 a year. Are you freaking kidding me?
I could see 2 years, 60.
2 years, 60, I think you're in the ballpark.
Yeah.
I would much rather have Justin Fields for 2 years and 40 than 2 years and 60 for a 41-year-old quarterback. But now that he's gone and there's not a lot of good options, I could flirt with that price. I've seen a lot of this, too, because I'm at the point now where, okay, if there's only two options, and there might not be, there might be more, but if there's only two options, I would prefer Aaron Rodgers over Russell Wilson. Mm-hmm. And I saw people doing the side-by-side comparison yesterday, Dorn. And this is cherry pick season, right?
Yes.
So, well, look at the QBR. Russ had a better QBR than Aaron Rodgers. Well, look at EPA per play. Okay. Russell Wilson, better EPA per play than Aaron Rodgers. Why does anything matter for Russell Wilson but the last 5 games? Like, to me, that's the story. Like, if Russell Wilson played the way he did the first 7, or whatever it was, 6, great. Sign him. He'd be signed.
Mm-hmm.
The last 5 games are why Russell Wilson is not under contract right now. So isn't that the only relevant statistical comparison to be doing?
Well, you could throw in the situation of losing George Pickens, and that's why I kind of went to you-know-what for Russ. I can make that argument, I guess. I can see through that he lost his number one receiver and never got back on the same page with him. I can make that argument. And then now you have more than just a number one receiver. You have a 1 receiver and a 1A. So probably could look better this year.
So what is it about? Okay, so fair enough, but then it's not about the quarterback. It's about what you surround the quarterback with, and maybe that's the whole conversation.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, and you can get him for cheaper and see if he can be better, I guess, none of these options are good for me. I called Rodgers yesterday almost the perfect option because I think it could go totally nuclear, which could be good for them in getting a quarterback next year. And I think that there's a little bit of upside. But make no mistake, when I say that he could be the perfect option, I am also weighing in the crash and burn factor.
Yes.
Because I don't look at that as a failure. 412-928-9370. This is where we are. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. EPA, Doran. QBR. That's what we're doing.
Yep.
It's a bad place to be. Said that line like 6 or 7 times today. But
yes, you have.
It's just the truth. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. So I've said I don't think that it was necessarily the money thing with Justin Fields. Jeff said that they were thinking more in the $12 million range, which, seriously?
Yeah, low ball.
I don't think $20 million is really a pretty penny in this economy, man. I just don't. That shouldn't disqualify you from getting a bridge quarterback. $20 million? That's at $30 million guaranteed?
But if that's true with the $12 million, no wonder why he didn't respond and ghosted him.
I don't blame him at all.
No.
I do not blame him at all. And I'm conflicted on this, Doran. I like Justin Fields. He seems like a great guy. All of his teammates in Chicago loved him. His teammates here loved him. He handled the situation with aplomb whenever he was sat down at 4-2. But I'm conflicted because for all those reasons, I'd like to see the guy be successful. But I'll tell you what, if he goes to New York and I don't know that there's a high % chance of this happening, but if he goes to New York and blows it up, oh, man, that is going to hurt. It's going to hurt because you had him right under your nose.
Yes.
You could have kept this guy.
Yep.
You just had to show him the love.
Yeah, I mean, the love speaks between, with dollar signs, too. So you're not showing the love like, hey, you're not talking to me like I'm your guy, and you're also showing me I'm not your guy by lowballing me. So why the hell would I want to come and play in that situation again? Why would I want to come back?
You're not hearing what you want to hear, and they're not opening up the checkbook to show you that you're loved. Like the whole, we're good with either one of these guys. That can't feel good. Like if Craig came in here and was like, Crowley, we think the show's good, the ratings are great. But like you could do the show, or Donnie could do the show, and I love Donnie. I'm not going to feel valued.
No.
Like, that's life. Anybody's going to feel that way. You get passed over for a promotion or, well, we could do the same job with the other guy. You're going to feel crappy about that. God, they've just shot themselves in the foot over and over again at the quarterback position. And now we're talking about Aaron Rodgers at $45 million or what Jeff said, $25 to $35 million for Russell Wilson? Which, again, that's not a ton of money. But that's a lot of money to give to a guy you didn't win with for over a month at the end of the year. And you're right, Doran, it might not all be on him. Probably wasn't all on him. But how do you get the fan base excited about $25 million for Russell Wilson? Spit all over myself. All right, we'll take your calls on all this at 412-928-9370. Up next, in addition to your calls, Steve and Ingram and others waiting patiently on hold, we're going to test our knowledge against our plumber friend, Jake, in a segment we call Are You Smarter Than a Plumber?
I think Cal says something. Cal, did you want to say something?
Yeah, it's just Justin Fields and the Steelers, the way the Steelers treated him kind of seems like how you treat me sometimes, except I stayed. Remember you used to be like, oh, Austin Bechtel's going to get
I was trying to motivate you guys.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I was pitting you up against each other to get the best out of both
Oh,
of you.
yeah.
I was breaking the pool cue in half and throwing it on the floor and seeing who would survive. And you know what? You both wound up better for it.
Yeah.
You both got full-time jobs on one of the great sports stations in America.
Yep.
You're welcome. Are You Smarter Than a Plumber coming up next? But first, Harry's very good at his job, and he's going to give you a fan headline right now.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Couple games tonight. Actually, 3 you can check out. Penguins play the Vegas Golden Knights at home at 7 o'clock. Pittman's basketball plays this afternoon at 2 o'clock. It'll be the first game of the ACC tournament. Pitt is going to play Notre Dame. The Pittsburgh Pirates play at 1:05. They're going to play the New York Yankees, still in spring training. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the power of Bowser.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
If the slots are spinning, you could be winning. Head over to DraftKings Casino and reel it in. Play the classics you know and love, or try something new with DraftKings exclusive games. And with table games, live dealer, and huge jackpots in the lineup, there's something for everyone on DraftKings Casino. Plus, new players that give DraftKings Casino a spin can get 200 casino spins on a featured game. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And wager a minimum of $5 to receive 200 casino spins on a featured game with promo code Rogan, only on DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins valid for featured game only and expire in 168 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 16th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rate supply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport, payment starting at $249 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
That's right, back to the quarterback frenzy and a bunch of phone calls after we talked to our guy, Southside Jake. Are you smarter than a plumber? Southside Jake, of course, from Southside Plumbing and Heating. Good morning to you, Jake.
Hold on, I got to take a hiatus. You forgot to text me the answers, so take a minute.
Am I here?
Oh, there he is.
We found you, Jake. Be careful, you're on the air.
Man, I'm texting in and speaking while I'm on the air. I'm multitasking.
I can't even walk and chew gum at the same time, Jake.
What do you think about that? I mean, so my truck, I eat, I drive a stick, and talk on the cell phone at the same time too. Probably not very safe.
You ever shave in your car?
No, I actually have not. That is one of the things that has eluded me.
I've seen people do that with like the
with the electric razor.
Yeah. Which like their seat has to look like it's made out of Chewbacca skin.
And
but
their
that's
shirts.
And that's disgusting.
Sick.
All right, Jake. So we'll go with the same format as last week. You've got a jersey number. You'll give us clues, and then we got 20 seconds. Once you're done reading, we got 20 seconds to guess the player, correct?
20 or 30 seconds?
Is 20. We're going with 20.
Okay.
And yes, correct. A number associated with a player. I'm going to give you a first clue free on each player. And once I read that last clue, Callis hits that 20 seconds timer, and we start rolling.
All right, let's roll
ready?
into it right now.
All right, guys. First number, 33. A basketball player, hockey player, and also another basketball player.
Larry Bird.
Larry Bird, correct. Avalanche, goalie.
Patrick Waugh.
Yep.
Patrick Waugh, basketball player, all-time leader before LeBron. Points.
Kareem.
Boom.
Let's go.
20 seconds, baby. Let's go.
I hate
All
this
right.
format. There's only one thing I can get done in 20 seconds, and that's have sex.
Yep. Let's go.
Good job, Dor.
All right. Next number is number 9. Hockey player, NFL quarterback.
Hockey
Mr.
player.
Hockey.
Paul Correa.
Gordie Howe.
Gordie Howe and Paul Correa are both correct. Excellent. And finally,
Breeze.
NFL quarterback.
Breeze.
Holy shnikes.
Oh, man, I'm on it today, baby.
You Paul Correa his ass.
I'm on it today.
Paul Correa, that was a pull.
Let's go.
That's a hell of a pull.
Let's go.
That's a pull.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you like that, don't you? Let's go.
Okay. Boom. All right.
I got your coattails in my hands right now, Doran Dickerson. All right, let's go. Last one. Here we go.
This one's tough, boys. This one's tough. Number 44, baseball player, basketball player, and basketball player.
Didn't Henry Aaron wear 44?
Yes.
Well, his name wasn't Henry, but yeah.
Yeah, Hank Aaron.
Come on.
Hank Aaron, yes. Everyone knows my hand. Come on. All right. NBA logo.
Jerry West.
Jerry West. Boom. LSU, Aliquippa native. Utah Jazz.
Maravich.
Yes.
Jeez. I mean, 8 out of 9 ain't bad. Really, 9 out of 9. All right. Southside Jake, I like it. I like it better this way. It's moving.
Yep.
It's moving. Plus, we wiped the floor with you again. All right, buddy. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you next Tuesday at 7:35.
Hey, what do you guys think about this weather, though?
Weather's outstanding.
Great.
Why are you asking me about the weather? Get the hell out of here, Jake.
We're getting ready for air conditioning season, buddies. Let's go.
Let's go.
Should probably let him do that, yeah. All right, Jake. Appreciate it, buddy.
Hey, guys.
Southside Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating. So I tweeted this out during the break. That was fun. Good job by you.
Thank you.
Life is rough in quarterback purgatory. The Steelers have turned into the post-luck Colts. Jacoby Brissett, Carson Wentz, Matt Ryan, Phillip Rivers, Gardner Minshew, Joe Flacco, Steelers, Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph, Justin Fields, Russell Wilson. I think Gardner Minshew or Joe Flacco could wind up being Steelers.
Seriously?
I mean, at some point, like, you can't pay. If Aaron Rodgers really thinks he's going to get $45 million, you can't pay that.
No.
With the Giants, maybe. Maybe you got guys trying to keep their jobs. Like, I could see that happening. I'd have to be a little bit more familiar with their cap situation, but as we know, that can be manipulated. Like, I still think the best option, not for a radio host, that would be Aaron Rodgers, but the best option for the Steelers is to go cheap and build up the roster. And I think you could get, you probably win 10 games with Gardner Minshew.
They tried to go cheap, and they went too cheap with Justin Fields. That's why he chose to go somewhere else. I think that they still think that they're in it. You know, they always are going to. So I don't know if the number is very accurate. You know, it's a speculation by who said that? Who said the number 90 million?
Mike Florio. Pro Football Talk.
But everywhere I've seen that is Aaron Rodgers wants to play for the Steelers. So
I have seen that as well.
Will he take 2 years, $60 million? Maybe, if he really wants to play for the Steelers. And then that's about the range that you can probably accept or should accept.
412-928-9370. Phone lines are lit up. We'll talk to Jason Mackey at the top of the hour. He's got thoughts, of course. Everyone does on Aaron Rodgers. Let's change it to $30 million. Would you rather have 2 years of Aaron Rodgers for $30 million or Justin Fields 2 years at $20 million a pop? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFL free agency so far has not disappointed. A whole lot of moves made, plenty regarding some Steelers as well, or now former Pittsburgh Steelers. Najee Harris to the Los Angeles Chargers. Dan Moore Jr. now going to play for the Tennessee Titans. He got a mega deal, $82 million, 50 of that guaranteed. Landon Roberts going to go to the Las Vegas Raiders. And Justin Fields signing a 2-year, $40 million contract with the New York Jets, 30 of which is guaranteed. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. First, they traded for DK Metcalf. Now there's reports that the Steelers are meeting with Aaron Rodgers today. Free agency is here, and nobody keeps you up to date better than us.
Now, the Metcalf trade was kind of like, yeah, all right, well, who's going to throw him the ball?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
An accident causing delays for you. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Crews checking reports of an accident in Findlay Township on business I-376 at the ramp to International Drive. Parkway West, meanwhile, you're jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound just a little bit heavy past 79 toward Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. Stop and go to the north side. Parkway North, you are heavy at Bellevue, Westview down toward Perrysville. And then again at Big Knight Road down past Venture Street. A third delay across the Veterans Bridge and jammed on the Crosstown past 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at their exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John Mackey and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA
1565.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. Stroll through the fully furnished open concept model ranch home by Buckhorn Showcase. This weekend only, see HGTV celebrity and Pittsburgh native Steve Ford from the hit show Restored by the Fords. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Saw a good meme, Dorton.
Kowski said I look like, what's his name?
Aroldis Chapman. I thought that last
racist?
year, too. I thought it was racist, I didn't want to say it. I'm happy he did. I'm happy he fell on that grenade for us.
Is that racist? I said if you had a Cuban flair, you guys would look similar because you could.
Well, now we're bringing other races into it.
Look like
you guys have a similar build. You do.
I actually have thought that, yeah. I can see it a little bit.
I know that you thought it.
You don't.
I don't put that past you.
He doesn't. You don't look like him more than you look like that guy who ate $800,000 worth of jewelry.
Yeah, look, I do look like a lot like that guy.
That you do look like that guy. Like that guy. That it could have been you.
Yeah,
absolutely. Like if you were in the police lineup, you'd have been in trouble.
Yep,
big time trouble. Wish the Pirates brought Aroldis Chapman back, but that's neither here nor there. I saw a funny meme. We'll get to that in a second. First, though, 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. Have you seen the price of eggs? And then someone replied, have you seen the price of Dan Moore?
Yeah.
$82 million.
Paid.
Now that we called it. I mean, you're a starter for 4 years. And I've seen Dale Lawley of Steelers.com. He follows this stuff in a way that I can't because math and formulas and such. But the more players you lose in free agency that sign big money deals, the better it is for you. Like, the Steelers are going to get compensation picks, not in this draft, but in the following draft, when Najee Harris gets $9.25 million, when Dan Moore Jr. gets $82 million, when Daniel, the hell's his name? James Daniels. You know what? I did that for years. I'm happy he's gone. James Daniels goes, what do you get, $24 million? You're going to get some compensatory picks next year, which is the quarterback here. So not a bad thing. Mm-hmm. Definitely not a bad thing. And I'll say this about Dan Moore, and this has been echoed by a ton of Steelers beat writers, could not have handled his situation in Pittsburgh any better.
Yeah.
He was constantly getting replaced in the public eye, game after game, for 4 straight years.
And the draft.
And the draft. Very literally was getting drafted over. And he just went to work every day, had a smiling face, was a positive dude. All the best to him. I don't think he's a great player. But here's the thing people need to understand too. A lot of times, like you don't go out and buy a great player, you're going out and buying an upgrade. Like, so are you better than what they had?
Mm-hmm.
They think yes.
Yep.
All right, let's go to Ingram and talk to Steve. Hello, Steve.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's tremendous.
Yeah, well, if there's anything that I can ask for these Steelers to do is to not touch Wilson or Rodgers.
Who do you want?
I'll take Flacco. There's no way. Even with Fields, we knew that there's probably not a possibility of winning a Super Bowl. But the fact is that if you drop $40 million, $25 million, whatever, you can't build around them. So now you're sitting with old Darius Slay instead of Reed, instead of Ward. You're getting cheap linebackers. I get that. You want to plug the holes. You got 300 yards rushing on you last year. I get it. You can't build this team for the future, for the next quarterback or whatever, by paying these guys $40 million. And that's another thing we're going to have to look at. You going to pay this guy $41 million? What? Over the next 6 more years? Are we going to really do this Cleveland thing? Now you put yourself in money purgatory because, I mean, that's where we're headed. That's why we keep getting these old corners. That's why we keep getting burned.
I mean, it's really well stated, man, and thank you for the call. Let's call it what it is. Like, forget just the on-the-field product. Like, it's a separate conversation almost from the money aspect. You hand out what Mike Florio has surmised, $45 million a year to Aaron Rodgers. It's one of the worst contracts in the history of Pittsburgh sports.
Yes.
Can't do it.
No.
Don't think they'll go that high. But they think they're closer than they are. And they're going to pay him a lot of money if he's the quarterback. $45 million, though, one of the worst contracts in the history of Pittsburgh sports. Maybe the worst.
I can't see them doing that if they were lowballing Justin Fields. So if you're lowballing Justin Fields with a $12 million a year contract for probably 2 years, a $24 million contract, how are you going to justify paying Aaron Rodgers 2 years, $90 million? Whenever you're lowballing Fields, the guy that you wanted, how are you going to highball?
I know.
Aaron Rodgers.
I know.
That's why it doesn't make sense.
There's almost no way that from a contractual standpoint, there's no way that I'm going to hear the numbers or read the numbers as reported if and when they get the contract done with Rodgers and not be really pissed off that they didn't bring Fields back. You're going to pay the 41-year-old $30 million, right? And you wouldn't pay the 26-year-old $20 million, who you had here, who everyone seemingly liked here. Like, what are we doing here? Jason Mackey's got thoughts on all this. I think he wants Rodgers to happen. Mackey does.
Yep.
We'll talk to him about it when we come back. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Welcome to AT&T. How can I help?
Hey, I thought I could trust my twins with my phone, but they outnumber me, man.
Whoa, that's a lot of glitter paint. Let's trade
lives.
At AT&T, everyone can trade in an old or glittered iPhone, any year, any condition, and save on a new iPhone. Ask how to get iPhone 16 Pro on us. New and existing customers. Savings vary by device and trade-in combinations. Restrictions apply. See att.com for details. AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful. Hi, this is Patayo. And this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment. Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep, it's $149 or less. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents to deal with. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. The latest one in Scott Township on North Wren Drive near the intersection with Meadowlark Drive. That's near the campus for St. Clair Hospital. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays at the top of the hill toward Carnegie. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks. And then again from the 40th Street Bridge toward the north side. And the Parkway North stacked at Bellevue Westview. And then again as you head on to the crosstown, that's jammed across the Veterans Bridge and over toward Bigelow Boulevard. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And joining us on the hotline right now is our buddy from the Post-Gazette, also 93.7 The Fan, Jason Mackey. Jason, good morning to you, pal.
Good morning, guys. Greetings from Bradenton, Florida. We're heading to Lecom Park here. It is beautiful. I miss you. I don't miss the weather.
Weather's outstanding.
Yeah, it's nice now.
Yeah, you leave and things are wonderful.
It doesn't hit quite as...
So, Jason, you're in Pirate Land right now, and so I know how that is, right? Or like if I'm at Steelers training camp, and the outside world doesn't matter. So you're probably kind of hunkered down thinking Buccos, but, I mean, following from afar then, your thoughts on the potential Aaron Rodgers-Pittsburgh Steelers marriage?
Dude, I followed it all day yesterday. I wrote a column on this last night. Yes, I'm in Pirates Land, but I mean, you'd be surprised what a talking point that was yesterday. What are they going to do? I mean, guys are talking about it in the clubhouse. All of us are talking about it. I mean, my thoughts on Aaron Rodgers is I think it's the best available option, and I can't believe we're in this point where I'm even saying that. But I guess I don't love 2 years and $40 million per, if that's what the offer would be. I don't think it is. I wouldn't do that. But of what I see right now, man, I don't want Daniel Jones. I don't want Russell Wilson. I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers. At least it would produce a bad season, or maybe he would be good enough with those weapons around him. I don't know.
Jason, Jason, should the Steelers have paid Justin Fields the 2 years, $40 million? Did they miss out?
I say no, Doran. That was a price too rich for me, man. Good for Fields. I mean, get all he can. I don't have any problem with that, but I didn't see enough there. I mean, I'll pay Aaron Rodgers $20 million a year.
Wow.
I won't pay him $40. Yeah, that seems steep too. I mean, right now they're just kind of up against it. I don't love it, but what else are they going to do?
I'd have paid Justin Fields $1 more than the Jets did, and I'm living with it because he's 26, and I just don't think $20 million is a lot of money for a bridge quarterback who's young. I think $30+ million for Aaron Rodgers, a bridge quarterback who is aged, is a really bad idea. But let's say he comes here. Do you think it's more likely that it's a crash and burn scenario, which might not be the worst thing, or that he would have the Steelers improved from where they were last year?
I think it's probably a crash and burn scenario. I don't know if like crash and burn. Like I don't think they'll go 4-13, but I don't think they'll be very good. I just think we're going to see, if he comes here, I think we're going to see that that's the piece that they're missing, and it depends on how high they're going to get in the draft and to get that piece long term. I mean, I think it'll be highly entertaining, but when it comes down to it, I think 7-8 wins, something like that, is probably a little bit more than I would pick than 4. But I don't see a scenario where like Aaron Rodgers, 10 wins, or I should even say like 12 wins in a playoff victory. That seems a little nuts.
What about Russ? What do you think it looks like if Russ comes back?
Oh, it looks like a 10-7 mushy middle, Doran. I can't imagine somebody who's getting excited about the idea of Russell Wilson coming back. I mean, maybe you guys are. I don't know. I don't want to speak out of turn, but that just does absolutely nothing for me. We know what they are with Russell Wilson under center. Even with DK Metcalf, I don't know how much better I feel or how much different they're going to be.
Do you think that Justin Fields went to the Jets because of the money? Do you think if all was equal that he would have picked the Jets?
I think there's a little bit of a couple things here. I think the money doesn't hurt. I think he wanted to get paid, and they paid him, and they probably paid him more than other people want to. If I'm Justin Fields, and a lot of the indications around this would tell you this, like he doesn't want to be looking over his shoulder. He wants to know that the Jets are going to commit to him. He wants to know that he's a priority. He wants to know he's in an offensive system that works for him, that's going to accentuate his strengths. I don't know if he had any of that stuff here. I mean, I don't know what discussions were like with Arthur Smith and Justin Fields this offseason, but sure, based on what we saw last year, it's not like they were taking advantage of everything he could do. I mean, some to a degree, but I know Pony likes using the term straitjacket, which makes me laugh, but it's kind of true. Like, they did not let this guy run an adult offense, and I don't blame him for wanting to go somewhere where they're going to explain a little bit more of a coherent plan to him.
Jason, what's been pushed aside because of this quarterback situation is DK Metcalf. What are your thoughts on the sign and trade of DK Metcalf? 5 years, $150 million.
I was completely blown away, Doran. I mean, I expected them to address wide receiver in some way. I didn't expect them to do that. I thought it would be a subtle, pure free agent signing and then something in the draft. Because of having to get a quarterback, because of having to get TJ Watt an extension and other expenses, even corner. I know that they signed Darius Slay, but I just didn't expect them to shoot that high. Now that they did, I absolutely love it. I still have questions what it means for George Pickens. Like, can those two exist? Is a trade for Pickens maybe the smartest thing they can do to replenish a draft pick? I don't know, but pure player-wise, I absolutely loved it. I'm absolutely fine with the contract. This should be a much more dynamic Steelers offense. I don't know how it can't not be. And I'm just the crazy part is I just want to know who's going to throw the darn ball, Doran.
Yeah, and while they are caught right now in limbo at the quarterback position, Jonathan Allen, defensive tackle, has signed a 3-year, $60 million deal with the Vikings. According to reports, he actually met and talked to the Steelers yesterday, We talked about him as an option. Mark Cabali had talked about him as an option. And you can't sign a guy to a $20 million a year deal right now because you are stuck in limbo at the quarterback position. I mean, they are costing themselves with every passing moment an opportunity to go out and actually tangibly, legitimately improve upon this roster.
You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. Although I will say that I went into this offseason, I don't know if you guys feel differently, defensive tackle is the biggest spot I want them to address in the draft. Like, I want them to draft somebody in the first round who, make no bones, put him right in there, whatever, and he should be playing on a lot better of a deal than Javon Hargrave. I was going to bring him up in a second. But, no, I mean, like, you don't sign Hargrave. You don't sign Milton Williams, dude from where was he at? The Eagles.
Yep.
I'm all mixed up, man. It's early mornings down here, I guess.
You're driving a car.
No, but I'm in the passenger seat. Noah's driving.
Oh, hi, Noah.
I know.
See if I can. Yeah, we pulled into the parking lot at Lecom. So no, I'm not doing this while driving and also putting it on video. Just if any officers are out there watching. But no, I had expected defensive tackle to be rectified in the draft. I still think they can do that. I don't love them missing out on some of the free agents that they did at that position, but I'd much rather they get a quarterback and get that figured out.
Jason, Brian Hayes, I think it was hip soreness or hip tightness.
Yeah.
Is this a story that we're going to be hearing all season long? I mean, this is kind of early for him not to be playing and having some issues already with something that's connected to his back.
I don't think so, Doran. I hope not. I was out on the field yesterday watching him go through some jumping, leaping, running. He took ground balls. He's supposed to hit today. I know anytime there's Brian Hayes injury talk, that area of his body, that's an issue. I watched him severely hobbled last year, and what I saw yesterday did not look like that. So, I mean, yeah, we're all going to be following this because it's Brian, because it's that part of his body. But I don't get the sense, at least as of now, that it's, some sort of recurrence or some sort of major issue.
Scale of 1 to 10, Jason. Rate Noah Hiles' driving ability.
Oh, 10. It's off the charts. He's fantastic. He's way better than me. He's a great driver. He's totally safe. He still has a seatbelt on, as a matter of fact. We're parked.
Oh, you can never be too careful. If I'm in my car, my seatbelt is buckled at all times, to the surprise of no one. Can he parallel park? Noah, you a good parallel parker?
Noah, can you parallel park? Yeah, like a champion.
Do you hear that?
We haven't gotten into a situation where that was relevant, although I wish I could show this to you guys. We park in this grassy lot across from Lecom, and there's a broken down dump truck in the middle of this, just a giant dump truck just sitting in the middle of a parking lot that they, for some reason, can't get out of here. It's been here all spring. I don't know. It's very strange.
Maybe it transports Brian Hayes to and from practice. Give him an opportunity to stretch that back out. All right, Mackey. Appreciate the time. People are texting in, by the way, that the Noah constrictor flipped the camera off, so we don't appreciate that.
Did he really?
That's what I'm hearing.
I can guarantee you the Noah constrictor did not flip off the camera, but you won't. Gentlemen, have a great day.
You too.
See you, Mackey.
You could see wonderful behind-the-scenes things like that if you go on our YouTube stream.
We can't see anything.
No, I pulled it up on I put it up on my computer here.
Oh, okay.
Got the delay. It's kind of like watching a Godzilla movie where Mackey's lips are just going and then they just look totally different.
It's Godzilla.
You know what? I'm going to be careful with that. Yeah. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I'm not a doctor. Did go to school for like 15 years. Not a doctor, but what I do know is when I go to physical therapy for my back, you know what they do? They stretch my damn hips out. So the back, the hips, it's all connected. And I just feel really bad about Brian Hayes in the situation that they're in.
And you can't touch your toes. Interesting.
No, actually, Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Can you touch your toes? 70% of people say yes.
Yes.
Callis, you had something witty to say into the microphone?
No, we just talked about this. So you said it didn't stretch. That's why your muscles are all sore. Your back hurts. You got that kyphosis, too.
It's kyphosis. It's also chicken and egg. Like, does my back hurt because I don't stretch? Probably, but I don't stretch because my back hurts. It's a bad place to be. It's like the Steelers in quarterback limbo. All right, coming up next, we'll react to some of what Mackey had to say. We spent a ton of time today on quarterbacks. Steelers did sign a couple of players yesterday. We'll break that down for yins. Also, a couple of Steelers signed elsewhere. We'll break that down for yins. TK to briefly hit on the Penguins trade deadline at the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers still reportedly in talks with Aaron Rodgers to sign a contract. Nothing official yet, though, and a lot of experts, reporters say that if a deal is going to get done, it could get done as early as today. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Doran. Hello. There.
Justin Fields, 2 years, $40 million from the New York Jets. Safe to say his agent was hard at work. Agent, lawyer, same difference. Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. After another disappointing end of the season, excitement for the Steelers wasn't high. Then Omar Khan got to work.
Jim in Atlanta, thanks for waiting patiently. How you doing?
Well, I've been a fan of the Steelers for over 50 years. I got to say I had the most apathy going into this season since probably the early 80s, up until this morning.
We're right here with you, Jim. Keep it here for the best coverage of the Steelers offseason. We are Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Speaking of investments, days after Vegas posted that Max Crosby's $106.5 million contract made him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, Cleveland comes along, then presented Myles Garrett with a $123.5 million deal. Meantime, Buffalo rewarded Josh Allen with a $330 million extension. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/31/25.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Hamlin Hyundai. Try the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning runs getting a bit dangerous in spots. This report brought to you by Giant Eagle. Accident being cleared in Scott Township. Crews on the scene on North Wren Drive, not too far from Bower Hill Road, and of course the campus of St. Clair Hospital. Parkway West are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Southbound heavy from Parkway Center to Carnegie, and then from Roslyn Farms all the way out towards Settlers Cabin. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North delays at the bend at Bellevue Westview. Also delays from the Veterans Bridge over toward the Boulevard of the Allies on the Crosstown. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
8:21. Now's the time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums. 724-443-5610. Steelers made a couple of moves yesterday. A lot of guys walked away. A lot of free agents walking out the turnstile there. And we talked about the potential compensatory pick, Storm, and how that might help the Steelers next year. Alan Saunders of SteelersNow.com wrote a good piece on that helps explain it in a way that even rubes like me can understand. And so here's what he wrote. Good stuff here from Alan. By letting 6 free agents walk out the door, Khan has created the potential for a serious draft haul in terms of 2026 compensatory picks. According to Over the Cap, the Steelers are estimated to be eligible to receive a 3rd-round pick for Dan Moore Jr., a 4th-rounder for Justin Fields, a 5th or a 6th-rounder for Najee Harris, a 6th for James Daniels, a 6th for Dante Jackson, and a 7th for Landon Roberts.
Wow.
So that is 6 additional draft picks the Steelers could have next year. Now, the Malik Harrison move, that cancels out the Landon Roberts one. So you're looking at like 5. Here's some of the nuance with this. By trading for DK Metcalf, that's not going to negate any of these guys. And let's say if a guy like Cooper Kupp gets cut loose, that's not going to count. You have to walk into free agency to be eligible to fit into this formula. So Aaron Rodgers even will get cut loose officially tomorrow. You could sign him to $800 million. That's not going to affect the formula. So Omar Khan stocking up draft picks by way of letting guys walk out the door. And we know that next year's draft is the quote-unquote quarterback draft, or at least we hope that it is. So they could be arming themselves with picks to be able to move up and get their guy next year.
So that's what they're telling us, basically, that they're going to pick a quarterback next year.
Which
at this point,
that's what that would lead you to believe, correct?
Right.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to do it in the first round this year. I would advise them not to do it in the first round this year. And there are things I like about the Jackson Darts of the world. And if Shedeur Sanders is there, I think I'd sit there and I'd think long and hard about it if I'm Omar Khan. But I say it all the time, I still want them to build the roster out. And so now the more that we think about this and talk about this, Daniel Jones, Joe Milton. Joe Milton wouldn't count for that. Daniel Jones would affect the, I believe, compensatory pick formula. But Joe Milton wouldn't because you'd be trading for him.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Lance would because he's a free agent, although he got cut, so maybe he wouldn't. Regardless, I'm just thinking about going cheap. And it doesn't necessarily mean you tank. It probably means you're not very good. But with all those potential picks and the ability then to add around this roster in the here and now, I think I would rather do that than pay Rodgers $30 million.
I mean, we would rather do that, but they're not going to do that. And maybe that they're going to, whatever the 2-year deal is, they'll be able to get out of the second year of the deal. They'll structure it that way.
Okay. I'm inclined to agree with you. But low-balling Justin Fields for $12 million, which is what we talked to Jeff about, like upwards maybe of 15, maybe they are trying to keep the cost as low as possible. And if you like Justin Fields, could you maybe convince yourself that you like Daniel Jones?
Probably, because we did the side-by-side of those two.
And if Rodgers' ask is really a $45 million deal, like that's a non-starter. Like I would kick him out of my house.
Mm-hmm.
We can't have that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
More on this as we move forward in the program at 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, how about the guys they did bring in? I mean, Darius Slay, you nailed that.
Yep.
The second he became talked about as available, you said this guy makes a lot of sense. Why?
Because, Patrick Peterson all over again, and Darius Slay can still play. And what he did in Philadelphia was bring along young guys. He was that veteran in the room, brought along Cooper DeJean, brought along Quinyon Mitchell, and those guys played huge and significant roles in that Philly defense this year, clearly with Cooper DeJean with the pick six. He's going to be that guy for Joey Porter Jr. I think that they regret not having a guy like that this past season because Joey Porter Jr. needed that, at least in his second year, to grow more. Now you're kind of not – you didn't lose time, but you can help Joey Porter Jr. out with a guy like that. And he can still play, like I said. He can be a corner on the opposite side of Joey Porter Jr. I think that's a fantastic pickup. It just made so much sense. And he's getting back with Terrell Austin, who he is very comfortable with, which was his D coordinator in Detroit.
And the guess is you're not breaking the bank bringing in a guy like that who's 34 on what was reportedly, a 1-year deal?
I think so, yeah.
So you're not breaking the bank. He helps you in terms of depth. He helps you in terms of leadership. And I heard people yesterday say, well, he was the third best corner on the Philadelphia Eagles. Okay, behind two young guys that he helped shepherd along. Also, what's the third best corner on the Steelers? How's that relate to the third best on the Eagles?
Right.
Would take Darius Slay. So I don't mind that at all. I also saw a number of people, and Jeff said it when we talked to him at 7 o'clock, he thinks the Steelers have a lot of faith in Corey Trice. And if that's the case, he was a third-round graded guy who went later in the draft because of the injuries, and he's been injured as a pro. Look, you're going to have to find a bargain somewhere. Like, you can't keep paying every position on the defensive side, especially when you're still probably poking around in the defensive tackle market. Wouldn't shock me at all if they wound up with a guy like Javon Hargrave again. You need to find a way to cut costs, and that means you have to develop at some positions. And so, do I love the idea of Corey Trice? Do I think he's going to pan out? Do I think he's going to stay healthy? Probably not, but it's a gamble worth taking for them in a year where they're probably, definitely, I should say, not going to win the Super Bowl.
Well, he's a depth piece. I don't see him starting. I think Slay's going to start, right?
I don't think Corey Trice starts day one. I think you bring Slay in to be the starter. And then I think you play Trice a lot, and guys get hurt, and that all sort of shakes itself out. But, this was a good free agent class for corners. We saw what Hobbs got. I think, $48 million on a 4-year deal. Like, great. That's going to help you this year and beyond. But you need to cut costs somewhere. Your pass rush, in theory, should make up for your lack of secondary experience and or talent. And to me, it makes a lot of sense. 412-928-9370. And then the Malik Harrison thing, we talked about this.
Yeah.
Like people freaking out about Landon Roberts. Oh, my God, Landon Roberts. Like a Landon. Cool dude. Helpful player. Useful player. Gave up 299 rushing yards to the Baltimore Ravens. Now, he didn't play every snap. To me, he's far from the problem, but he's not a star.
Right.
So you move a guy out, bring another guy in who can play special teams. I'm sorry, I don't see the problem there.
Yeah, and I mean, they have their two starters, Patrick Queen and what's his name from NC State. And those two are going to be the starters, and then in different packages and different downs. And if they're facing the Baltimore Ravens, yeah, you'll bring in Harrison.
Yeah, Wilson and Queen. Wilson's going to play passing situations, and you hope grow beyond that. Queen's going to play 100% of the snaps, basically. And then Malik Harrison's going to be your run stuffer, dude. Right. And so when you play a team like Baltimore, you play, the pass version of the Cleveland Browns, where they were going to come at you with that big offensive line and Nick Chubb, yeah. The Philadelphia Eagles probably play him.
And they also, this tells me that they're pretty high on where Cole Holcomb is, too. I mean, they restructured his deal, kept him around. They feel like he's probably back to at least, close to 100% that he can be effective at linebacker, too. So put him into the fold as well. He actually might be the starter.
Yeah, I could absolutely see that.
Opposite of Queen, and then the sub packages, things of that nature, you'll have Wilson.
Yeah.
And then Harrison.
That's how I think it'll probably shake out. And we're talking about $5 million a season.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's anything for people to get jacked up about. And then here's the other thing, man. Like Mike Tomlin says there's going to be significant changes, and then there were none with the coaching staff, nothing that really moved the needle. And now you'll lose out on a $3 million linebacker, and people are screaming about the change. Like, we don't want that change. Well, you really can't have it both ways. And Kaboli sent a tweet out either last night or this morning, said the Steelers have turned over like 26% of the roster already. Okay, that's not a bad thing, especially when you factor in the compensatory picks. But it's absolutely not a bad thing if you think you're upgrading at the linebacker position when you could not stop a nosebleed running the football last year. Not just at the end of the season either. When they played teams that could run with a pulse, they gave up rushing yards. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We're not straying too far from the Steelers, but we will talk to Tyler Kennedy for a little bit coming up next about what the Penguins were able to accomplish at the trade deadline. TK brought to us by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Few games you can watch today or cover today. The Pittsburgh Pirates have a spring training game at 1 o'clock against the New York Yankees. The Pitt men's basketball team plays at 2 o'clock in the ACC tournament against Notre Dame. And the Pittsburgh Penguins play tonight at 7 o'clock against the Vegas Golden Knights. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at their exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. And looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy icy lake drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
With cold weather upon us, Pittsburgh and surrounding area homeowners are calling Precision Garage Door Service for a winter-proofing tune-up. 1-844-345-4737. If your springs and hardware are over 3 years old, you need this service. Cold weather is especially hard on well-used garage door springs and hardware. The cold can make metal parts brittle, and that can be dangerous. As part of their winter-proofing tune-up, Precision technicians will check your garage doors from top to bottom. They can repair or replace anything on your garage door, regardless of manufacturer, even install a new door. Many doors use budget quality hardware, springs, rollers, and openers. They may be ready to go. Make sure nothing happens. Precision service trucks are to roll 24/7. America's certified professional garage door experts. Precision Garage Door. Need a new door? Precision provides free estimates. Call 1-844-345-4737. Phone answers 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Dropped 2 pounds since yesterday. So.
Would you take a dump?
No, I worked out.
I mean, a little water weight. I mean,
every time there's something going good in my life, don't talk to me then.
Don't talk to me.
Just keep going. Do you actually care?
Why would I ask if I didn't care?
He still didn't answer the question.
You're wasting more time by not just saying yes.
Yes, what?
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Can you marinate chicken and steak at the same time in the same container?
I don't know if you can, but I probably wouldn't.
I am, but I didn't have a choice. I had the 2 containers out. We're making carne asada tonight, some tacos, you know? And I was, we don't have enough fridge space. All right, jeez.
So you put it all in the same bowl?
I put it all in the same bowl.
Yeah, I don't.
It's all meat.
Yeah, different meats. Like red meat, you could eat raw and not get sick. You can't eat chicken raw because of the E. coli.
Crap.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
You know who I fancy a grill master because he's a real man?
Who?
Tyler Kennedy.
Oh.
He joins us right now. TK, brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. Take steps to protect yourself and your family throughout the different stages of your life with Julian Gray Associates. TK, you a big grill master?
I like to grill. I'm not sure if I'm a grill master. I can get by, though. Like I like to work. It just takes so much time to be really good at it. You know, like the preparation and all that. But I enjoy grilling. And, like, if I just listen to you guys, like, if you're eating raw meat, like, you're a mutant. Like, let's be honest. Like, if you're eating raw beef or anything like that, like, you need to go to the psych ward because that's insane.
I do think, have you ever seen it, what they do in, like, the Asian cultures, where they'll take, like, a piece of, like, a really thin piece of Wagyu, a little slither, and they'll throw it on the grill for, like, 8 seconds, and then crack a raw egg on top.
Yeah, tartare.
What?
Beef tartare.
Is that what tartare is?
Tartare is raw beef.
Yeah. Know what the coolest thing is? Like when we like, that's like one of the coolest things about playing the NHL. Like you get to see all these like real high-end restaurants, right? Like every time you go out, you're looking for a 5-star restaurant every city, from New York to LA, and like you go to those high-end ones with like the steak, where they come out with it's like a brick, like a hot brick or a hot rock, and you cook your steak yourself. You just put like these little slabs of steak on there, and it cooks. Oh, it's delicious, you know. But that's something I miss a lot, is going out with the boys to those 5-star dinners.
Well, one of those guys, Marc-Andre Fleury, played his final game against the Penguins, and of course, Gino and Crosby pot one each. Give us a Flower story from back in the day. I once heard Matt Cook talk about Ovechkin coming in on that breakaway in Game 7 of 2009, and how Fleury, I guess, was chirping him the whole way down the ice. Is that true, TK?
Well, Flower's always like a big talker. You know, like the more he talked and the more he was in guys' ear, the better he played. Like he's a competitor, you know, and that's what made Mark such a great goalie, such a great teammate. Like I enjoyed shooting on Marc-Andre Fleury more in practice than scoring goals in a game, because it was nonstop of like, you know, he'd be like, do some weights, oh, I have your number, you know, or he'd throw the puck back at you, like, and he would never keep pucks in his net, you know. And like when I think of like all these young little goalies, it's like, guys, when you stop one of your players in practice, like give it to him. He wants that competitive. He wants that competition, and never keep pucks in your net. That's the no zone, right? Putting pucks in your net. And again, every time Flower was in net, every practice, it was like a competition to score on him. And it was so fun. Like it was from pregame skates to just a regular practice. This guy would never shut up in net, but that's why everyone loved him. And it wasn't just me. It was like the whole team, you know, and like you would watch guys go down and shoot on Flower because of what he would say, or like all that stuff, like especially like, you know, like George Larocque, guys like that, like he would be all in their grill, you know, and he'd get them so frustrated. And I remember my first year, you know, like in warm-ups before games, they have like a horseshoe drill. It's like where everyone kind of makes like a half a circle, a guy passes it out, goes down and shoots on the goalie, and Larocque and Ryan Whitney would bet on their last shot, and it went like big money. And I remember like Witter and Flower made like a deal, like, hey, let me score. I'm gonna win $5,000 off George. Like it was like the numbers were like insane, and like, you know, like he would come down, he'd snipe, and it was like so funny because you know you knew there was like big money on the line before a game, and then, you know, when he stopped George, he'd be like, hey, do some weights, and like, you know, that's all George used to say. He's like, get in the gym, do some weights, because he was he was a monster, you know. But that was like, that's what made hockey fun, you know, like love the game and the game will love you back, you know, and that's, your teammates are the ones that make you love the game even more.
Well, TK, you talk about Larocque being a monster, and the Steelers just traded for wide receiver DK Metcalf. Absolute freak, 6'4", 235 pounds, runs a 4.3 40. He's a freak of nature. Who's the biggest freak of nature that you've either played against or played with whenever you were in the NHL? Just absolute freak, just unbelievable.
Well, I think, like, you know, there's different kind of freaks. Like, obviously McDavid, when I played against him, like, he was a speed that I've never seen anyone skate at. He was, like it was just, like, abnormal, the speed he was at. But for, like, sheer size and just, like kind of like a mutant, you know, was George Larocque. Like, that was the first time I ran into, like, a legit heavyweight fighter in my life, where it was his job to fight, you know. And I remember walking into the changing room, and I was like 185 soaking wet. Like, I was like a little water bug. I walked in, and he was probably 275, and I thought he would but he was like jacked. You know when your stomach abs come out? Like George was like absolutely jacked. Yeah, I don't either. But George was absolutely jacked. And he was like the biggest guy. Another guy was Zdeno Chara. You know the guys that are just like, he's like 4 times stronger than me. And like one time I think Stalzy snapped it back into our zone, or no, it was in their zone, and I was like the first guy on the puck. And Chara hit me, and my helmet, like it literally like folded in, and like I was like, wow, like I can die here. When your helmet folds in, you're like, this ain't right. Like this can hurt me a lot. And that was the first time, like, hey, maybe let him get it first, because he was like, again, these guys were like just monsters, But those are some of the guys that were just like freaks,
TK, we've come to really love story time with TK, and your hour with Starkey and Pomp is outstanding every week. The listeners love it too. And notice how we didn't talk about the current team. That's okay, man. People eat this up. We really appreciate you coming on, and we'll talk next week.
All right, boys. Thanks for having me. I enjoy it too.
You're the man.
Thanks, TK.
Tyler Kennedy. He's a great storyteller. He's an outstanding storyteller.
Oh yeah. You can visually see it.
Yes.
He makes it so like I can see it. Like I can see Chara just absolutely demolishing him.
You can't. His helmet caves in. When they Penguins traded for Luke Shen, who was only here for like 12 seconds, he was telling Starkey and Pomp about a time he fought him way back when, and the way he painted that picture was hilarious. Like Talbot was locked up with Shen, and then Talbot was like, "Yeah, I don't want any part of this." So Shen comes right at him. He's like, Talbot, what the frig, man? Like, now I got to fight this guy. He said he got his ass kicked.
Yeah.
People blowing up the text line, by the way, saying I'm going to poison my family with cross-contamination.
Yeah.
And that I should not be marinating chicken and steak together.
Yeah, I didn't think that was pretty good. Like I said, like I wasn't sure, but I know that I wouldn't do that. It's not good.
You know me. I'm going to throw this out. I'm going to throw the whole thing out.
Well, I mean, you honestly have to. Like,
I can eat it myself.
No, because then I'm going to pay for it, because then you're going to be like, oh, I'm sick. I can't come in. Oh, I'm sick. Oh.
That's not how I sound. I don't sound like that. All right. Back to the Steelers at 412-928-9370. We'll take a bunch of calls on this. What's the most likely outcome? Forget the money. Let's just talk about the player himself. The most likely outcome if Aaron Rodgers comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Do you think it's more likely that he and they crash and burn, or that he and they win 10-plus games? 412-928-9370. Right now it's time for a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
That's the greatest impression of Crowley I've ever heard. Wonderful. Okay. A lot of NFL free agency going on. Several moves affecting the Steelers. Dan Moore Jr. signed by the Tennessee Titans for an $82 million deal, 50 of which is guaranteed. Former Steeler quarterback Kenny Pickett going to the Cleveland Browns in a trade from the Philadelphia Eagles. Najee Harris going to the Los Angeles Chargers. Landon Roberts going to the Las Vegas Raiders. Steelers also picked up Malik Harrison, a linebacker who previously played for the Baltimore Ravens. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Another accident to deal with. This report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania injury attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. Crews checking reports of an accident now. Braddock Hills Borough, 3000 block of Locust Street near Wolf Avenue. Also one in Scott Township being cleared on North Rend Drive just off Bower Hill Road. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound is heavy past Parkway Center and then jammed from Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays approaching the Route 8 at the bypass and the Parkway North stacking back at Camp Horn Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
This week, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that just won't go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, because after all, anything can happen in March. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Homeowners, when the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with the Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check us out at booth number 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, I gotta do that Starkey bit.
Wait, you're not. We're not gonna do it on our show.
No. We're gonna prank Starkey, and I forgot about it until just now. Don't let me forget about it.
Okay.
And actually, Callis is going to have to do the legwork. Sorry, Callis. But you'll appreciate it. I think you'll really enjoy the prank we have planned.
Oh, yeah.
If there's any breaking news regarding Aaron Rodgers or anything else that affects the Steelers, we'll let you know. We'll keep you up to date on everything. The 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Dan Orlovsky was talking about Aaron Rodgers and where he could possibly fit. Doran, here's what he had to say yesterday on ESPN.
This is easy for me. If I'm the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers is going to be my starting quarterback. And if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I want to go play for Pittsburgh. I'm a little bit surprised it's gone this long. If there has to be this sense of urgency from Pittsburgh. You just traded for DK Metcalf. You have now two premier players at that position physically. And my number one goal would be, here's the thing. This is all due respect. You're not chasing down those teams in the AFC with the offense that you had last year. So the way to elevate is to get Aaron Rodgers. I want a guy that can throw it up and down the football field. He can't move the way he did, and you got to protect him. This would be a very easy decision for me.
So I could see a lot of people saying, Doran, if you get Aaron Rodgers, it's the same thing you did last year. You look at Rodgers' stats and you go, hey, pretty good. But maybe the tape doesn't speak the same language there. Maybe the tape's telling you something totally different. Dan Orlovsky was down on Russell Wilson, and he's not the be-all, end-all. I think he's a good analyst, but Dan Orlovsky thinks Rodgers to the Steelers would work. Dan Orlovsky thinks that he would elevate the Steelers to a place where their offense couldn't go last year. Now, of course, DK Metcalf, a big piece of that, no question. But I can't believe a guy who watches tape, studies tape the way that he does, thinks that this would work. And it actually gives me pause for a second. Like, if somebody who breaks this down for a living is saying, yeah, I think that this could work, I stop and I consider that.
Well, we talked about it a little bit off air right before the show. I was like, look, man, like Aaron Rodgers basically kind of said the same thing. Aaron Rodgers, you can't really move as well, but you said yesterday that he ranks, third among quarterbacks in the NFL getting the ball out.
Yep.
So I was like, all you have to do is throw it into vicinity if you're going to keep George Pickens with DK Metcalf. And think about how fast he gets the ball out. So, all you have to do is make sure that Aaron Rodgers stays upright most of the time, but he's going to do that organically because he gets the ball out. So say he gets the ball out quick with DK Metcalf running slants, running out routes, doing those things, the intermediate routes at times on the move. I mean, those guys are big yak guys. I mean, they're two of the best yards after catch receivers in the NFL. I mean, all you need to do is have a quarterback that can get it in the vicinity, and Aaron Rodgers could even do better than that. He's very accurate still. He can not only get it in the vicinity, he can get it there at a timely pace. I could see it working too. I mean, you have two freaks on the outside. You really do. And then now it's like, okay, what are you going to do at running back? You just tender Jaylen Warren, and you're probably going to draft one. So, an explosive back. So, I mean, I honestly think that this offense could be pretty good if Aaron Rodgers is the guy, just based off of what he did last year and his throwing ability and what they have on the outside.
All right, so that begs the question. More likely outcome if the Steelers sign Rodgers, crash and burn or win 10-plus games? The Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. I'll tell you how I voted coming up next. Smart people like Doran, like Dan Orlovsky, get me thinking. But I got my answer. We want yours. 412-928-9370. And even forget about the money for a second. Just think about the pure quarterback play from Aaron Rodgers. You think they're more likely to crash and burn or win 10-plus games? 412-928-9370. That's on the way. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Getting money back. Invest that tax return back into your home. Upgrade your bathroom with a stunning custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Colin Dunlap here. My friends Nick and Larry, owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're high-quality, custom-fit shower doors add elegance, style, and value to your home. Whether it's a sleek, frameless look or unique design, they make it happen affordably. Invest that tax return wisely on a home upgrade you're going to love. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com to get started.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram and Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payment starting at $229 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax, X, your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family-owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock, with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at spitzeracura.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble spots late in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews on the scene of an accident in Squirrel Hill at the intersection of Shady and Wilkins Avenues. Also an earlier accident being cleared in Scott Township on North Ren Drive just off Bower Hill Road. Parkway West are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays just past the Highland Park Bridge down toward the north side. And the Parkway North stacking at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as the proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Texter, hey Crowley, learn the correct usage of begs the question. Hey Texter, no. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Do I use that wrong? Beg the question?
I didn't think you did.
Begs the question.
Well, they wrote beg, so what do they know? What do you know? Wait, is it begs or beg?
It depends. If it's plural, it's beg. If it's singular, it's begs.
Oh.
It begs the question, or they beg the question.
Well, no one thought I had this job for my intellect.
All right.
You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee. unless we get money for you. Kyler Murray, anybody? I don't know that the Cardinals are shopping him, but he suddenly would be a sexy option if they were. And maybe they believe in one of the quarterbacks in the first round of the draft and want to move on from a Kyler Murray. This is where we are.
Yep.
And I was hoping, and I even said so much yesterday, Doran, that by today's show, we would probably have an answer at quarterback. We do not have an answer at quarterback. Rodgers reportedly wants to come to the Steelers. The Steelers reportedly want Rodgers, so we'll stick right there. And the question at 412-928-9370 is this. Are the Steelers more likely to crash and burn with Aaron Rodgers or win 10-plus games? And a texter said, with all due respect, that's a dumb question. They didn't crash and burn with Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph and the Myles Garrett thing and the Earl Thomas thing that year. Okay, that's true. But I don't love that as analysis. Just because something hasn't happened doesn't mean that it can't happen. Like Ovechkin could never win the big one, right? Then he goes and he wins a Stanley Cup. The Cubs had the coast of the Billy Goat, and then they go on to win the World Series. The Red Sox had the Bambino. They go on to win the World Series. Like, stuff happens all the time. It's never happened before. So I actually think it's more likely that they crash and burn with Aaron Rodgers than not. I'm not saying it couldn't work. I think there's a universe where the stars align and he stays healthy and it could work out. But I look at what happened 2 years ago with the Jets, and that scares me. He plays 9 snaps, he blows out his Achilles. Following season, he plays a lot, and the team stinks behind him and around him. And I think coaching has a lot to do with that, but I think his ego had a lot of, was a big part of the coaching not working out. So I think it's more likely if Rodgers comes in, this thing winds up as a tire fire, a total disaster. Now, that's not the worst thing. That's where we are right now, though, where, like, I could make the argument that bringing Aaron Rodgers in is the best possible thing for the Steelers because I don't think it would work. Mm-hmm. And they have this unwillingness to want to rebuild. They're going to have to rebuild by accident, Doran. Aaron Rodgers might be the guy to help them rebuild by accident. Now, there's some reasons why I said it could work, like he gets rid of the ball quickly. You do now have DK Metcalf. Perhaps you add a running back early on in the draft, which we'll get into. Like, the pieces around Rodgers are primed to be better than the pieces that were around Russell Wilson. But I'll stake myself to a take, and the take is I think it would fail and fail miserably.
I don't think it would because we know Mike Tomlin's not going to let it fail. Whatever you say about Mike Tomlin, you know, as a locker room leader and not, you know, getting guys aligned sometimes, he still never had a failing season. I know that we bring that up a lot, but I don't think that it would fail or ever will fail underneath Mike Tomlin. And Aaron Rodgers is going to have a pretty good defense as well to pair with him.
Sure.
He's going to have a good defense. So I think it actually would be pretty good. It's crazy. I'm just going to go out and say it. Like,
You think it would be pretty good?
I think it'd be pretty good. I think it'd be pretty good because look what Russ did with Les last year. I think it'd be pretty good with Russ.
What does pretty good look like?
Better than last year.
Like 11 games?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It is pretty good, but to what end? And I think here's a hang-up for me, too. Russell Wilson and Arthur Smith didn't get along. The hell's that going to look like with Aaron Rodgers? And then you throw in DK Metcalf. And most of the DK Metcalf stuff was and is he's such a competitor that on the field he can sometimes let his emotions boil over. This isn't a bad guy. This isn't a guy who's caused problems off the field. Now, George Pickens shows up late to a game last year. I think you take 3 egos, all competitive in their different ways. You put them in the same room watching film, dissected what they're doing out there. I think the potential for that to explode in a negative way is great. Like, I think it's more likely than not that those 3, and I'll throw Arthur Smith in there, even though we know Arthur to be a good guy, and you would know that better than I think that has this combustible, again, not here for my intellect.
Combustible.
Thank you. It's got, my God, did I butcher that? It's got this combustible quotient, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen on a team that one time employed Ben Roethlisberger and Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell at the same time.
I just think that if everybody knew to stay in their lane, I think it'd be fine. And I think Arthur Smith would be good at that, letting everybody be them, letting Aaron Rodgers be Aaron Rodgers, letting DK be DK, and, you know, kind of having a hand on George's shoulder at times. But I think that I think it would actually be all right. I think that if you put that chemical in that vase,
Blue vase?
The blue vase. I think that you could come up with something. You get all those competitive mindsets. I mean, sometimes that's not bad. Sometimes it can go really good.
Well, and so here's what I'm wrestling with. I totally disagree. Doesn't mean I'm right. A texter points out, Crowley, I'm so glad you said that that you don't think this is gonna work because you're so often wrong. And Dorn's the guy who told us last year that Russ would wind up here and Justin Fields, and you also called Darius Slay, and you generally hit these things out of the park. Here's where I'm caught. I think it will fail and fail miserably. I'm not so sure that's bad.
Right, you're kind of conflicted where it's like probably a good thing,
right?
If it burns,
right.
But it's not going to burn for where you think that it's going to burn. If it does burn, I don't think it's going to burn to the rebuild. Hey, we can have a nice draft pick in the middle of the first round to be able to trade up with our compensatory picks to get our quarterback burn. It's going to be maybe slightly worse than last year, and that's still 19th, 20th.
Well,
pick.
Okay, meet me on this then. If you're gonna and just to be clear on this, when Florio throws out $45 million, no. We're talking about something reasonable here. We're talking $25-30 million bucks. That I want to make sure people understand that's the basis of this conversation, because at $45 million bucks, you might still crash and burn with Aaron Rodgers, but you're not going to be able to build up this roster around the guy. So, for me, that's just the worst case scenario, is paying that guy $45 million. But yeah, is it hard to see them going 5-12 with Mike Tomlin as head coach? Yeah. Meet me here, though. All right, if you bring in Rodgers, let's say it's 30. Bring in a poopy backup. Let Skylar Thompson be the backup.
Yeah, Gardner Minshew, maybe.
No, he's too good.
Okay.
No, I mean poop.
Okay.
All due respect to the name, I don't even want to throw names around and call a guy poop, but bring in a bad backup quarterback. Mm-hmm. Seriously. Mm-hmm. And if Rodgers stays healthy and you win games, great. If Rodgers gets hurt, Tank City. You know what I mean?
So Skylar Thompson as your backup and say Will Howard in the 4th round as your third. Something like that?
Yeah, why not? Because then Will Howard maybe could be something. Could be something. But I want them to either improve upon last year or absolutely flop. And I do think that there's a significant injury risk. I know he played and he was healthy last year, Rodgers did. But when you're 41, sometimes it hurts tying your shoes.
Yep.
And I'm not going to question Rodgers and how he takes care of his body or anything like that. I will question his buy-in to wanting to, take on this challenge and be a teammate. Not that he's a bad teammate in that guys have come out and said things about Rodgers, but you better be there for OTAs. You better be there for minicamp. You better be a part of this thing.
I think Rodgers acted that way. Now, I know that there were certain things in Green Bay in certain ways that people thought he acted, and, it was – I think it's more of a control thing in a way where he knows he can get away with it. So towards the latter half of his career in Green Bay, whenever LaFleur was the head coach, he was like, I'm Aaron Rodgers. I won a Super Bowl already. I can get away with whatever I want to get away with. And then he goes to the Jets. He's like, this is the Jets. Robert Saleh is my head coach. My offensive coordinator is Nathan Hackett, who I made a decent offensive coordinator in Green Bay. I can get away with whatever I want to. I don't know if that happens here. I don't know if that would be the case. I know we have our thoughts about Rooney. We have our thoughts about Tomlin. I just don't know if he's going to be able to get away with the things he got away with before if he does come here. Don't think it'll happen.
And he doesn't have the built-up equity with Tomlin, with the organization that Ben Roethlisberger did, because Ben would get away with some stuff, and Ben had his radio show, but he had won multiple championships.
Right.
And so you have that built-up equity within the organization. I do think there are some positives. You've stated some of them for Aaron Rodgers coming to the Steelers. We'll get to those coming up next. If the Steelers should make a move for Rodgers during our show, we'll let you know. Now, technically, they still have to wait until he is released by the Jets tomorrow because it'll be a post-June 1st designation. I had somebody quibbling with me about Darius Slay on Twitter during, well, it's not official. Well, okay, Seattle hasn't announced that they've signed Sam Darnold because you legally can't right now. And it's a little bit different because these are guys who still technically belong to their teams, but there could be a reported Rodgers deal before the end of our show. We'll talk about some of the positives that come with that coming up next at 412-928-9370. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates play the New York Yankees in spring training today at 1 o'clock. Pitt men's basketball plays Notre Dame in the ACC tournament at 2, and the Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight at 7 against the Vegas Golden Knights. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Who's cutting down the nets this March? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. I'm feeling the Duke Blue Devil and Cooper Flag National Championship. Yep, I said it. I'm feeling it. That's who I have my money on. Bet $20 on the team you think that wins it all. And if they do, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets, plus receive $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face.
The Don, make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Whether Aaron Rodgers signs with Pittsburgh or maybe even the Giants, he clearly wasn't himself last season. According to the Wall Street Journal, in their first year back from Achilles surgery, players regain only 70% of their pre-surgical ability. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Drive your dreams. Beyond the Lincoln. Beyond the Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondTheLincoln.com.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful. Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrili on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at their exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush not quite done yet. We've got the midday. This report brought to you by Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We had an earlier accident in Squirrel Hill, the intersection of Shady and Wilkins Avenues. Those in the final stages of clearing. Also a disabled vehicle blocking the left lane to the inbound Parkway East. This is near the Forbes Avenue ramps, also causing delays back toward Bate Street. And delays on the suburban side is jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, then heavy from Millvale to the north side. Parkway West jams over the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It is almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on March 25th, 2 weeks from today. Our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line. Your donation will provide meals locally, brought to you by Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Memorial Highway Chevrolet. All the details can be found at 937thefan.com. One of the best things we do around here, helping people out. So you can text NEED to 50155 to, well, help families in need. Nothing new on Rodgers as we sit right now. At last we saw Florio was taking an educated guess saying that it could be 2 years, $90 million for Rodgers. What a grift, man. I mean, seriously, you ayahuasca your way out of the New York Jets. You go to an organization where I think we would all argue you have a better chance of winning, and you get $45 million?
Yep.
45? That's insane to me. However, I do have a couple of, if I'm looking for positives, as we try to present both forms of the argument here, and you've done a good job talking about Rodgers on the field, here are some things that I think are positives. As I try to give Rodgers a chance, probably guarding myself against pain when this inevitably happens. Positive number one, he's not Russ. And I don't dislike Russell Wilson, the guy. I just can't do it again, man.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't do it again. 0-5 down the stretch, and there are some reasons that are not Russell Wilson related in there, but like, I can't do it. I can't deal with the political speak and the back channeling with the agent and the arguing with Arthur Smith and the sacks and the throwaways. I just can't do it. Number two, positive. I do think Rodgers would test Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
In a way that could potentially be beneficial for the old head coach. Hey, Aaron, don't throw it in the middle of the field. Oh, okay, coach. And Rodgers drops back, and he throws it over the middle of the field. Like, I could see him just doing what the Steelers should be doing.
Yes.
Which is playing modern offense.
Yes.
It's not going to be perfect. He ain't what he used to be, but I think he's going to throw the ball over the middle of the field. And then finally, and I keep coming back to this, you could totally suck. And maybe the most realistic reason why they would totally suck with a head coach who has never out-and-out sucked is at 41, 5 games in, and I don't wish injury on anybody, but 5 games in, his body just goes, oh, jeez, and just totally shuts down on him. So I think there's 3 positives there. That's what I got, Doran.
That's it?
That's what I got.
No DK Metcalf, no George Pickens, no...
Those things are true regardless of who's going to be here.
No, I mean, not necessarily true. I mean, it could look way different if Skylar Thompson or another backup or, who else is out there? Or Jameis Winston's your quarterback. That could look different than Aaron Rodgers being your quarterback with those weapons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I think it's a selling point to any of the available quarterbacks. Like, I actually think for the first time in a long time, from a roster standpoint, you can say it's pretty good. DK Metcalf. I mean, Pat Freiermuth all of a sudden becomes a real viable target in the middle of the field. I assume they're going to get a running back, which we'll get to here shortly, because there's takes flying and one from you about this. But that's all independent of Rodgers for me. And if you don't get Rodgers, you could go cheap and maybe even add more to that, which would be a negative. But we're looking for positives. We're looking for positives. Texter, positive number 4, he can actually read a defense. Well, so could Russ.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say Fields couldn't. I think that because he's so athletically gifted, he might go through a read or two and then take off.
The clock,
Yeah.
The clock ends.
Because he's that good running the football. I don't think that means he can't read a defense.
Every quarterback in the NFL can read a defense. Like, I don't even start with that. It's ridiculous. Not you, the text.
No, I got it. So positive number 4, not actually a positive.
No.
Do you think he would mentor a young buck? He and Favre didn't get along. Jordan Love said good things about Rodgers, but if you read under the surface there, it didn't sound like that was actually a wonderful relationship. Like, I don't think he would be a great steward.
I think the relationship with Zach Wilson and him ended up being pretty good. I think that they work together, from what I heard. I think he could. I don't think it would be like, hey man, I'm gonna call the young rookie and say, hey man, come over to my house. Let's go, let's talk and let's hang out. No, it'd be like, hey, watch what I do and the things that I do. And yes, be in my hip pocket, but like I'm not gonna like pull you aside and show you things. It's kind of how the NFL is, anyways.
Yeah, when you got guys vying for one spot, like Ben wasn't great with Mason Rudolph. By all accounts, Russ was wonderful last year with Justin Fields. But, I mean, how far does that take you? I don't know. I mean, it's an intangible. It's not a tangible. Again, looking for positives here at 412-928-9370. Here's one. So, well, it's a question, not a positive. So he's now a year plus removed from the Achilles injury. Like, has this fundamentally changed the way he plays, or now that it's that far removed, he might be able to move around better this year, do you think?
I think he's going to move around the same. But he may be more confident in moving around.
That's a big one. Because you talk to people from New York, and they say he was afraid of getting hit last year.
Yep.
Because here was the positive I did throw out there. He got rid of the ball quick. You read some of the analysis. You talk to some of the people out of New York. They say, yeah, he got it out quick because my man was afraid about getting hit. And that's got to be very real when you're coming off of an injury.
Look, Kirk Cousins, I mean, same way.
You're right. And then for Cousins, he just never got good. In fact, he was worse as the year went on. But Rodgers, statistically, at the very least, got better as the year went on, with 18 touchdowns, 4 picks his last 10 games. So, I mean, we come back to this, though.
Do the positives outweigh the negatives?
My biggest positive is I think it would fail. So maybe I've been asking for them to rebuild for like 2 years now. And they won't do that, too. So, like, this is one of those weird spots where, like, if it works, you're in the same spot, maybe a little bit better than last year. If it doesn't, you accidentally fall backwards into a rebuild.
Exactly.
It's about the money for me. It's about the money. At $45 million, it's a non-starter. At $30 million, I mean, I don't love it. I don't like it, but would I rather have Russell Wilson for 25 or Aaron Rodgers for 30? Okay, give me Aaron Rodgers.
I think it would look decent with both. I think it'd be better than last year with Russ. I think it'd be better than last year with Aaron because of the weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly. Maybe even a little bit better with Russ because he knows DK Metcalf.
I think you have to treat Russ like he's Rodgers, though. You know what I mean? Where there's a ton of reporting on this, but let Russ be Russ, for better or worse. Don't tie his hands behind his back late in the season like you did last year. Like, if Russell Wilson does come back, and I wouldn't rule that out. You can't. There's so few options out there. If he comes back and you have DK Metcalf, and we'll see about Pickens, but let's presume right now that they do, let him throw the ball.
Do you think that they tied his hands behind his back because of Russ or because of the talent around him that he didn't have? Like, how are you supposed to audible and do things at the line whenever it's Van Jefferson and Calvin Austin? It's ironic. Like,
well, when
who are you supposed to audible to?
When they were playing out of position and having to play more snaps when Pickens was hurt, that holds water to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, you're probably not going to be able to do as much at the line of scrimmage. But when healthy at the end of the year, I mean, those guys had all been part of the offense. Like, you should still be able to do that. I think it all comes back. I've said this a million times. I think it comes back to that Ravens game and the interception at the end of the game. I think he checked into a play. It's one of the worst throws of the season. And the Steelers said, whoa, we were right in that game. We were right in the Philadelphia game until turnovers did us in. We're going to play it straight up. And I don't know that that resets if Russ comes back. All right, forget about all that. Let's start anew. I would like to think that it does, but Mike Tomlin's given me no reason for that. What does this all mean for the draft? You had a take that I heard parroted on a podcast yesterday, and then now one of the big-time national media people for the NFL came out and said the same thing. Well, when a bunch of smart people say the same thing, we better pay attention. We'll talk about that coming up next. Neil Walker, by the way, going to be joining us on Tuesdays. Tuesdays, we have decided. He'll be brought to us by Mike Camlin Hyundai, home of Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life. He'll be joining us, I believe, starting next week as we get a little bit closer to Pirate season. So super jacked about that. Right now, it's time for a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aaron Rodgers still not officially a Pittsburgh Steeler, but those experts out there, those reporters, say that could perhaps be done as early as today. Justin Fields signed a deal with the New York Jets, 2 years, $40 million, $30 million of that guaranteed. Dan Moore Jr. to the Tennessee Titans, $50 million guaranteed of the $82 million contract that he signed. Najee Harris signed with the Los Angeles Chargers. Just a few of the big moves surrounding the Steelers from yesterday. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Winter, snow, and ice, they all wreaked havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters weren't up to par, and there's only one choice if you think your home isn't properly protected. Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacement, they can do that too. They've done work on my house. They do a fabulous job. No job is too big. No job is too small for the Pickle. 724-515-5551. They're answering phones 24/7 today. Callthepickle.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Chicago Bears have rebuilt their entire offensive line by adding Joe Thuney, Jonah Jackson this offseason, and they didn't just stop there. They also get better in the trenches with all-pro defensive tackle Grady Jarrett. It's time to buy into the monsters of the Midway. Bears plus 425 to win the NFC North is great value. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
That's the power of Bowser.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in the hydro massage. And do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes story from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseballs and Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This segment brought to you by Bet365. So, waiting around not having a quarterback that costs you, Dorham, Jonathan Allen goes out, signs a 3-year, $60 million deal with the Vikings, he formerly of the Washington Commanders. The Steelers reportedly talked to him yesterday, but you can't pay him $20 million when you don't have a quarterback because you don't know how much money you're going to pay your quarterback. Now, the Vikings plan to sign defensive tackle Javon Hargrave after his release from the 49ers, a guy who had also been linked to the Steelers. So I'll come all the way back around to where we started the show, and that's they should have paid Justin Fields or tried harder to pay Justin Fields at the very end of the offseason, the Steelers. They should have got it done. They should have given him $20 million a season. If they had done it early in the offseason, it doesn't guarantee that he signs on the dotted line. But I would feel better about it. I would feel better about their chances. You really want me? You don't want to say it's between me and Russ? Show me. Show me early. Yeah. Not at $12 million like we were talking to Jeff Hathorn about, which is one of the numbers that's been floating around out there that the Steelers gave to him as the first offer. No, like you offer Justin Fields $20 million, say this is our take it or leave it number. We want you, but we can't pay you that much more for only playing 6 games with us. And then you see what happens. And if he signs on the dotted line, you might have another one of these players today. But now you're waiting for Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson or somebody else.
Yep.
So they've screwed the pooch. The whole time I've said pay not a lot for a quarterback so that you can surround your next quarterback with talent, offensively, defensively, overall. And now they can't because they have cap space that they have that they cannot spend. And now I am cranky.
Yep.
All right, what's this all mean for the NFL draft? Right when DK Metcalf got traded for, right? Do I have the timeline right? When the Steelers traded for DK Metcalf, you tweeted out running back in play at 21 for the Steelers?
Yes.
And now Dan Orlovsky tweets out, the Pittsburgh Steelers are the ideal Ashton Genty team. Why do you think that makes sense?
Well, Ashton Genty doesn't make sense what running back does. Ashton Genty is going to go before the Steelers pick. He's going to go high. I think he's going to go to the Raiders, actually. But a running back makes sense because you're just loading up on skilled players. And you have DK Metcalf. And if you want to say you want to load up on young skilled players, okay. But, like, you have DK Metcalf under contract for 5 years. So your plan is, and we're tying this all together, this whole entire show, with the compensatory picks that you're getting next year from the free agents that signed elsewhere. You're probably going to package those together and possibly move up in the draft to get a quarterback next year and a bigger quarterback pool of a draft. So you want to surround that young quarterback with weapons, and you might as well go all in on skill players. Look, you lost Najee Harris, who's been really a staple for you. Wasn't in people's eyes a great staple, but he was your starting running back for multiple years. So you're going to have to replace that. I don't think that they think that Jaylen Warren is a number one running back. If he was a number one running back, they wouldn't have tendered him. They probably would have went in a different direction and gave him a contract, right?
I was a little surprised they gave him the second round tender, but it's what, $5 whatever million bucks?
Right.
I don't think they view him as the starter.
He's not. I don't think, but he's not the starter, but he's a great complement running back. A starting running back in their eyes, and they're still the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's not get this twisted. I know it's a different regime. I know they have done things differently. I know that, Omar Khan has flexed his muscles and brought in different things that they haven't done in the past, but they're still the Steelers, and they still want to run the football. Arthur Smith wants to run the football. They're going to run the football. A draft pick at the running back position at 21 would make so much sense. And a Marion Hampton, if he's still on the board, is a Tomlin definition of a football player. He brings everything to the table that Mike Tomlin wants. He would be the pick, I think, at 21 to just, booster this skilled position, the skilled area of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I really do.
I can't roll it out for them. I can't. They drafted Najee Harris in the first round as a different general manager, but I think you start thinking about explosive plays. It used to be, and Tomlin's viewed it this way forever, but it used to be you win the turnover battle, you win the game. Well, the next stat is explosive plays. If you have more explosive plays than your opponent, more often than not, you're going to win the football game. Whether that's running the football, whether that's throwing the football, 20-plus-ish yard gains, you get more of those than your opponent, you win the game. And if Genty's there at 21, I think they leap at it. They want to score points, and I don't think they care how those points come.
Yep.
And I do think that they want to run the football. That's why Andy Weidl's here. That's why Arthur Smith was hired. If it's a Marion Hampton, I don't know. I think he's a hell of a football player.
Let's not forget they don't have a second-round pick.
I know.
That's why I actually tweeted, because that second-round pick, who I thought was going to be a running back, is gone now. So now you got to move up. You got to move everything up on your draft board of what you're thinking.
I still think defensive line and running back are super deep in this draft. They're going to take one in the first round now, though, without a second-round pick. They're absolutely going to do that, running back or defensive line. I think they'll probably err towards defensive line. But again, if Genty's there at 21 and he's a consensus top 10-ish player on every draft board I look at, you get a top 10 player in the draft, 21st overall, I think they would absolutely consider doing that. Me, because, and we're operating right now as if it's Pickens and DK Metcalf, I'm still going to try to take my shot in the third round with a deep running back draft and just say, hey, this is a young offensive line that, while it has not coalesced at this point, we're hoping it can get better. That's what they're believing, right? I mean, and they have to. They got too many holes elsewhere. They spent too much equity in that offensive line through the draft to not just say, let's let these guys sink or swim. And you got those two guys on the outside. You can get a really good running back in the third round. And that guy can make some hay when the safeties have to respect what you've got on the outside.
Okay, do you want a really good running back in the third round, or a first-round talent running back, or you can get a really good defensive lineman in the third round too. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a deep D-line draft too. So you're talking about scoring, and this is an offensive-driven league. I'd rather take my chances of having a superior running back that has a first-round grade and a third-rounder at the defensive line spot that's like 6'5", 330 pounds that I could just plug
and
then sign somebody.
I'll go the other way on that at 412-928-9370. I was also hoping that they would get a defensive lineman, and they've yet to do that.
There's still some out there.
There are, and I mean, I think they're circling the waters on that, because another report that came out yesterday is that they were interested in Javon Kinlaw, who, I saw a ton of film breakdown people just say that guy stinks. A lot of money for a player who's not very good, and the Steelers were interested in him. Hargrave had been rumored. He gone. Jonathan Allen had been rumored. He's expensive. He gone. They need to address that position, and I think it's harder to address that position than running back. I think they view it. They want to draft one of those guys in round one and get a big time talent because you have to pay big money for those guys too. You can get a running back for not a ton of cash. Like even Najee Harris, that's a pretty penny for him. $9.25 million. That's a lot easier to spend.
They're not going to sign a running back either, though.
Right. I know that. And I don't think that they should do that, but they can always have that fallback option is what I'm saying. Like, okay, this guy fails, we could sign a running back for $9.25 million, whereas if a defensive lineman in the third round doesn't wind up playing well, we go out and sign one, that guy's going to cost $20 million. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. I'm interested where people come down on that, though, at 412-928-9370. You could text us at that number. Social media's biggest loser is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I think we have a brewing media battle going on in Pittsburgh sports, and I think that'll be our social media biggest loser segment coming up next. Tell you about it. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
There are some games that you can cover today, Pittsburgh sports related. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the New York Yankees in spring training at 1 o'clock. The Pitt men's basketball team plays Notre Dame in the ACC tournament, and that's at 2 o'clock. And then at 7 o'clock, Pittsburgh Penguins play the Vegas Golden Knights. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Dorn.
Time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word. Quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. In dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. DK Metcalf is now a Steeler. But the first question became, who will throw in the ball?
If Aaron Rodgers is out there, you just got to have serious talks and get him in here.
And now, Aaron Rodgers is meeting with the team today. Last offseason, we were the only ones talking about Russ and Fields. To stay up to date on what's happening this offseason, keep it here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Major project underway. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. Crews have closed the McKees Rocks Bridge for overhead sign installation. Now, that will remain closed until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. As an alternate, you're going to travel down either 65 or 51 and take the West End Bridge. That's among other detours, but that's the best one for you. Meanwhile, an earlier disabled vehicle blocking the left lane of the inbound Parkway East right around the Boulevard of the Allies. That's causing slowdowns back around Bates Street. Suburban side delays are at Wilkinsburg, and the Parkway West is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did something wrong. I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but he did something wrong. Need you to go bite him. This a medical malpractice. Any accident, big or small. Top Dog Law.
Do you know what time it is right now?
I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
schultzford.com. 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 schultzford.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
In the process of pranking Joe Starkey, you're going to like this at some point during Joe's show. Joe is not going to like it, but it's all fun. All's fair in love and radio, Doran, no?
Absolutely.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. A big game for RMU tonight, taking on Youngstown State in the Horizon League Championship. Should they win, they have punched their ticket to the NCAA tournament.
Fantastic story. Good on Andy Toole and their team.
I saw
Hopefully
him.
Get it done.
Yeah, sorry, Doran. He got a huge shout out from John Rothstein yesterday, who said he's a heck of a coach.
He is.
He is a heck of a coach and a hella nice man. What did I tease that we were going to talk about in this segment? I totally forget because my mind is now on pranking.
Social media war?
Oh, the social media war. So Starkey put out a Twitter poll asking if the Steelers should give the Myles Garrett contract to TJ Watt or trade TJ Watt. And then Mark Caboli comes out and he tweets a poll that says, should the Steelers trade TJ Watt? No, hell no, are you stupid? I love both these guys. I'm absolutely taking Starkey's side on this, though.
Yes.
It's a fair question to ask.
Yes.
Regardless of the opinion, it's a fair question to ask. We don't know who their quarterback's going to be. And so you're going to pay an edge rusher $41 million who's never won a playoff game?
And he hasn't even gotten paid yet. You would think that they would have got that done.
They usually wait on these things, but you're right. This is not the offseason to do that.
No.
Based on gestures wildly, what has already happened with Max Crosby and Myles Garrett.
Right.
And
maybe there's a trade, player for player, in the works. I feel like the Steelers have
Micah
something.
Parsons.
I feel like the Steelers
Micah
have something.
Parsons.
No, I mean, I'm talking about quarterback.
Kyler Murray.
Yeah. I feel like the Steelers have something up their sleeve. I really do. I have a weird feeling about today.
Well, Dulac tweeted yesterday a lot of things, but he also tweeted out, stay tuned. And perhaps it was just about Rodgers, but look, when you strike out on your preferred option, which was Justin Fields, listen, anything's on the table. And if Kyler Murray should, I'm trying to edit over here. If Kyler Murray should become available, I think the Steelers should be involved. That's all. All right, that's going to do it for us today. All right, Papa Joe up next. Hopefully tomorrow at this time we've got a quarterback, right? Do you think we will? Nobody knows. Talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Papa Joe next. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant. Our house features live music all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. Check out the website for details. And the menu at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh features traditional, freshly brewed beers and a fantastic menu with something for everyone, from the best burger in town to our braised pork shank, and also plenty of options for those observing Lent. Check out their menus now, hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Celebrate Ashley's 80th anniversary by getting a great night's sleep. Buy a Beauty Rest Black mattress and get a free adjustable base, putting the luxury of custom comfort and function at your fingertips. Plus, enjoy even more flexibility with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A bridge closure causing a lot of problems. This report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results, LGKG. Your home team, lgkg.com. 51 on the southbound side, delays from Stanhope Street down past the McKees Rocks Bridge as folks are heading down toward the West End Bridge. There's an alternate around that closed McKees Rocks Bridge. It remains shut down until about 3 o'clock. Route 65 seems to be all right with no exact problems if you're traveling down toward the north side. Parkway West, you're stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels and the Parkway East exit, Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aaron Rodgers' watch continues with the Steelers as the Steelers and Rodgers are in discussions about a contract. He's still not officially a free agent, as the Jets will not officially release Rodgers until tomorrow. The same thing goes for cornerback Darius Slay, who Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports reported is coming to the Steelers, the cornerback, on potentially what could be a one-year deal. Slay said he wanted to play at least one more season in the NFL after winning a Super Bowl with Philadelphia. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Rodgers in trouble. It's going to get there. He turned 32 yesterday. Does he have a vintage moment in him? In the end zone, it is caught for the win. Richard Rodgers with a walk-off touchdown.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer, and Janis does he stop it? Oh, please! What a catch! That's insane!
Oh my! That may be one of the great throws ever made. Moving to his left, falling away, and launching a perfect throw.
Many thanks to CBS and NBC for those wonderful highlights. I noticed you didn't have any of Aaron Rodgers throwing brutal interceptions in Buffalo this year, or him throwing 2 interceptions to our friend Beanie, did you?
Nope. That would be if he does not sign here.
What a day. What a morning. I mean, this is incredible. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. It's Pomp's day off. Tuesdays with Pompey. I think he's going to write a book someday titled that.
All right, Maury.
What he does, what he does on Tuesdays. Crowley apparently playing a prank on us, him and Doran both. I don't like surprises.
And the funny thing is I've already sniffed out their prank.
You have?
Yeah, which if that's their prank, then it's a pretty bad one.
They may have thrown out a false lead on the prank. That's my fear. I hate surprises. I hate being pranked. I hate pranks in general. I've never done them. Or have I? Did I hide Ron's glasses in a plant once?
Yes.
I guess I have done pranks then. But I don't like being the victim of them at all. And then I have Kabali insinuating that I'm stupid. So for the second day in a row, which he might be right, by the way. For the second day in a row, we have a Kabali problem that I'll get to later. It's all quarterbacks all the time. Oh, we'll get to the Najee Harris era and how we'll remember it in Pittsburgh. And the Larry Ogunjobi era and the Landon Roberts era. We'll get to all that, but this is quarterback central today. Do all signs appear to be pointing to Aaron Rodgers? Is that where we're going here? Or is Daniel Jones still in the mix? Have the Steelers mangled this beyond belief? I see in the Sporting News today, they're reporting that, are they reporting or just suggesting that the Steelers could trade for Kyler Murray? I know Doran at the end of the morning show wondered about that. And I wonder about that, if there may be something more in the works here. I think it's pretty clear to start today's show that the Steelers sort of kind of wanted Justin Fields and didn't play their cards right. Would you agree with that, Limits?
Yeah, I would.
I mean, they're on the record from the very highest points of the organization saying they preferred Fields and or Wilson. So, by the way, where does that leave Mr. Unlimited? Is he still in the mix here? He must be. The team president, team owner, whatever you want to call him, Art II, said on the record that he thought and would prefer that one of those two guys be the guy. I never really believed that. I haven't believed that Russell's coming back here since the end of the year. I thought for a long time that Justin Fields would be the guy, but they had a funny way of showing him that he was their guy. Would you have matched the money for Justin Fields that the Jets gave him, namely the $30 million in guaranteed money? I mean, that doesn't, if you really want a guy at the most important position in all of sports, those are peanuts, man. A $40 million deal with $30 million guaranteed. Or did Justin Fields simply want out of here? Did he not feel respected by Mike Tomlin and the Steelers? I thought everybody wanted to play for Tomlin, by the way. That seems to be a national media take. Everybody wants to play for Tomlin, dying to play for Tomlin, dying to get to Pittsburgh and play for him. I guess when they turn 35, maybe. But it seems to me a lot of guys don't want to play for him. Like, I don't know, George Pickens, who quits on him, Antonio Brown, who quit on him, Martavis Bryant, who quit on him, LeGarrette Blount, who quit on him, James Harrison, who quit on him, Justin Fields, who just left town. I'm sure Kabali disagrees. But it doesn't seem to me like everybody's dying to play for Mike Tomlin. If they really wanted Justin Fields, they should have shown him that. They shouldn't have said at the beginning of the offseason publicly, yeah, we'll take either guy, Justin or Russ. Those are our two guys. That's our preference. We're talking to both, and both want to play here. That's great news, Art Rooney said. It's a great start. Well, now Justin Fields plays for the Jets. I'm not sorry about that. I don't think there's any good options here. Certainly not any great ones. Other than Jackson Dart, of course. But that would be in a year from now. I would draft him and have him be somebody's understudy. Let me ask you a question right off the top here. If I told you that Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco would get the same amount of pass attempts this year, would there be a radical difference in the production limits?
Yes, there would.
Yeah?
Yep. You can compare the numbers for me.
Based on what? Last I saw Joe Flacco, yeah, he was throwing lots of interceptions. He also throws lots of touchdowns. He's got 25 touchdowns in his last 13 appearances, only 11 of which were starts. 25 touchdowns. His touchdown percentage was the same as Aaron Rodgers and way more than Aaron Rodgers or pretty much anybody else when he finished the year in Cleveland. I'll acknowledge that Joe Flacco would not be a good choice here and that he throws the ball to the other team a lot, but I don't think it would be any worse of a choice than Aaron Rodgers. I really don't. I'm not so sure pulling Ben out of mothballs would be a worse choice than Aaron Rodgers. As I mentioned yesterday, is there a chance that it could work out? Sure there is. He can still throw the ball. But this isn't target practice at the Pro Bowl. This is the NFL, and I worry about his ability to move around anymore. I think there's a much greater chance that we're looking at Joe Namath on the Rams or Johnny Unitas on the Chargers than we are, Brett Favre with the Vikings or Tom Brady with the Bucs.
And yes, my voice is hoarse for the 200th consecutive day. I don't know why anymore, and I've given up any idea of identifying the problem. It's not my voice box limits. They put a camera down through my nose 2 weeks ago, and my voice box is fine.
So is it your chest? You have chest issues?
Something, yes. Am I dying? What's happening here?
No, you're not dying. You look well.
I don't know what it is, but we'll fight through it. And what about Daniel Jones? Again, another horrible choice. They're all bad choices. They're all bad choices here. This is what happens when your head coach chooses the wrong quarterback in a draft in the first round. That's what Mike Tomlin did. This is what sets back your franchise years. So you can go ahead and sign DK Metcalf to a $1 billion deal. You can draft running backs and tight ends and second-round receivers where you think you're smarter than everybody else, but you're proven wrong on George Pickens too. You can build the highest-paid defense in the world, watch it underachieve and quit in a playoff game in Baltimore. If you don't have a franchise quarterback, you're pretty much screwed. And Mike Tomlin set this franchise back by picking the wrong guy. That was his pick, combined with a ridiculous choice at coordinator. The head coach picked Matt Canada and kept bringing him back. And what were the ramifications for Mike Tomlin for setting the franchise back? By making two horrendous picks at these important positions? An extra long contract extension and a raise that made him the fifth highest paid coach in all of American sports. Those were the ramifications for Mike Tomlin. And now look, as the pathetic Steelers are squirming around like a beached dolphin, and everybody's watching it like some spectacle. Everybody's gathered around at the edge of the water, watching this fish flop around looking for a franchise quarterback. Aaron Rodgers, Daniel Jones. Is that where we're going here? If they do choose Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson? If they do choose one of these guys, where do you imagine Rodgers was on their wish list a month ago?
Third, maybe second. Maybe second, with Justin Fields as number one. I think they're completely out on Russell Wilson.
You think Aaron Rodgers is their second choice here?
Yes.
Really?
Well, I mean,
you don't think Sam Darnold? You don't think Sam Darnold was ahead of that?
Given the rumors and reports, no. I'd say Darnold was probably 3 or 4. Are we including like Trevor Lawrence?
No,
in the report?
no.
Okay.
We're not including that. Well, they had a funny way of showing they were interested.
And saying that they weren't at all.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think they're scraping the bottom of the barrel here, trying to save face. And if Aaron Rodgers is saving face, then the whole league is laughing, I think.
Well, think about the other options. I mean, it would have been the ones that we talked about were Fields,
yes,
Darnold,
yes,
Rodgers, Wilson,
yep,
maybe a surprise candidate. So are we putting Matthew Stafford on this list? Because Stafford would have been ahead of Rodgers.
For sure.
Okay,
yeah.
So then I would have put Rodgers third.
Yep.
And Stafford and Fields ahead of those two.
I just don't see a good outcome here. Do you? At 412-928-9370. And are we not imagining something that could happen? Could there be a trade? If Mike Tomlin is as in love with the running side of the game from a quarterback, isn't Daniel Jones the best option now? Notice I didn't say a good option because I want to keep repeating I don't think there are any good ones left because Mike Tomlin put the Steelers in this position by making a horrendous first-round pick. But if you want that part of the game opened up to you, if you believe in that, isn't Daniel Jones now the logical choice? Is Justin Fields better than Daniel Jones? I don't think so. Are you crushed that Justin Fields went to the Jets? Are you a person that has changed your mind on Aaron Rodgers? It's okay to admit that. If a week ago you would have scoffed at Aaron Rodgers and laughed at the very notion of it, and now you're on board, I'd like to hear from you too. At 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Mike Tomlin is now 0 for, I'm losing track, honestly, 0 for 5. He went out and got Mitch Trubisky, and I was all on board with that. Yes, I was. If you want to play the Trubisky train, I was all on board with that. Then he went out and got, here we go. It's the Trubisky train.
There was no doubt about it.
Yep. Trubisky, Pickett had a chance to keep Rudolph. Obviously, that wasn't a good choice. I'll put that one more on Kevin Colbert than Tomlin for that pick a while ago, back when the GM around here had at least a little bit of power. So that's 0 for 3. Russell Wilson 0 for 4. Justin Fields 0 for 5. Am I missing anybody? Limits? Tomlin's 0 for 5, about to go maybe 0 for 6, and if he brings in 2 guys, 0 for 7. And you know that old saying, was it Bill Parcells, when you have 7 quarterbacks, you have none? And yet I'm reading pieces about how smart the Steelers are. Here's a headline I'm looking at from Steelers Depot. NFL exec believes everyone learned their lesson about trade talks with the Steelers after the Chase Claypool fleecing. Apparently an executive told Aditi Kinkhabwala that. Really? Like everyone in the league is shaking in their boots? Well, what lesson was learned there other than that the Bears are a bunch of idiots? My God. Mike Florio, Aaron Rodgers wants to play for the Steelers, and he makes a semi-educated guess of $90 million on this contract. Who here thinks it's a good idea to commit upwards of $90 million? I don't know how much of that would be guaranteed. You know, whether you write the contract where you could get out of it after a year. Who on earth thinks it would be a good idea to commit upwards of $90 million to Aaron Rodgers? Again, if everything were to go right, I would give a small chance of this being successful, a small one. I'd give a much bigger chance of us watching Joe Namath with the Rams way back when. 412-928-9370. Wow, have the Steelers put themselves in a bind. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Got a lot happening today, but mostly quarterback talk. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line, where you can communicate with our dear friend Limits, is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Limits, I don't recall Aaron Rodgers being on your mind much from the end of the season until now, when he suddenly becomes maybe their fallback option. So tell me what you like most about Aaron Rodgers from his Jets tenure.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think just like the rest of us, we kind of thought that it would be Wilson or Fields, one or the other, and didn't really narrow up the scope of other options. Like, I like Sam Darnold, but I didn't think it was realistic that he'd come here. Rodgers, the thing that I like about him is the last 5 games of his season. He had a really good stretch at the end of the year, and I know that he was playing some teams that, you know, maybe aren't as quality.
May I interject when you say
Sure.
the last 5 games of the season?
Go right ahead.
Yeah. The fourth of those was a 40-14 loss at Buffalo, where he threw for 112 yards, no touchdowns, 2 picks, and looked like a punch-drunk boxer.
You conveniently leave out the game agat Miami where he threw for 339 yards and a touchdown, and 289 against Jacksonville and 3 touchdowns.
Jacksonville and Miami. But no, you said the last 5 games.
Yeah.
So now we're down to 4 because the Buffalo game was a disaster.
Go right ahead. There's one.
The Rams game, they lost 42-28. Or no, I'm sorry, 19-9. So he generated 9 points. And so if the best you can say of those last 5 games is that he lit up Miami twice I'm not sure that's saying much.
And you're also talking about a team that was hurt, without a coach, absolutely no offensive coordinator, and an owner that is just so controlling there. The situation in New York.
An owner that's controlling. Aaron Rodgers controlled the New York Jets, didn't he?
He had some control.
Sure seemed that way. They were bringing in all his favorite receivers and got rid of the coach. It seemed that way. I mean, I hear you. There were some moments where he was okay to good last year, but man, they were few and far between. And against good competition, almost non-existent. He had a good game against Houston early in the season. I will acknowledge that. But other than that, man, I'm not seeing these last 5 games the way that you are. I'm seeing it was against horrible competition and against the best team he played. He really did. If you watch that game, you would say he's done. And as Pony said yesterday on his show, did we all leave the Steelers-Jets game thinking, wow, man, if this Russell Wilson thing goes awry, Aaron Rodgers would be a pretty good fallback option. Did you leave thinking that night?
That wasn't even on my mind because I thought Fields would be around for more than a season.
Fields or Russ? Because Russ played
Fields
that night.
I still thought it was going to be Fields this year regardless.
Man, I'm not seeing it with Rodgers. I'm just not. Maybe you are. Limits, I mean, I don't want to mischaracterize what you're saying. You're saying given the paucity, which is a great word.
Very good.
Of choices, this is the best of a bad bunch?
No doubt.
Okay.
No doubt.
So you're not you're not gung-ho excited about Aaron Rodgers.
I'm excited. I'm more excited than I thought I was going to be, especially with Fields off the market. Like, I wanted Fields to be the guy, number one guy.
You're excited about the story and the drama, or what he can do on the field?
I'm excited about all of it. Partly because I feel like Aaron Rodgers could he can still throw the football. He can still sling it. Like, he still has game left in him. Like, I don't think there's much denying that. And the situation with the Jets was far from rosy. And now you can compare apples to oranges here as the same thing with the Arthur Smith offense, whatever. But I do think that this is going to go one of two ways, where they could win a playoff game with him and have a realistic chance to do it if he has a turn back the clock type of year, maybe one more year before he goes out, maybe 2, whatever. Or if it completely falls flat on their face, it's not a bad thing.
I know, but that's being excited about the possibility that he'll be Johnny Unitas on the Chargers is way different than being excited that this is the guy to finally take the Steelers to a Super Bowl. Whoops, I mean a playoff win. Whoops, I mean actually being competitive in a playoff game. That's a way different reason to be excited.
Well, maybe I can be excited because I feel like it's going to be a difference from maybe the 9-8 norm and mean. Because either this thing is going to boom and be great with Darius Slay in his final year and they signed another middle linebacker and they'll draft a running back, maybe get another receiver. Cooper Kupp will be a free agent. Or it could end up being drama like the Jets was last year and you have a top 10 pick. Either way, I'll take it.
I would certainly welcome that part of it from a business standpoint. Do you agree with limits here? That there's reason, if Rodgers were to come here, to be excited on the field. In his last 2 full seasons, he's 13 and 22. 13 and 22. He does throw for touchdowns. He has 54 touchdowns and 23 picks in those 2 years. So his interception numbers have gone up too. I think Joe Flacco would be just as good as this guy. I'd rather have Daniel Jones. I'd much rather have the Steelers make a trade for somebody like Kyler Murray. If I was, in the business of trying to win this season, which apparently they are, as they always are. They just gave $500 million practically to a wide receiver. 412-928-9370. As the quarterback carousel turns here, and the Steelers might be out of options. Do you have the Florio clip, Limits? Limits is arguing with somebody on the phone. Let's hear from Florio. Do you have that? Here we go. Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk.
Here's my understanding of what's going on. He wants to play for the Steelers.
Roger.
He probably will end up in Pittsburgh. The Giants could still snatch him by making the kind of financial offer that isn't in the same ballpark as where the Steelers are. Now, I don't know where the Steelers are going to be. Earlier today, we had a semi-educated guess of 2 years, $90 million, with $40 million fully guaranteed at signing. Sounds like a lot, but pull up the contracts, pull up the average annual value of some of the highest paid quarterbacks and ask yourselves, do they compare to Aaron Rodgers right now? And I know everybody's down on Aaron Rodgers as a player. Come on, he's still got gas in the tank. He still plays well when healthy. He's got to stay within his physical abilities as it relates to movement because he could get himself injured again. He's got to play like he did that year that he had a calf injury and he was just pocket passer, firing lasers all over the place. He could still play at a high level. And let's face it, ever since we got to the point where Ben Roethlisberger's career started to fizzle out, and there was at least 1 year where the Steelers were hoping he didn't come back and he surprised them by taking their offer on a reduced contract. Since that point, Steelers haven't had great quarterback play, but they still contend. Rodgers will make them better. Rodgers will take a team, or at least should take a team, that perennially is on the playoff bubble, no losing season since Mike Tomlin took over, if you haven't heard, and make it a team that maybe can win a playoff game. This will be the 9th year since the Steelers last won a playoff game. 10th season, if we start with 2016 and run it through 2025. They won a division round game at Kansas City. That's it. Haven't won a postseason game since then. And when you consider the DK Metcalf move, $33 million a year in new money for a guy who's never played for the team before, they're changing. And adding Aaron Rodgers would be a significant development as Pittsburgh seems to be trying to get to the playoffs and win at least one game when they get there.
All right. So he's painting the picture of a guy who could lift a team past its capabilities. That's the Aaron Rodgers at 40 or 41 years old? Really? He's saying that the Steelers contend. What does he mean by that? What do they contend for? Playoff spots, I guess. Yeah. But that's not a true contender. He calls them a perennial playoff team. They are that, but they're also never competitive. He says they haven't won a playoff game in 8 years. It's the wrong way to phrase it. They haven't been competitive in a single playoff game in nearly a decade. Let me repeat that. From Mike Florio and Michael Silver and Jason LaConfora and Jay Glazer and Mark Cabali and all the other Tomlin apologists out there. The Steelers have not been competitive in a single playoff game in almost a decade. Okay, let that sink in for a moment. So he's painting a bogus picture here, Mike Florio. And Aaron Rodgers is the guy to take you to the promised land if the promised land is winning a playoff game or even being competitive in a playoff game? Tell me what the difference is between Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. Oh, limitless wonder. I'd love to hear that one.
I'm already seeing Russell Wilson in a Steeler jersey. I know what it looks like. I don't like at all what it looks like. I don't even want to run it back. That's point number one. I feel like and look, Rodgers is limited in mobility as well.
Tell me the difference. Why is Aaron Rodgers a superior choice to Russell Wilson? Because to me, they're basically the same guy with the same numbers.
I feel like Aaron Rodgers is also so polarizing of a figure where Mike Tomlin pretty much shut down Russell Wilson over the middle of the field and being able to audible. That is not going to happen with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, really?
It's
not going to happen to Ben.
I don't see it. Aaron Rodgers is not going to agree to come here if that happens. Not at all.
Okay. And you have more faith in Mike Tomlin conferring freedoms upon a veteran quarterback than I do, because he's 0 for 2 over the last 5 years or so. Ben Roethlisberger and Russell Wilson, both limited in that respect. When you would think that would be, as their physical skills are declining, one huge advantage a veteran quarterback would have. So I'm not convinced of that. But I still haven't heard why Russell Wilson is worse than Aaron Rodgers, or why Rodgers would be superior on the field. What does he do at this point that Russell Wilson doesn't?
How many things have we heard about Russell Wilson since free agency opened? Exactly. Haven't heard a peep.
No.
Supposedly,
No.
the Giants
haven't answered the question.
The Giants have showed interest. So I'm answering the question like this. The Giants have showed interest. The Vikings are also showing interest. All quiet on the Western Front for Russell Wilson.
How about Aaron Rodgers?
What does that tell you? It seems like there's more interest in Rodgers because they think that he can play better than Russell Wilson.
The Steelers are interested, which is about the worst recommendation you can have, but you still haven't answered the question. In what way is Aaron Rodgers a better player than Russell Wilson right now?
I gave you the reason. He can throw better over the middle of the field. I think he's a more accurate passer. And I feel like he commands an offense better than Russell Wilson does. You can throw whatever number at me that you want, but that's just my opinion, and it's not going to change.
Okay. Do you agree with limits? 412-928-9370. A more accurate passer. I don't know about that. Maybe he's a more accurate passer. But then again, Joe Flacco's more accurate than Rodgers. And they have the same touchdown percentage. And so, I mean, all the numbers across the board to me with Russ and Aaron are similar. But I'm sure a lot of people agree with you. 412-928-9370. Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You're a Steeler fan out there. Who do you want to be the quarterback of this team at this point? Aaron Rodgers? I'm trying to think who else.
It's kind of it right now. I mean,
Russell Wilson.
I really want to know who wants Russell Wilson back.
Dan, you're acting like you can say you would prefer Rodgers. There's very small difference between the two at this point in their careers.
Yeah, not that much.
Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, Daniel Jones. You want to trade for somebody? You want a rookie? Like, how do you solve this issue that goes directly back to Mike Tomlin? Inarguably. Mike Tomlin just butchering the post-Ben transition period by taking Kenny Pickett and matching him with Matt Canada. By the way, how about Kenny Pickett on the Browns now, Limits?
That's going to be fun.
What if he's their starter?
He probably, that that it's going to be Rodgers or Wilson against Kenny Pickett in a game in Pittsburgh or in Cleveland, and Kenny Pickett somehow is going to find a way to beat the Steelers on the Browns.
What if it was a playoff game in Cleveland and the Steelers' defense quit like they did in Baltimore?
The next day would be absolutely outrageous.
That nobody ever talks about. Is it even possible, even to a great runners like Jackson and Henry, to give up 300 yards rushing in a playoff game if you're giving supreme effort on defense? I don't think so. No. And you're the highest paid defense in football, rife with stars, allegedly, all over the place.
And another star coming into the secondary soon, potentially. Darius Slay.
Star?
He's a really good player. Maybe not a star. Maybe I overcharacterized him a little bit too much.
This is turning into the over-the-hill gang. Seems to me the players who want to play for Tomlin the most are guys at the tail ends of their careers. And even they sometimes quit. If you go back to James Harrison and what he did at the end of his career here. All right, 412-928-9370. We'll continue this quarterback conversation. And then there was a very interesting poll on X this morning, put out there by yours truly, on would you pay T.J. Watt the Myles Garrett money, or would you trade him? Mark Cabali had a response to that. We'll get into that as well. It's all ahead on Part-Time Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers reportedly in talks to sign cornerback Darius Slay of the Philadelphia Eagles. And how about this? Robert Morris basketball wins in overtime against Oakland last night in the Horizon League semifinals. The Colonials will play in the championship game tonight against Youngstown State. Winner moves on to the NCAA tournament. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Why, thank you, Limitless Wonder, for all your kindness. This week, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse, and right now those upsets can get even better. Because if your underdog bet wins, you'll end even more winnings with a profit boost. There's a team out there from Pittsburgh who could clinch their spot in the dance tonight. Maybe they're a good underdog to ride for a little while. If they win, this is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that won't go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, no better time. App easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Anything can happen in March, right? 21 plus present, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Brian Reynolds. Just 16 days till Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Praise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Sports Minute, presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Steph Curry has become the first active major professional athlete to assume an administrative job on the collegiate level. Curry was just named assistant GM for the Davidson College men's basketball program. His main role is going to be to help create an 8-figure fund to support his alma mater's hoops ambitions. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Who says a golf facility can't serve up the best brunch in town? At Shooters Golf, we're redefining weekends with a brunch experience like no other. Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Treat yourself to incredible dishes that will have your taste buds cheering. Think chicken and waffles, savory omelets, and brunch favorites you'll crave all week. Pair it with a mimosa, Bloody Mary, specialty hot chocolates, handcraft coffee creations, and you've got the ultimate weekend escape. Shooters Golf, it's brunch done right. See you this weekend.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at GuardianProtection.com.
Join me, Jacqueline Coley, on a brand new podcast, Seen on the Screen, presented by Make It Universal and Rotten Tomatoes. Meet the innovative people at NBC Universal as they share their journeys, inspirations, and the movies that shape them. Each episode is an intimate and fun conversation about the impact of film. Seen on the Screen is available now.
You can find it on Apple, Odyssey, YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, Chris Coonihan for Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection company with over 1 million satisfied homeowners. I'm here to answer all of your home maintenance questions. I have Mary from Des Moines on the line. How can I help, Mary?
You're wrong. You'll see. $100.
Mary, you there?
Hey, Chris, sorry. I'm calling to settle a bet with my husband. Okay, so is it better to deal with a clogged gutter now or wait until the weather's better?
Mary, the time is now. The longer you wait, the more damage you can have. Your husband may have lost this bet, but repairing your gutters can save your family thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your home.
But how much will it cost to get our gutters inspected?
Well, husband of Mary, leaf filter inspection and estimates are always free for new customers. And right now, if you go to leaffilter.com/gutter, you can get an additional 30% off.
I think I won here.
We both did. What's that site, Chris?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter. Visit today to schedule your free gutter inspection.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Packed lines, texts coming in left and right, but first I have to touch on this limits. I have a challenge for you in the next break.
Okay.
As you know, I need warm and hot water for my voice these days.
Yes.
We have two new water makers, if you will. Cold and hot is the two buttons on these two new water makers.
The one we used to have had warm on it, which was nice.
Yeah, the one we used to have, you could pull a lever and get a cup of hot water.
Yeah.
This one, listen to this. In order to get hot water to go into your cup. You ready for I took a photo of the instructions. To use the hot water, hit the hot button twice. Hit it once and it will flash. Hit it twice and it will dispense. Do not hit the dispense button or it will turn back to cold. It's a safety feature. Okay. Number one, if I need a 5-point plan to get a cup of hot water, we ain't doing this right. Number two, I have no idea what they're talking about. I followed these instructions. The hot button is the red one. Even I can see that. It says hot on it.
Yeah.
Hit the hot water button twice. I did that. I can follow that instruction. I hit it once. I hit it twice. That's 2. Hit it once and it will flash. Okay, I don't know. Are we moving on here to the next step or is this going back to the first step? So I hit it and the little green light next to it flashed. Hit it twice and it will dispense. Okay, do not hit the dispense button or it will turn back to cold. What the hell is going on here?
The fact that we need a 5-step plan on how to pour water correctly.
I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to go back with you so there's no cheating. At the next brief intermission here, if you are able to pour a glass of hot water on your first try, with those instructions, I will hand you $100. I never have cash, but I went to the bank the other day and got $200 in cash just to have it.
Just in case this happened?
No, for the next month. Yeah, in case I need a thing of hot water. This is the most incredible thing I've ever seen. A 5-point procedure for pouring a cup of warm water. So I'm going to challenge you, and you can make $100, okay?
Sounds like we need Ben Tenuta on this case. This sounds like capital C content right now.
I think so. What you can't do is solicit or even listen to advice from others who may be listening in the building and text you now with any secrets. I want you to go there cold, so to speak, and try to pour a glass of hot water, okay?
I will stay off my phone and not take any advice from anyone that might be listening in the building.
All right. Back to the quarterback carousel. All hell's broken loose on how we feel about Aaron Rodgers. I just don't see how he's better than Russell Wilson. I don't. And again, this is in the context of all the Steelers have now as bad choices because of Mike Tomlin setting the franchise back with the Kenny Pickett selection. And I love it when people complain about the offense with the Jets. Who chose their offensive coordinator? Who hired him? Nathaniel Hackett. Who brought him in?
The New York Jets and Robert Saleh.
Oh, you don't think Aaron Rodgers?
No, Aaron Rodgers
handpicked him.
With it, yeah.
He had Devontae Adams as a handpicked target. He had Garrett Wilson, who was an absolutely electric player, a great player. He had Breece Hall, who is a great player. What happened here? He brought in Alan Lazard. That's another handpicked guy from Aaron Rodgers, and their offense stunk. Was it all about the offensive line? Maybe. I guess. I mean, Rodgers brought in the coordinator, 2 of his receivers, and had 2 game breakers already on hand. And the best he could do, well, listen, his numbers were padded at the end by games against Jacksonville and Miami. In fact, on the season, if I look at Rodgers' numbers on the season, I think like more than or right around a third of his touchdown passes were in those 3 games. At least a fourth of them. Let me check on that, Limits. And I think that Joe Flacco, if you gave him the same number of pass attempts, would put up very similar numbers to Aaron Rodgers. I honestly believe that. I saw Colin Dunlap in the hallway. He said to say hello, Limits, I might add.
I'll say hi to him back.
He said he thinks that this town right now, if you put out a question, would you rather have Ben or Aaron Rodgers, would vote for Ben. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. I think the city would rather see Ben back. That's also partly a nostalgia thing. I'm curious.
So is Aaron Rodgers, partly a nostalgia thing.
I'm curious how much Ben would have left. I really do. Like, if he strapped it up for even just one game, I'd love to see it just because it's Ben.
You know, I guess this old Cowboy's got a little bit left.
But maybe he does. Maybe he has a couple throws.
So 8 of his 28 touchdown passes came in 2 late games against Miami and 1 against Jacksonville. The game that we saw him here, he was not good. 24 of 39, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. He gets rid of the ball really fast, but I'm not sure that's the good news here. You do remember that late-stage Ben, who seemingly didn't want to take a beating, and I understand that, got rid of the ball faster than, I don't know what, faster than Mulsey runs out of here when I walk in the studio. I mean, he just wants to get rid of the ball.
He's like Usain Bolt at the starting line.
Yeah. Ben, at the end of his career, just wanted to get the damn thing out of his hands, and I think that that's a little bit of Aaron Rodgers right now. His best game of the season, passer rating-wise, was Jacksonville. Come on. Now, for those of you who hold out hope for him, he had a good game against Houston. He did. He was 22 of 32, 3 touchdowns, no picks, 118.1 rating. It's kind of like Ben and kind of like a lot of great athletes at the ends of their careers. You pick the sport. In that, they're still capable of periodic greatness, but they're no longer capable of carrying it from game to game. That's what I see with Aaron Rodgers. His highest passer rating games of the season, the times he broke 100 in passer rating: Miami, Jacksonville, Miami, New England, and Houston. What does that tell you, Limits? New England twice, Miami twice, and Jacksonville. Come on.
Tells me what he's supposed to do. Beat up on the bad teams. Put up a lot of good numbers. You're supposed.
Okay.
If he didn't do well against those teams, we'd be saying, man, Aaron Rodgers is just so completely washed. He can't even score a couple of touchdowns against these awful organizations.
Yeah, I'm kind of saying that anyway. And the point there is that's about the only teams he beats up on. His passer ratings of, let's say, 80 or below: Buffalo, Seattle, Arizona, Steelers, Minnesota, Denver, all those teams. I mean, what does that tell me here? Anyway, give me some of the text and let's go to the lines. Enough from me and you.
The text line is pretty split on this, Joe. And, before we do that...
Oh, no. Yes?
A quarterback is off the board. According to Ian Rappaport, Daniel Jones is expected to sign with the Indianapolis Colts.
Wow.
1-year deal.
That's the right Rappaport, right?
That is the right Ian Rappaport, and Twitter is back on its game today.
I would rather have Daniel Jones than Aaron Rodgers. I'd rather have Daniel Jones than Justin Fields, as a matter of fact.
What? Daniel Jones than Justin Fields?
You talk about Justin Fields like he's Michael Vick.
You talk about Daniel Jones like he's Bart Starr.
No, I don't actually. All I said was I'd rather have him than Justin Fields or an ancient Aaron Rodgers. I think he stinks.
What compels you about Daniel Jones? I think he stinks.
Nothing. Although in this context, he's had just as good a years as Justin Fields, with the Giants, I might add, and can run and throw.
Then why bring him in? Is it like my argument where you've seen Justin Fields in a Steeler uniform, you haven't seen Daniel Jones and what it could look like? Is that why you would prefer Daniel Jones to Justin Fields?
I think he's just as good as him, yeah.
So then what's the main difference for you then? Like, what's the tipping point between those two?
There is none.
Well, if you prefer Jones to Fields, then there is a reason. You're saying that they're very similar style players.
Yeah, I think he might be better. I think he's a better thrower of the football. Fields is probably the better runner. Two bad choices. The overall point being, if you're Mike Tomlin and you're so enamored with running quarterbacks, why don't you go from Justin Fields to Daniel Jones then?
I don't think Daniel Jones is as good of a running quarterback as Fields is.
Okay, but he's a runner. And you have no running capability with ancient Aaron Rodgers.
It's a 1-year, $14 million deal. He's going to be their starter. What does that say about Anthony Richardson? Number 3 overall pick.
I think they'll be battling. I don't know that he'll be their starter, but I guess he's got a good shot at it, huh?
Yeah, you give a quarterback $14 million, I don't think he's going to come in and be your backup.
I mean, 1 year Daniel Jones ran for 700 yards and 7 touchdowns. You know what I mean with that. It's really nonsensical to go to, if you love a running quarterback, as Tomlin has professed his love for them left and right. Why did he finally have one and not make sure he kept him in Justin Fields And then why would he move from Justin Fields to a statue when he had another runner available?
That's what's conflicting to me. Like, is this influence from Arthur Smith? Is it Mike Tomlin just pivoting because, we've seen the flirtmance that he's had with Aaron Rodgers? Is he romanticizing about what turn back the clock vintage Rodgers could look like in a Steeler uniform? Like, does Tomlin think, kind of like he does with wide receivers, that, might have some issues coming out of the draft? There's still talent there. There's still a lot to work with. If we get them into our system, we can get the best out of them. Maybe.
This much is for sure. This is Tomlin orchestrated the whole thing, and I'm starting to wonder if them not giving Justin Fields an offer he can't refuse is Mike Tomlin saying, forget it, let's move on to Aaron Rodgers. I'm starting to wonder if the Rodgers-Tomlin bromance has been at play all along, where Tomlin has been angling all along to make this an Aaron Rodgers situation.
I love that some of the texters were chiming in, basically giving split opinions. Like, they are split between you and I's takes. I find it funny that one said, Limits hit the nail right on the head with Aaron Rodgers. The next texter, different texters, 1 minute later, yes, Joe, you hit the nail right on the head. The only players that want to play for Tomlin are veteran players who know that they will get Wednesday off and don't have to do wonders.
The limitless wonder.
How about that?
Daniel Jones has had seasons, his rookie year, God bless me, he had 24 touchdowns and 12 picks.
God bless you.
Unbelievable. I could use some warm water, I think.
We're going to try our best.
And then in 2022, he got Comeback Player of the Year votes, 15 touchdowns, 5 picks, and I think that was the year he had 700 yards rushing, and they went 9-6-1 and went to the playoffs. I just, listen, you and I could sit here and argue about the finer points of Aaron Rodgers versus Russell Wilson. I don't see a big difference there. We could argue the finer points of Justin Fields and Daniel Jones. I don't see a big difference there.
No, you're not going to help me plan the parade route this year for next February?
Let's go to some calls. Let's go to one before the top and then hit them hard.
Here is Paul in Washington.
Hey, Paul.
How you doing, Joe? City Limits.
We're doing well. How are you?
Joe, I'm doing good. I'm sorry I lost you yesterday because I didn't get to finish my point that I was trying to make yesterday.
I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Look, Joe, somebody needs to perform an intervention over on Water Street because they collectively have lost their daggone minds. I mean, why in the world would you want to spend $45 million on a washed-up quarterback with a bad Achilles? I mean, we're missing the whole picture here. We still have a horrible defense. Pitt could run through that defense. Probably even Robert Morris, maybe even Slippery Rock. I mean, we have issues. And we might as well just bring back Kyle Allen. Hey, see if Mason Rudolph's available. We're not going anywhere. And I'm sorry to say that. It pains me to say that. But it's the truth. Somebody needs to go to Water Street and perform an intervention. You have a good day, Giuseppe, and take care of my man, City Limits.
Thank you, sir. My dad calls me Giuseppe. I'm speechless here.
Paul always brings the heat. Like when he was talking about Pony. He actually dissed Pony. But I find it more funny when he talked about this past Steelers memory.
I'm a kid that watched Franco and Joe Green and Chuck Noll. And I remember Ernie Holmes shooting at cars on the turnpike. You know? I mean, where is your pride?
Those were the real Steelers back then.
That is tremendous. That was Paul, yes?
Oh,
sort of hard to mistake him.
Number one fan of the Pomp and Joe show, by the way.
This is incredible, man.
I want winners, not sinners.
Was that Paul?
Have a good day to the number one show on the fan.
Oh, yeah. He's a legendary caller.
So, is this going to happen before the end of our show? All signs point to Aaron Rodgers, although it is sticking in my head what Doran said on the way out this morning. Maybe they're up to something else trade-wise. Maybe they are.
Kyler Murray?
Maybe.
I mean, who else would they get in a trade? Joe Milton?
I don't know. Maybe they'll surprise us. Maybe Milton Burrow. Remember him?
No.
Oh, no. I've dated myself.
Josh Dobbs is off the board.
Yeah, where'd he go?
I think New England. I think that's why they're talking about trading Milton.
All right. Well, let's keep this conversation going, and I'm going to add in here a poll on X, otherwise known as Twitter, this morning that absolutely stunned me. I'm serious. The results stunned me. I put out a question: would you rather sign T.J. Watt to Myles Garrett money, which is almost quarterback money? It's $40 million a year. For some quarterbacks, it is quarterback money. Or trade him. And it was only 35 minutes the poll was up, because it was a quickie poll I put up this morning. In 35 minutes, I got 1,067 people to vote. And I'm telling you, I was floored by the result. So we'll get to that in a minute. Listen to the Starkey Show That's not the Starkey Show. Someone's got to rewrite that, Limits.
Does it still say the Starkey Show? I thought I rewrote it.
on the what do you call the things that play sometimes? The promos.
The promos.
It says that. We need to update. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Maybe it should be Pomp and Starkey's Card of the Week, shouldn't it?
Maybe. We could ask the General about that tomorrow.
Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. By the time you come back, our friend Limits could be $100 richer. If he can follow these blasted instructions to get a cup of hot water, a 5-point plan around here to pour a cup of hot water. If he does it on his first try, if the water is warm, I'm going to hand Limits 5 $20 bills. Thank you, Limits.
Thank you, Joe.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins will play against the Golden Knights tonight at 7 o'clock back at PPG Paints Arena. And the Penguins have recalled forward Matt Nieto and defenseman Sebastian Aho from Wilkes-Barre on an emergency basis. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. First, they traded for DK Metcalf. Now there's reports that the Steelers are meeting with Aaron Rodgers today. Free agency is here, and nobody keeps you up to date better than us.
Now, the Metcalf trade was kind of like, yeah, all right, well, let's not throw him the ball.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at their exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
At Ashley, we're celebrating 80 years of innovation, style, and value with special offerings on stunning pieces. Get our top designer styles and pay over time with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now, only at Ashley. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store associate for details.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
If the slots are spinning, you could be winning. Head over to DraftKings Casino and reel it in. Play the classics you know and love, or try something new with DraftKings exclusive games. And with table games, live dealer, and huge jackpots in the lineup, there's something for everyone on DraftKings Casino. Plus, new players that give DraftKings Casino a spin can get 200 casino spins on a featured game. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And wager a minimum of $5 to receive 200 casino spins on a featured game with promo code ROGAN. Only on DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins valid for featured game only and expire in 168 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 16th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in the hydro massage. And do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds.
See dealer for details.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Another one bites the dust. Well, another quarterback off the board. Daniel Jones, 1-year contract, $14 million, goes to the Indianapolis Colts. So the options for the Steelers continue to wane thin as Aaron Rodgers is perceived as the favorite. Russell Wilson, really not many rumors around him at all. Only in the last week or so, the Giants, the only one connected to Wilson. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Something incredible has happened here. Limits was able to follow the instructions. And he poured a cup of hot water on his first try.
Yes!
That's going to be up on video soon. I had to open my wallet and hand this man. Well, I only had 80. I thought I had 100. $80 freaking dollars I just gave this guy for that because I was so sure he couldn't do it. And now I'm $80 poorer.
And to be completely honest with you, Joe, I wasn't sure if I'd be able to do it.
And I need everything I can get with the state of Social Security right now, limits. And my 401k.
Social Security? You're not on that.
I will be soon, or I won't be soon the way things are trending. That's the problem.
Don't sell yourself short.
I ain't selling myself short. I've spent my whole life putting money into it. I'm a little concerned at the moment, but that's beside the point. You're $80 richer.
The instructions are like basically a list of suggestions and what to do and what not to do. Like the instructions are the most complicated part of pouring the water. Like you could
So you'll acknowledge that it was extremely convoluted.
Yeah,
yes?
yes.
Were you surprised when it came out hot?
Genuinely, yes.
So was I.
I was. Now, it's easy just to do the cold water because you just hit cold and it'll dispense. But the hot water, like it has to rumble for a second or two to warm up the water.
Right.
So I didn't know if I should double tap it and hold it in, which is what I did, or if I should just hold in the hot water button and the water will come out.
I don't know how you did it, but you did it and you got paid. So good for you. You're like DK Metcalf. You got paid. Let's go to the phone lines without further ado. We've done all kinds of quarterback stuff. We're going to obviously be keeping very tight tabs on this. So should anything break, the bell will ring. And it sure looks like we're pointing toward Aaron Rodgers right now, unless the Steelers have a surprise for us. Man, I would say that Rodgers seemingly has an awful lot of leverage right now, wouldn't you? Unless it's Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Is it Russell Wilson?
I don't think that this is
Are they going to cook?
Hey, I don't think this is a whole, hey, we'll flirt with Aaron Rodgers. We'll make Russell Wilson jealous, and then he'll want to come back to us for a shorter amount of money. Oh, yeah. I don't think it's that at all.
This is beginning. If they bring Russ back, it's like, well, I asked every girl in the class to the prom, and literally 29 of them said no, and there's 30 in the class. I think Russ will say yes. This looks horrible if they bring back Russ at this point.
But I got a date.
I mean,
what's the silver lining?
But it could happen. I guess. So when I say it's pointing to Rodgers or Russell Wilson right now. Those are two not good choices. I mean, really, I think it's basically the same guy. Let's hit the phones.
Here is Donna in Cecil would like to chime in.
Hi,
there.
Donna.
I have an observation.
Please.
I think that the Steelers are trying to emulate the Browns, and it's disgusting. We've become the Browns.
In what way?
Well, look at the quarterback situation, and we stink. We haven't won a playoff game just like them. It's and the quarterback situation it's just hard to watch.
I know.
The whole
that part
Pittsburgh
I agree
sports-
with. Well, yeah, okay. Compared to the Browns, yes, in not being able to figure out their quarterback situation. And I wonder, Donna, you raise a very good point there. Are we going to be sitting here 15 years from now with a list of 37 quarterbacks like the Browns have had over the years?
Yeah, that's the way we're heading. There's no
Guys
leadership. Nobody can make up their minds.
Guys like Charlie Fry and Deshaun Kaiser and Kelly Holcomb and Trent Dilfer and Josh McCown and Jeff Garcia and Doug Peterson and Jason Campbell and Johnny Football and Cody Kessler and Mike Pagel and Seneca Wallace and Jameis Winston and RG3. I wonder. And Jake Delhomme, I appreciate the call.
And don't forget the newest member of the club, Kenny Pickett.
Yes. That has to happen next year. He has to come back here and play. Are these guys, I'm trying to figure out, and Dorian Thompson-Robinson and Cody Kessler. I mean, it is a list of legends. It really is. Brandon Whedon, who was older than Ron Cook when he started in the league. Derek Anderson, who actually had a good year. What a disaster. This is what can happen when you try to move on from a legendary quarterback. It's what can happen. Doesn't always happen. But you certainly push it forward when you make a colossal mistake in the draft, as Mike Tomlin did with Pickett. And now they're 0 for 5 in replacing Ben. 0 for 5. And I got a feeling it's going to be 0 for 6 in short order and maybe 0 for 7. Who's next?
Let's go to Anthony in Oakland.
Hey, Anthony.
No, we've morphed into the Indianapolis Colts. I mean, they went from Jacoby Brissett and Phillip Rivers, Joe Flacco. This is just you need to get to your old tape of Rocky talking about the Steelers being a disaster out, because this is what it's become. And it's really a sad spectacle that's going on over there. I mean, for a so-called Hall of Fame coach who's had great ownership, for goodness sakes, why do you make the trade Sunday if you don't even have a quarterback?
It's incredible.
This doesn't make any sense.
It's absolutely incredible, Anthony. I mean, who would you choose now?
Look, I wanted Fields. They screwed that up. He's in the house. I mean, Tomlin told us for years he wants a mobile quarterback. You had a mobile quarterback. You won 4 games with the guy. He just another year in your system. Open him up a little more. You may have your eureka moment. Instead, you lowball him and don't give him the insurances he wants. So he cuts bait, goes off, and now we're looking at Aaron Rodgers. I mean, come on, guys.
People are trying to talk themselves into this, including my friend City Limits. Why don't you have a word with him, Anthony? Why don't you and City Limits argue about Aaron Rodgers?
I'm not. No, I would take the what'd you say, Milton guy from New England, he's mobile, he's got a good arm. At this point, I don't want to see Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson. You know, they were 10-3 flying along. Then they went on this caravan of losing, and that left a bad taste in our mouths. I just don't know what to say. You know, I'm hearkening back to Dick Shiner and Kit Nix when I'm thinking about the Steelers now. This is how far back of a disaster this is going.
Thank you, Anthony. I mean, I don't have anything to add. Next.
Regarding Joe Milton.
Burrow.
He's played one career game in the NFL. He went 22 of 29 with a touchdown, no picks in a game that he played last year.
Against who?
Against, I'm trying to figure out where that game log was.
I mean, are you advocating for this?
No, I'm saying that I don't understand the big logic and reasoning for trying to trade for a guy that was a 6th-round pick last year.
Desperation.
That has played one game.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand the logic of trying to sign a 41-year-old fossil either. That was against Buffalo, but I think it was the Bills JV
The
team.
backups in the last game of the year.
Yeah, that was the Bills JV team.
Here is a man that calls himself Storm Tracker Mike that wants to talk about Aaron Rodgers.
What's up?
Storm Tracker Dave, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave.
Hey,
next year is this dude's age 42. Next year is Aaron Rodgers' age 42 season. Are we kidding me here, Limits?
Yeah. I'm not a big fan. I watched him come here, but I will say this in defense of Aaron Rodgers: the Jets team was not better than the Steelers team as a team. I will say that.
Whose offense had more weapons?
I think that's not ours, but
Wait, who? I say the Jets had more weapons. They had a great receiver in Garrett Wilson, a still very good one in Devontae Adams, a game-breaking running back in Breece Hall, to name 3.
Yeah, as a team, that's why I went with as a team, because their defense. I thought our defense in the first half of the year was better than theirs, but
So what's your point here?
I think my point is, I think we should just grab Aaron Rodgers for now, even though
game here is bring in Aaron Rodgers, take your chances, and draft a nice young man who calls himself Jackson Dart. If they do that, I'm way on board. Way on board.
Can I throw this out there as a rebuttal?
Yeah.
So they apparently are going to sign Darius Slay at corner, and they obviously went out and traded for DK Metcalf. I still feel like they have a lot of needs to address in the early portion of the draft. And I think we can all say that the first and the second round, they've hit on some third-round picks, but those first 3 rounds are where you get the players. You get an A-B maybe once every 10 years, a type of player in the 6th round, 5th, 6th, 7th round that could be a real contributor. Cooper Kupp maybe 5th round for the Rams. They already gave up their 2nd-round pick for DK Metcalf. If they give up a 1st-round pick, picking a quarterback that's not going to play this year, how much are you going to be able to help an Aaron Rodgers that you bring in, supplementing him with other pieces and maybe it's other weapons, or help on the defensive line? Like if you draft Jackson Dart, like Javon Hargrave went off the board today to the Vikings. Same thing with Allen of Washington. He went off to the Vikings. Seems like the Vikings are just stockpiling defensive linemen. Isn't that the spot where you're supposed to be targeting a defensive lineman to help a position that you have neglected? I mean, it hasn't worked with Keanu Benton, and Cam Hayward obviously is getting older. I mean, so what I'm saying is I would much rather use that pick on a defensive lineman or still a wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how good you think the quarterback is, obviously, because amidst all the Steelers' many needs, they really have one, and that's a franchise quarterback. And that may bring us to the T.J. Watt story as we continue to monitor the quarterback carousel here. I put out, and clearly the market for edge rushers has changed forever. Thanks, Cleveland. Again, that they paid Myles Garrett practically as if he's a quarterback with $40 million a year. And what was it, Limits? 123.5, I think?
Yeah, right around that.
Yeah, 123.5 million in guaranteed money. So even if TJ does give a little bit of a hometown discount, like high 30s and 115 million in guaranteed money, I mean, and I don't think he will, and I don't think he should, by the way. If I'm him, I'm looking for 40 million plus a penny, and I'm looking for 123.5 million plus a penny. That's what I'm looking for. Is that a wise investment? Mark Cabali thinks it's stupid to even ask that question.
It was a joke.
He thinks it's stupid to merely ask the question if investing quarterback money into an aging edge rusher who's had trouble staying healthy at the ends of seasons is a wise move when you could get a windfall in trading him. Not even a question you put on the table for him. It is for me. I think it's a critical franchise decision. I really do. And I wouldn't do it. And I was stunned when I put out a Twitter poll, an X poll this morning. It was a quickie one. In 35 minutes, it was up. Over 1,000 people voted. The question, just to be fair here, it wasn't on the, obviously the return here would be important. I said, would you pay T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett money or trade him? 80.3% voted to trade T.J. Watt. 80.3%. I don't claim any, scientific basis here that it's indicative of the whole fan base, but man, 1,000 people who love sports are presumably most of them Steeler fans. That's a hell of a number, and I can't help but wonder if it's indicative of the general feeling amongst the fan base. And that's not a mark against T.J. Watt. In fact, it's a compliment to him in a way because you feel like you could still trade him and get a lot for him, kind of like Evgeny Malkin would have gotten you, in 2018 or 19, around there, where you make the choice, listen, this guy's great, but we're not winning anymore. Either we're going to keep paying him into his old age, or we're going to strike when the iron's hot. Here were some of the comments after that poll got released, or as it was getting released. Parks, PGP, Paul. I'm a huge fan of TJ Watt, but he's just not worth spending that much, especially when the team needs so much. They could get some high-quality draft picks back for him. Nostradamus, who isn't Andrew Destin. Don't pay for past performance. He already got that money. Spread that kind of money around. Thomas Sayer, I love players, but I love winning more. Crossland J, love TJ, but I'll pay him that contract when he starts throwing touchdown passes. Mike, who goes by Pens fan 1977, trade him. What have they won with him? He's on the downside of his career. Listen, I think TJ Watt has some great football left in him, for sure. But I think in terms of year-to-year consistent greatness, he's already had his best years. I don't think that's unreasonable as he goes into his age 31 season. Plays like a maniac on every snap, which might account for the fact that he wasn't available 2 years ago for the playoffs and was, I thought, a shell of himself late in the year as he was injured this year. That's what I thought as I watched it. Beef Supreme. Do you know him, Limits?
Do not know Mr. Supreme.
He said, quote, TJ's better than Myles. It's just an idiotic move to pay an edge rusher quarterback money. So now we have somebody who's indirectly insulting Kabali. Here's the thing that gets me on Kabali is the mere asking of the question is stupid. $40 million into an aging edge rusher who you've never won anything with. In fact, you've never been competitive in a single playoff game with him through the course of his entire 20s and into his 30s. That's not his fault. We know that. But it's true. Who wants, or I think will want, right around Myles Garrett money. $40 million a year. We're not allowed to ask if that's a wise investment according to the book of Kabali? That's a question that doesn't belong in the public sphere? Okay. Art Rooney spoke of Watt as a, quote, one helmet guy, right? And I get that sentiment. I do, but is it a genuine sentiment coming from the Steelers? I ask because if TJ Watt 3, 4, 5 years from now is still under contract and his performance starts to wane dramatically, they'll get rid of him in a country second. They'll push him out. The same way they pushed out Hines and Polamalu before they wanted to leave. And I don't blame them for that. Business is business, right? But the point there would be, yeah, the one helmet thing only goes so far. If I'm pushing you out when you think you can still play, that means I'm willing to let you go play for somebody else. So make no mistake, it was Troy and Hines that chose to be one helmet guys. The Steelers did not ensure it. And the same would be true of TJ Watt. It's easy for Art to pander to the fans by saying, oh, this is a one helmet guy. We'll make sure of that. Yeah, until you think he can't play anymore and you'll push him out the door like you did other beloved legends. And that'll be up to him, not you, whether he's a one-helmet guy. So spare me that crap. Okay, team sentiment only goes so far here. And even if TJ were traded, he would go down as a legendary Steeler no matter what. Okay, we don't really, remember that Franco played in Seattle. Who cares? Or that James Harrison went to New England. Guys who are remembered in a certain way, what happened at the ends of their careers with other teams doesn't matter. I don't think anybody in San Francisco thinks of Jerry Rice with Denver, do they? Now, this would be a little earlier in his career for TJ. I get that. But the question is absolutely and clearly valid. How many guys can you pay? They're putting out $33, I don't care if the salary cap's rising and rising. They're putting out $33 million for a wide receiver. Are they going to put out $45 million more for Aaron Rodgers, like Mike Florio suggests, per year? And who do they pay after that to be their quarterback? They're paying Minka. They're paying Highsmith. They're going to have to be paying other people. Hopefully, they draft good players. So you're going to put $40 million a year into TJ now? I think it's a very legitimate question, and so do 80% of the people, of the 1,000 people who voted on this thing. How do you feel about that? 412-928-9370. 928-9370. We can talk about that, and then as this quarterback situation plays out, we can give our thoughts on the end of some eras around here. The Larry Ogunjobi era. We hardly knew ye, didn't we, Limits?
Not as much as we almost knew Luke Shen.
Especially when he did nothing for games at a time. Najee Harris, was that a good pick, a bad pick? Landon Roberts is gone. Good move, bad move? I don't really get it, but we'll talk about all of that coming up, hopefully with you. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And you can communicate with our friend Limits on the Fan Text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. On March 25th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you by Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, Memorial Highway Chevrolet, and Aetna. All details at 937thefan.com. Gina Giampetro, one of my favorite topics. And I think that Mandy would agree, and that's a great name. Mandy needed to sell her home in McCandless and reached out to Gina to learn more about her options. Since this was her first time selling a home, Mandy had a lot of questions, and she said Gina was always there to answer any questions she had along the way, any time of day, anything that gets complicated with these situations, which sometimes happens. Mandy said Gina knew how to price Mandy's home fairly, had great marketing technique, and was always looking for Mandy's best interest. Gina and her administration team are amazing to work with, Mandy said. She gives Gina 10 stars in a heartbeat. So do I. You can't lose. You sit down with Gina, you agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold, Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area and you're ready to sell your home or buy one, call my friend Gina from RE/MAX Select Realty, 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers signed former Ravens linebacker Malik Harrison to a 2-year deal worth $10 million. And just a couple hours later, Landon Roberts, the former Steelers linebacker from a year ago, has signed a 1-year contract with the Raiders. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Brian Reynolds. Just 16 days till Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sam Darnold has landed with the Seattle Seahawks, and I can't help but think this could be a rude awakening. Unlike the Minnesota Vikings team Darnold guided to 14 wins, the Seahawks appear to be in rebuild mode with a shaky offensive line and a dearth of offensive playmakers. By comparison, the Vikings had a solid O-line, elite offensive weapons, the reigning coach of the year, and a stout defense. Very different situations. I'm Maggie Gray.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Mostly sunny this afternoon, the high 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
That's the power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Discover unbeatable flavor at Get Go. Every day is Fish Fry Day because the captain is back. Dive into wild-caught, beer-battered cod with melted cheese and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Or satisfy your hunger with a Captain Platter featuring wild-caught cod, crispy shrimp, and craveable hush puppies. Don't let these delicious options sail away. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a great celebration for halfway to Oktoberfest with this great deal. All month long, get 3 32-ounce crowlers of their flagship Bierce Lager, Dunkel, or Hefeweizen for just $20 now through March 31st. Try it with March's feature pairing, Marzen beer, along with house-made cabbage rolls. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tournament is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. Robert Morris, what a Cinderella story that is. Number 1 seed in the conference tournament after being picked to finish near the bottom of its league. My pick to win that tournament. FanDuel.com/Andrew for your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful. Hi, this is Matayo. And this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment. Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The real question with T.J. Watt, even though Mark Cabali thinks it's a stupid question, is are edge rushers worth $40 million a year? The best of them. He doesn't want to indulge that question, thinks it's stupid. I think it's a great question. Are edge rushers worth as much as practically the bottom of the quarterback market of the best quarterbacks? We're getting close. Thanks to your Cleve Brownies. They did this with quarterbacks. Now they're doing this with edge rushers. Is it worth it? For a guy who's going into his age 31 season. Hasn't been healthy at the end of the year the past 2 years. Plays, 1,000,000% on every snap. That's probably part of the reason for that, but it's a fact. And then the whole one helmet thing from Art. I just went into a big rant on that. As Fansville points out here on X, these legendary Steelers, Franco, Alan Faneca, Rod Woodson, James Harrison, Greg Lloyd, none of them were one helmet guys. It's really not the end of the world to trade a really good player. It's not. And you have to at least be asking yourself if T.J. Watt wants Myles Garrett money or more. I see some people out there projecting less. What if TJ's thinking, you're going to pay me more than that guy, at least a little bit? Is that a sound investment for your football franchise? When, and I still think this is true, where TJ is in his career, you could get an incredible package back for him, I think. I think that's a reasonable question. Sorry, Mark. 412-928-9370. Coming up on the 15-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Let's go to the lines. Oh, Limitless Wonder.
All right, let's start with Brady. He is in Cleveland, Myles Garrett territory. He wants to talk about T.J. Watt.
Hey, Brady.
Hey, what's going on? I'm a Steelers fan. I'll put that out there. Definitely not a Browns fan. But I personally, I don't think T.J. Watt's worth the Myles Garrett money if he wants to be a one-helmet guy. I think that there is a package that we can get for him, and if somebody answers with the right number, I think you send them. But
yeah, you reminded me of something. Since when is it the smart move to do what the Browns do? But go ahead.
That's what I'm thinking. This is how the Browns end up in their situation.
Yes.
The Steelers persevere in theirs. But my other question is, what do you think about shipping off Highsmith? We have Herbig sitting right behind him. I understand he's not the same in the run game, but pass game he's better.
Well, I thought Herbig, I like Herbig, don't get me wrong. I thought he got exposed a little bit as a run defender when Highsmith was out last year. I would be a little leery of that, but I'm open to anything. Listen, when you haven't been competitive in a playoff game in nearly a decade, everybody's on the table. Every single guy on the team. And last I checked, they don't even have a quarterback. That's going to be, other than, is Kyle Allen still signed?
No, Skylar Thompson is the only one.
Yeah. I'd play him. Next.
Here is Chris in New York.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, how are you guys? I'm a big Steelers fan. I was talking to producer. I'm a Steelers season ticket holder from New York.
Yeah.
Last year was my first year being a season ticket holder. But what the hell is going on here? This reminds me back in the 80s of Mark Malone, Kent Graham, David Woodley. It was disaster.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, I got a package, okay? T.J. Watt and Pickens together to a team that you can get either a number 1, a number 3, a number 2, or a number 4, and you can work your way that way. Or maybe more picks. You tell me.
Interesting.
This is disaster.
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting thought, and you hit on something, too. This is a lot like the 1980s for the Steelers, with one big caveat. They're not coming off a dynasty of any sort. These teams these days are winning a little more in the regular season, but those teams in the 80s won a couple playoff games at least, right? Went to a conference title game. This looks like a lot like the 80s to me, just a barren wasteland. And maybe the difference here, too, is that people are pretending that the Steelers are still a contender. And, hey, at least we're not the Browns. At least we're not the Arizona Cardinals, things like that. I hate to keep telling you this because you already know, but they haven't been competitive in a playoff game in almost a decade, and they don't have a quarterback. Next.
Here is Anthony in Ambridge wants to chime in on T.J. Watt.
Hey, Anthony. Answer me this, Anthony, if I haven't asked you before.
Yeah.
The police station or Frank's for pizza in Ambridge?
It's Frank's.
It is?
It is.
Why? Tell me the difference.
Bad, but it's Frank's.
Tell me the difference between the two.
They're two totally different pizzas. You got a square Sicilian style police station. You got a round sauce on top, little crispier at Frank's, and I just prefer the round. Not that either one's bad, but for me personally, it's Frank's.
Thank you, and please proceed.
You're welcome. So here's I don't think you trade T.J. Watt, but I also don't think you re-sign him. I think if you're going to bring in a veteran quarterback, you're playing for the now. T.J. Watt is part of the now. I don't think he's part of the future, and the reason is if you look at all of the high-end pass rushers that got big money, they all have one thing in common. Their teams are no good. You can't pay someone, even if they're going to get you 20 sacks in a year, you can't pay $35, $40 million. You can't pay quarterback money for a guy to make essentially one sack a game. It's not enough to change the game. It hamstrings you in other areas of the field. When you have Herbig, you have Highsmith, and there are plenty of guys. Chase Young just signed for $18 million. Reddick, $14 million. Josh Sweat, $19 million. They're going to get a decent amount of production out of those guys. And are you going to get double the production for double the money out of Watt or Garrett or Parsons or Crosby? No.
That's an interesting point. It really is. I would argue that TJ on top of his game is as valuable maybe as any non-quarterback in the whole league. But then you have to ask, how often is that going to happen as he goes into his 30s? But what you just said is really interesting. Let's go with win rate on the pass rush, the stat that won Myles Garrett Defensive Player of the Year 2 years ago. You have Hunter and Houston. They had an okay team. But then you had Hendrickson, Parsons, Brian Burns with the Giants, Bosa with the Niners, Garrett in Cleveland, Fowler, he was good in Washington, Max Crosby, and then Chop Robinson and T.J. Watt. So it's a good point that you raise. It really is.
Well, and if you look like Chop Robinson, rookie deal. Most of those guys don't have these massive the guys that were on good teams don't have massive contracts with the exception of, I think, Hunter.
It's definitely, even though Mark Cabali doesn't think so, and I appreciate the call, it's definitely a valid question as to how much do you put into an edge rusher where it's worthwhile, and is $40 million the tipping point? I think that's very legitimate. What do you think about this whole topic, limits?
I don't want to pay him $40 million. I don't. 35 would be the topper for me. And they gave him a contract that topped out at $31 million the last go around for this, when it went down to literally the week of the first game of the season in Buffalo. I just can't do it. For his age, it would be very difficult to trade him, but if I had to go either way, I would favor trading him over $40 million.
Well, he brought up a good point, too, and you could do neither, and Bob was talking about this the other day. T.J. Watt has 1 year left on his contract, okay? You could have him play that out and then franchise him, but TJ is a very proud guy. That's part of what makes him great. Do you think that would go well?
Probably not, especially with what J.J. Watt said on the McAfee show, that, look, it would be better for the Steelers to get this thing done sooner rather than later. And I'm sure there's been brother-to-brother conversations there where maybe J.J. made it a point to say that. That would not be surprising whatsoever.
Maybe the Steelers should have signed him last offseason, like J.J. said.
I think he has 3 good years left. Like, maybe not. Maybe the third year won't be elite.
Will he be healthy at the end of any of them for the big playoff run?
He finally was this year. But even that's a question mark of how healthy he was considering the lack of production.
So, yeah, that's an option. It is an option if you want to. I would think that would be inviting a battle with T.J. Watt to not give him a contract this offseason. Art indicated that they would. And if they want to let the Cleveland Browns dictate how they do business, then so it'll go. He'll get $40 million a year.
But if that's the case and they play it out and they franchise him for another year, I think the difference between this situation and T. Higgins is still like a 25, 26-year-old guy that's been franchised now twice by Cincinnati. If they franchise TJ once, he's, 32, 33 at that point? How much longer does TJ Watt even have? Do you worry about that relationship?
You know who's thinking about that? TJ. Is you're going to get me here at the end of my career where I don't get one more big contract? Then trade me.
Yeah, and I wonder how salvageable that will be until maybe they up their ante just like Myles Garrett. The whole letter that was put out there, basically just a pay me letter.
Yeah,
leverage.
If they tried, if they indicated to TJ, like if talks are going on soon and the Steelers say, we're not giving you Myles Garrett money, I think TJ then would be well within his rights to say, well, you're certainly not going to have me go into my final year and not get paid and put my body on the line here. I've got one giant contract left in my career, probably. One giant contract, and you are not going to keep me from that. So trade me, where whatever team gets me, it's going to be sort of a trade and sign type thing.
I don't know if TJ Watt is the type of guy that would do that, though. I feel like he thinks the one helmet is important to him too.
To the point of TJ Watt, didn't he have a hold in a couple of years ago?
He did. But I don't think there was
any. Do you think T.J. Watt, without a peep, would take no contract?
Oh, there'd be a peep, but I don't think he would come out and do a Myles Garrett and put out a whole formal request.
It doesn't have to be a formal request. T.J. Watt is a very prideful guy. You may be right. I don't think so, though. I don't think he would take sitting down. I've put my body on the line for you for upwards of 10 years practically. I ain't putting it on the line this year with no contract.
It wouldn't surprise me if he sat out a game or two, but I don't think this is going to linger on like a Le'Veon Bell contract. I see it more.
I think he would demand to be traded behind closed doors. Absolutely.
I think it would be more like Cam Hayward, where there's kind of like a nod of an agreement, like, yeah, we're going to get something done here. It might take some time. And
this guy has $100 million sitting on the table.
For how many years?
It doesn't matter. He's got $100 million coming his way. He's not going to let the Steelers deprive him of that.
Would you do 3 and 100?
In fact, I think they're going to give him that.
The exact deal that Geno Smith just got?
Sure. 3 for 100 is way different than 4 at $40 million a year. Myles Garrett's getting $23 million more than that just in guarantees.
If he would do 3 and 100 and you guarantee 70, if you're TJ Watt, do you take that?
God, no. The guy that I think I'm better than just almost doubled that in guaranteed money.
How much older is TJ Watt than Myles Garrett?
I don't know. A year or two? Something like that.
Garrett's 29.
Right. So next year is his age 30 season. Next year is TJ's age 31 season. So
Garrett stayed relatively healthy, too.
Relatively.
Speaking to
Yeah.
Watt.
Yeah.
That's why I think 35 is a fair offer.
Wait, are you saying that TJ Watt's a lesser player than Myles?
No. But I feel like when you're talking about this contract, I'm not talking about what we're going to be getting in the past or what we already got in the past.
No, I understand that.
I'm talking about you're paying for the future. And what I think is that Myles Garrett, when we're talking about the next couple of years.
TJ has played 17 games each of the last 2 years.
Right. He's had some, bumps and bruises associated with it. And I tell you what,
He did miss the playoffs in 23.
And he's somebody who, fights through all kind of injuries, no matter what. Now, was there something that hampered him this year? Was he a little bit less effective? Yes, there definitely was something. So that's still something to monitor, even though he was playing.
But there was stuff that hampered Myles Garrett, too, like foot issues with both feet this year.
I feel like age is just a real thing here. And I don't think that, given that Garrett is a year or two younger than TJ Watt, that makes him any bit more of a better player when we're talking about the contract. Like that should be a consideration, too. Like how many years of quality football do you have left in you? Garrett probably has more than Watt, mainly just due to age. That doesn't mean he's a better player. But if you're paying that type of contract, you're banking on however long you think Watt can still be that guy.
412-928-9370. Let's take one more call. Of course, we're still on the quarterbacks today and monitoring that very closely. We're going to be done at 1:30 to go to Pitt basketball. Who knows? Maybe we'll have an answer on that right now. It seems, and I wouldn't be surprised by anything. If you told me in 10 minutes that Kyler Murray was on his way here in a trade, nothing would surprise me. And I don't see how anybody out there would be surprised by anything. I think we forget that last year how much we were blown away by the Kenny Pickett trade and by them bringing in a guy a lot of people thought was the most radioactive quarterback out there in Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So nothing would surprise me, but it appears that it's down to Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson, especially now that Daniel Jones has signed in Indy. What was that contract again? Do you have it in front of you?
1 year, $14 million.
14. So Fields money, sort of, at least on annual. Fields got a lot guaranteed, though. He got 2 years.
2 and 40. So less than Fields. Fields got a pretty good contract for himself.
Yeah.
And the Steelers
Fields is higher for sure.
Yeah.
And the Steelers apparently weren't willing to go there. They never made Justin Fields feel like the guy.
They didn't want to commit to Justin. They wanted to still continue to play the dating pool. And
you know who they do want to commit to?
Who?
Jackson Dart.
You don't know that.
The dart thrower.
Is this the long play?
Yeah, obviously I don't know that limits. I'm not reporting that.
Maybe it's the long play, Joe. Maybe it's somebody who you've had your eye on from a distance at school. Maybe you see walking to class, Jackson Dart. Oh, you see him at the combine. You see him at the pro day. Man, he's somebody that could catch my eye in a couple of months if I decide to go that route.
Yeah. Now, somebody points out, I remember hearing everyone asking why we are giving Cam a big contract late in his career. He went out and had the best year of any D lineman. Pay TJ. There was no guaranteed money beyond year one. So that point is more or less crushed. And also, Cam was way older, and it was 1 year of guaranteed money. So what are you talking about? Okay. Someone else, Jeff Love, a very loving man, says don't pay him, trade him. That's the Pittsburgh way. That's why always in the middle of the pack. That's just ridiculous. They just gave is the insinuation there that the Steelers don't pay people? The Steelers are in the middle of the pack for many reasons. I don't think one of them is that they don't pay well.
They just gave DK Metcalf the biggest wide receiver contract like ever, $150 million.
They made Minka the highest paid safety, TJ the highest paid edge rusher at the time. They've thrown money at Patrick Queen and offensive linemen, and they just gave DK Metcalf, a stake in the franchise, for God's sakes. What are you talking about? Anyway, now I'm depressed.
Rich Cimini joins us in an hour.
He does?
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
That's a great call. What a man you've become, Limits. That just lifted my spirits.
The ESPN reporter for the New York Jets, who can tell us all about Aaron Rodgers.
All right, let's take a look at some of these other moves. I promised that. Najee Harris, how do you remember the Najee era? Good pick, bad pick, missing him, wish he was back, all that. 412-928-9370. We'll take calls on TJ, on the quarterbacks, on everything else. First, I want to tell you about your home for live NBA betting. Man, the Warriors, I keep talking about them, and I keep watching them every night. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, is your home for live betting. Slow starts, fast finishes. Steph Curry on a heater right now. Little low last night, but I think he went over in threes again. And, man, when he's healthy and cooking like this, jump on it. Even if you miss the first few minutes of a game or the last few minutes, whenever you want to jump in, that's what you do. You jump in. You can combine your live bets, same game parlay, for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 hours from now, Pitt basketball begins the ACC tournament against Notre Dame. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 1:30 with the pregame show. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sunny and pleasant today. It's been a while since we've hit 70 degrees in Pittsburgh. I actually have us doing it today. High temperature right there at 70 degrees for Pittsburgh. If not today, we'll have a couple other chances this week. Noon temperatures will be in the mid-60s. Clouds return to the area tomorrow with a small rain chance, but for most of the next rain will arrive on Saturday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. After another disappointing end of the season, excitement for the Steelers wasn't high. Then Omar Khan got to work.
Jim in Atlanta, thanks for waiting patiently. How you doing?
Well, I've been a fan of the Steelers for over 50 years. I got to say I had the most apathy going into this season since probably the early 80s, up until this morning.
We're right here with you, Jim. Keep it here for the best coverage of the Steelers offseason. We are Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Gordon Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at spitzeracura.com.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Unlike the chain stores, we don't force you to buy something you didn't ask for or can't afford. We work within your budget. We listen to you. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
Spring is here. Let two men in a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Rock and roll. Same day or next day. Two men and a junk truck.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
T-Mobile Home Internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile Home Internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile Home Internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for JD Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace with over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Show favorite, the Farm to Table Expo, returns with dozens of small local growers and food producers. Come sample and buy the bounty of their harvests. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer duct fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/31/25.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Hamlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely
likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did. It doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, over the last 48 hours, Steelers have traded for DK Metcalf, star wide receiver of the Seattle Seahawks, gave him a 5-year, $150 million contract, and have also signed Malik Harrison, linebacker, to a 2-year, $10 million deal. Landon Roberts moves on to the Raiders on a 1-year contract. The Steelers also reportedly making a play for Darius Slay, the cornerback that won a Super Bowl with Philadelphia. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, I gave Limits $80 earlier today.
Thank you.
Because he was able to extract a cup of warm water from, what would you call that thing back there? Oh, Limitless Wonder.
It's a new water dispenser that looks like an old water dispenser.
Yeah, and it's got a 5-point plan for getting hot water. I couldn't do it. I still don't know how to do it. He did it on the first try. I promised him $100. I only had $80, so I owe you $20. Malik Harrison, can you look up his PFF grade from last year, if you would, please?
You got it.
I'm curious about that. Let's talk for a moment about some of the departures and arrivals outside of the quarterback room. Najee Harris goes to the Chargers, 1 year, $5.25 million base value. That's fully guaranteed, and up to $4 million more in rushing yards incentive. He gets almost $4 million in bonus and $1.5 million additionally. I'm not exactly sure what that's from. But bottom line is it's a base of 5.25 and a max of 9.25. And it's only 1 year. It's a 1-year deal. So Najee clearly, as he goes out on the open market, finds out that the market for running backs these days, especially for ones who aren't great running backs, just isn't very good. Correct, Limits?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He did make more money than what the fifth-year option would have been. I'm surprised that he didn't go for more stability and a longer contract. Maybe it just wasn't available for him. But unless you're Saquon Barkley or Christian McCaffrey, you're not going to command a huge contract. Still, unfortunately, and I wonder if Najee maybe realizes that now, or if you don't have that one trait that significantly separates you from the rest of the running backs, you're not going to get it. And Najee doesn't have that.
I wonder about his future. I really do. I mean, you can say here that they gave him all the work he wanted and more. And what did it really add up to? Some impressive counting stats. But you all watched Najee. I watched him. How would you grade that draft pick? They got 4 years out of him. They chose not to give him a second contract, which speaks very loudly of their opinion of Najee. The thing I love about him is the attitude and intensity. I do love that, and I respect that greatly about Najee. Unfortunately, and I was one who was on board with picking him. I was at the time. Maybe I wasn't educated enough at the time about his lack of explosiveness. And then what I actually saw from him was just, unfortunately, just another guy. Really. In the end, 3.9 yards a carry, over almost 1,100 rushing attempts, 3.9, he's under 4. We've been over this many times. The longest run of his career was 37 yards. I mean, his best availability was his availability, and beyond that, not a hell of a lot. He had some big plays. One I'll remember is the winning touchdown in Baltimore. Kenny Pickett to Najee. You remember that one, Limits? We were young and foolish then, weren't we?
I was in an Airbnb in Los Angeles watching that game. Because that game was flexed because I was at the Rose Bowl for Penn State, Utah that weekend.
Didn't we all think at that point, or a lot of us, that Pickett, Najee, and George Pickens were the future, that they were not on the same level, but the Steelers' version of Jim Kelly, Andre Reed, and Thurman Thomas, the Cowboys, Troy Aikman and Emmitt Smith and Michael Irvin? Maybe we didn't think that. But they were moving in the right direction, and it felt like they were going to be the big three, correct?
It was before I was here, but I was one of the biggest advocators of Najee Harris being drafted to the Steelers.
What?
Advocators.
Oh.
Advocates.
I thought you said advocators.
No.
No?
Sometimes words are hard.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Dating,
I know. I mangle them all the time.
Dating back to November.
I thought you had a new word there that I wasn't aware of.
Maybe we can create it as one, like incrinculant.
Throw in a couple of mulsies here. I want you to say, use in a sentence by orders of magnitude, for one. And what's his other favorite? Force multiplier.
He does like force multiplier. I don't know how I'm going to use force multiplier in a made-up sentence.
I know how. Najee was not a force multiplier. They drafted him to take them places, and he took them nowhere.
What about the platitudes? How can we use platitudes in the Malsey Thesaurus?
We'll find a way. We'll find a way there. I'm sorry I interrupted you on Najee.
I thought Najee, I was probably the biggest advocate of anybody, and it's before I was here, of the Steelers drafting him because he was just different at Alabama compared to all the other college running backs. I remember when he hurdled a man for Notre Dame in the college football playoff and went off for a large run.
Yeah.
He had so many long runs at Alabama.
No, he didn't. Not the long kind you want. He wasn't very explosive
not
at Alabama.
Not like a 70, 80, 60-yard run, but, I mean...
Did he even have a 50-yard run? I don't know.
I'd have to check, but I thought that what the Steelers were getting was an explosive back that was going to be able to just, maybe not hit home runs, but hit a lot of doubles and triples. And he just wasn't that after year one.
No, he's a singles hitter. He was playing some of the best football of his career for a little while, but when you're not great in the NFL, your biggest games aren't sustainable over time. You know what I mean? It proved to be an outlier, is what I'm saying. For a little while there, he was averaging 4.5 yards a carry. He was breaking some longer runs than usual. And at that time, I was in favor of maybe, a 3-year deal for him. But then he fell off again. My opinion on Najee fluctuated from time to time. I'm sure yours did too if you're listening. And obviously the Steelers did, right? The biggest fluctuation being, yeah, we'll take you in the first round, all the way to we're not giving you your fifth-year option. That's a pretty big fluctuation. So Najee's gone. And I'm going to give you one last quiz, and I'll never mention this again.
Oh, no, not again. No. Walter Abercrombie.
Well, one last time.
Tim Worley.
Hold on. Najee averaged 3.9 yards per carry in his career. And the longest run of the man's career, over 1,000 carries, was 37 yards. So here's a list of lesser-known Steelers running backs. Of course, all the big names eclipsed both those marks. Lesser-known Steelers running backs who were better than Najee in both of those. Yards per carry and had a longer run of 37 yards. Please, limits who?
Walter Abercrombie.
That's one.
Foo.
That's two.
Tim Worley, who you introduced me to.
That's three.
Mr. Worley. He wasn't on my radar.
One of the biggest busts in Steelers history. Had a better yards per carry and a longer run than Najee. Go ahead.
LeGarrette Blount.
Yes.
Jonathan Dwyer.
Yes.
This is where the memory starts to get a little bit fuzzy, but I know that the likes of D'Angelo Williams is on that list and other names that we didn't even need to name.
Frank Pollard.
Yeah.
Richard Huntley. My personal favorite, Najee Davenport. Come on. Come on. Ernest Jackson.
That was what Crowley was trying to prank us with earlier.
Rodney Carter. Eric Pegram. I mean, come on. I understand out there if you were a fan of Najee. I was a fan of his running style. One of my first favorite running backs was Larry Brown in Washington a million years ago because he sought contact. He was a demolition derby. I enjoyed at times watching Najee run, but he was so limited. Let's be honest. In the kinds of plays that you could use him, like a pitch out to Najee was like a death pact to your running game. He had no breakaway ability, almost none. His vision wasn't great. So I would give that draft pick a D in the end. You?
I would give Najee a C, maybe a C+. I do think, look, he ran for 4 years of 1,000-yard seasons. I don't want to completely throw that away because guys just don't do that because they do get hurt. I'm not going to put it up on a pedestal.
So him being healthy and available brings him up to a C for you? I'm healthy and available.
I mean, I'm giving him a C. I don't think a C is a passing grade. I don't think that the pick was a bust.
You don't?
No, I don't think it was a bust. Now,
no, I would agree. It wasn't a total bust.
No, comparatively speaking to a lot of other, Devin Bush is a bust. Shanquez Golson is a bust. I don't think Najee is in that category.
I think he's pushing it because if you take a running back at that point in the draft these days, you're taking him because he elevates your franchise, because he's a superstar. And he did neither. He accomplished neither of those. He was basically another guy. Now, did I misspeak on Najee Davenport or on LeGarrette Blount? No, I didn't.
No, I brought him up.
He averaged 4.1 yards in his one season here before he quit and had a 50-yard run. I mean, it's unbelievable to look at the history of the Steelers, all the running backs who had a longer run than this guy. You just can't be a running back and never be explosive. It doesn't work.
Is there a bigger bet than Steelers to pick a running back in the third round of the draft this year, third or fourth round? I mean, that's something that I would look into.
412-928-9370. You want to weigh in on that or the quarterbacks or the idea of signing T.J. Watt compared to trading him? Let's hit the lines, shall we? Limits? No, first let's go about Larry Ogunjobi. Bad signing, said it at the time, and proved to be true. Bad signing by Omar Khan. You agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, wasn't he supposed to sign a deal with, who was it? A different team. I can't remember who it was, if it was Cincinnati or not. But then he failed his physical, or the foot was still a problem for him, and then he ended up coming to the Steelers on a deal that was just way too much money for him.
I mean, what did he do? What did he do here? Look at his tackle numbers, his sack numbers. There were given pockets of time where he could be dominant, and that only made it worse. You're like, where's that guy all the time? There was a game when Brady came here with the Bucs where Ogunjobi was one of the stars of the game. But in his career, tackles, 25, 21 down to 16. Sacks, 1.5, 3, 1.5. I just don't know what he did. And, okay, maybe, at least in the olden days, it was more the role of a Steelers lineman, and still is to some extent, interior lineman, to be block, to tie up blocks. You know what I mean? And to allow the linebackers to make plays. That's what the old guys used to do. I don't sense that Ogunjobi was that guy either. I don't know, something about the Ravens running for 300 yards in a playoff game and other teams running wild on them indicates to me that he wasn't very good.
I think the biggest indicator of Larry Ogunjobi's career with the Steelers is that
a block occupier. That's the word I was looking for, Limits, when I went silent for a moment. Although I didn't panic. In my early days on the radio, there was panic when there was silence.
You'd be flustered? Would Mulsey fluster you?
And then
would Seibel fluster you?
I think, Seibel, yes. I think by the Mulsey time, I was already sort of somewhat of a veteran where nobody's looking at, well, actually, they are looking at me now. But nobody's like, oh, my God, that guy's panicking. It's not like I was on TV. And really, I sort of am, and you should watch on our YouTube channel, but you won't see any panic with the silence. It doesn't matter. What I think is like a minute of silence is probably 3 seconds. Anyway, that doesn't matter and nobody cares.
You are standing strong in the pocket, my friend. You are Josh Allen on your way to the MVP award.
No, I'm not. I'm Aaron Rodgers. I get rid of the ball in a second and a half because I'm afraid to be hit. But go ahead.
Larry Ogunjobi played every game in 2023. He missed one game in 2022. He did play 15 games this past year, started 12 of them. I feel like if you're a fan watching the Steelers, you really wouldn't know that he played every game in 23 because the lack of impactful plays for a guy making $10 million a year is pretty outlandish. Like, there were times, and I know that they rotate a lot of defensive linemen, but I mean, and Cam Hayward's great. But you think that Larry Ogunjobi, for the deal that he signed, would do something, make some type of play, and then didn't they give him another deal to, restructure him or bring him back again after, I don't know. It just is frustrating to me that, this is the type of investment that they make on the defensive side of the ball. And this is what I'm referring to when I say all the defensive spending and no offensive spending. You spend it on somebody like Larry Ogunjobi that does absolutely nothing while your offense deteriorates.
Bad signing. That's just the bottom line there. Omar, I think, has had a very mixed tenure here. He had areas of need that we all knew were areas of need going into last season. Wide receiver beyond Pickens, depth in the secondary. Those were two of them. And he failed miserably. I hope he succeeds in getting them a quarterback. It's helpful to have a quarterback in a football game. Did you know that, Limits?
You could run the Wildcat every play.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Rich Samini, is that where we're looking at 1 o'clock? Covers the Jets?
That's correct for ESPN.
Oh, man, I can't wait to talk to him.
We had him on during the regular season when the Steelers played the Jets.
I'm going to tell him right away that you're on the Aaron Rodgers bandwagon, and I want his opinion on that.
He will probably shame me. Because
Maybe.
he saw a year of Aaron Rodgers, considering he only saw 4 plays in the first year.
A year and a play.
Yeah, 1 drive. That was it.
A year. Limits, he's going to be 41. Is this his age 41 or 42 season?
Kurt Warner won a Super Bowl late in his career, and I'm not saying that Aaron Rodgers is coming here and winning a Super Bowl, but Kurt Warner still played well late in his career. Aaron Rodgers, 4-time MVP. Now he's another year removed from that Achilles
injury. Kurt Warner was gone by 38. And he was 10-5 that year with 26 touchdowns and 14 picks. We're talking about a guy, that was Kurt Warner's year 38 season. This will be Aaron Rodgers' year 42 season. He's practically as old as Ron. Those two could go spelunking together, which sounds horrifying, but it really just means cave dwelling. Did you know that, Limits? That's spelunking? Yeah, spelunking.
I think we did talk about this before. I would love to go spelunking.
So, Brett Favre. He had a great year late, and I don't think he was bad with the Jets either. He got hurt, but he had, oh my God, he had 22. You know what? What I remember from his year with the Jets is that he was really good. He hurt his arm and started throwing picks. He did have 22 interceptions that year. But then he came back at age 40 and had a great year in Minnesota where he had 33 touchdowns, 7 picks, and was 4th in the MVP voting. But again, we're talking about a guy 2 years later, and then Brady's the great outlier, right?
Pretty much.
He went oh my God, I forgot he went all the way to 45.
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
I'll go in the darkness with you, Aaron, if you come here. We'll spend some time, gather our thoughts, contemplate life a little bit, and come out refreshed.
Did you know I've been spelunking on one of these journeys I've gone on where I talked about sweat lodges and walking on fire?
I did hear about walking on fire.
Burning coals is what we walked on, burning embers.
I just cannot envision you afraid of literally the smallest germ possible.
I know.
And afraid to shake someone's hand because of the neurovirus, that you would stand on hot coals and potentially risk burning yourself. How does that make any sense? You think you're just going to burn all the germs away? Was that the intention?
Here's how it makes sense. It was to face those kinds of fears. Clearly, all these years later, it didn't work. But it was to face those fears, and one of the things we had to do was go deep into a cave, like deep into a cave. And do you know what I saw, Limits? At one point,
Your shadow?
At one point, no, you couldn't see anything.
Like Donnie Phil, you come out of the cave and you see your shadow. Happy Groundhog Day.
But at one point, as I was sitting in there, I looked, and right in front of me, hanging upside down from the ceiling, was a bat, which really looks like a mouse.
Yeah.
It is half mouse, I think.
Is
it's
it?
a rodent-like figure, yeah.
So a bat is a mouse with wings?
More or less, yeah, and I freaked out. And then we had to swim inside the cave, like you can't see what's in the water. Could be snakes and crap like that. It was insane. But you also get this unbelievable, and especially now, like this was a while ago, especially nowadays, where silence is almost unheard of. Like listening just to yourself, to your breathing, to your heartbeat, meditating on things. You like have to pay to have somebody sort of create an environment where you can do that. Sitting in a cave is a whole different experience, my friend, in silence and darkness for a long time. It's unbelievable, actually.
I'm sure there's weird sounds that you hear, too. Are you calm in that moment, or do you get freaked out and think about your thoughts?
You get freaked out, but you have to breathe. And then, there's nowhere to go. And then it's interesting to see the thoughts and, what arises within. That's sort of the exercise, and it's fascinating. Having said that, my daughter on Friday, I think, a couple Fridays ago, went on a field trip where they made the kids hand in their phones before they left.
Interesting.
And she said it was like nobody knew what to do or say. It was like without the crutch of our phones, it was this very odd experience, like me without a Jenny Cream in my hand when I was her age. For them, it's phones. So
I'm glad you can make that comparison.
That's like there's no crutch. These phones are like a body part right now. It's like somebody ripped your one of your lungs out or something if they take your phone away. Like, how do I function without that?
I'm a big Brother fan, reality TV show, and they go like 90 days in the house with no contact with the outside world, and I truly wonder when, like, it seems it's got to be like a detox period without being with your phone for like that amount of time. It just seems, outlandish to think about because it's just human nature in its natural form.
Very well said and downright poetic, I might add, that last line.
Maybe they'll write that in an Edgar Allan Poe little story next time they write one. Which I don't think will be anytime soon, considering he's been dead for over 100 years.
Or Shelley Poe, the former football PR person from West Virginia.
Or Shelley Pie.
And then Ohio State. Or Shelley Anderson. She covered the Penguins. Wonderful person. Where have we gone here, Limits? Anybody else we're missing? Is losing a Landon Roberts in favor of Malik Harrison a good thing?
I don't
like it. Why did they bring back Cole Holcomb? What are we doing here?
So, their middle linebackers are Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson, who I thought was going to take a step up and start next year if they weren't bringing Roberts back. You're bringing Holcomb back, even though he hasn't played in the last year and a half. And then Malik Harrison is a $5 million a year depth piece. I'm a little puzzled by that. Instead of Roberts, who signed for $3 million in Vegas, and he was a pretty good player for them.
Okay, how about Darius Slay? Is this official now? Is this happening?
So he has not officially been released by Philadelphia.
Who is this guy?
So tomorrow
What is happening here? This is the second time he's claimed he's signed by somebody, and he's not.
When was the first?
Is this somebody mentioned yesterday during the PM show? This already happened once in his career. What is he, Frank Abagnale from Catch Me If You Can? He pretends he's on other teams when he's not? Is he on the Steelers as we speak?
Not. Jordan Schultz says he's signing with the Steelers.
Well, that's good enough for me. What do you think of him?
I like him a lot. It makes me think that this is an all-in, go-for-it type of year no matter what for them. Because Darius Slay is not signing here, and he does have a connection 4 years playing for Terrell Austin in Detroit. He's not signing here if he doesn't think that they have a chance to go and win a playoff game or win multiple playoff games and be a contender. He just doesn't, unless he's been brainwashed by somebody.
Well, good for him. Does that mean he's right? This is like George Allen's Over the Hill gang in Washington. I've about had it with these old guys coming here to finish out their career. This is like the Pirates. It's like Jeremy Burnett's arriving in town. Maybe he has 1 year left in him. Maybe he doesn't. I guess we'll find out. Right?
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 potential years. He's still a good player.
You know how many interceptions he had last year, Limits?
4.
As many as me, you, and Bob combined. 0.
As many as Minka had for like a year and a half.
That doesn't. That's right. That doesn't mean he's a bad player. I get it, and he might still be good. I don't know. I'm just this doesn't really excite me. Assuming he's actually on the Steelers. Thank you, Limits.
Thank you,
Rich Samini. Top of the hour. Why don't you give me a quarterback Steeler based Limitless Express, a little train ride. How
Sure.
about we do that? Would that be fun?
We'll do a rapid fire express. We'll do a 2-minute drill.
That would be wonderful. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Did I already do that?
You need to do the hotline.
Thank you, Limits. The Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball, softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And the Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pitt basketball will play against Notre Dame in just about an hour and a half, as the Panthers pregame show will begin at 1:30 against Notre Dame to start the ACC tournament. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Ego, power beyond belief. Steph Curry is adding a new gig. The Warrior superstar is now the assistant general manager for the Davidson basketball program, and he's reportedly starting an 8-figure fund to help his alma mater. Will Curry start a trend of current athletes using their money and influence on college programs while they're still playing? I think so. I'm Maggie Gray.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at their exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
That's the power of Bowser.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid actor dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did something wrong. I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but he did something wrong. Need you to go bite him. This a medical malpractice. Any accident, big or small. Top Dog Law.
Winter snow and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for The Pickle. 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7 today.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-285-2521. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-285-2521. 800-285-2521. 800-285-2521.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever. People that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke. Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
We need volunteers, not hostages. You know, I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
You know what that signifies, don't you? It's time for a little ride on the Limitless Express. I'm on board, Limits. Let's go.
All right, Joe, let's recap where all the quarterbacks have gone. So Geno Smith was traded from Seattle to the Raiders for just a third-round draft pick and ended up extending Geno Smith there. Yeah. I mean, what do you make of that deal? Seattle then turns around and signs Sam Darnold to a 3-year deal.
I think they're both better than what the Steelers are going to have. Both of them are better than Aaron Rodgers. Both of them are better than Russell Wilson at this point. That's what I think.
Darnold in Seattle fascinates me because they released one of their longtime weapons in Lockett. They traded DK Metcalf, and it's basically Jackson Smith and Jigba with a shaky offensive line, a running game where the backs, Kenneth Walker's always banged up, and a defensive coach. From a Sam Darnold perspective, I don't know why he did it other than money.
I'm fascinated that Tom Brady sees something must see something he really likes, because I think he's calling shots there in Geno Smith, aren't you?
I'm very curious by it because I don't see whatever he's seeing in Geno Smith. I wouldn't want Geno Smith here in the contract that they were giving him either.
What was his contract for them? I mean, I definitely think he's better than Aaron Rodgers. I really do at this point. One thing about Geno is he can still move around a little bit, right?
They gave Smith expected to land a new contract with the Raiders. Let me see. He's 35. He was in the final year of a 3-year, $75 million contract that he had signed
He threw
previously.
too many interceptions this year. I know that. But I think the span of his career as a starter in Seattle has been pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not a difference maker.
No, he's not going to put a franchise on his back. That's for sure. But I think they're going to have a lot of weapons in Vegas. I actually think they might be pretty good this year, myself. Next.
There's a report that Anthony Richardson will not request a trade from the Indianapolis Colts after they signed Daniel Jones to a 1-year, $14 million a year contract. I mean, I think Daniel Jones is going to be the starter in Indianapolis. If you want to talk about a team that's in quarterback hell, there's been none worse than the Colts recently, once post Andrew Luck at least. I mean, it's been Anthony Richardson. They tried out Joe Flacco. Phillip Rivers was there. Matt Ryan was there. Now they're going to try out Daniel Jones. I mean, what is Jim Irsay doing here? And they draft a quarterback overall in Anthony
What's
Richardson.
the difference with what he's doing and what's going on here? The Steelers are the Colts. The Colts are the Steelers. Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel. What's the difference?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a longer period for Indianapolis than it has been for the Steelers, like post-Luck and post-Ben.
They also won a playoff game in that time.
They're still
with Phil Rivers, I might add.
They're still basically in the same span of, I mean, not having a quarterback, not really having a future.
This is what happens. They got lucky the first time around. Lucky that Peyton Manning suffered a severe neck injury. Sounds weird, but that's what enabled them to get Andrew Luck and make one of those transitions from great to great.
Who do you trust more, the Colts or the Steelers, to figure it out first?
The Colts.
Really?
Yeah, why would I trust the Steelers on anything?
I mean, I like their front office. I don't really like Jim Irsay.
Neither do I. That wasn't the question. It was who do I trust more to get it right first?
I don't trust the Colts at all to get it right, because they're not showing a willingness to draft another quarterback, and when they did and picked Anthony Richardson, it was an awful decision.
Yeah.
For a very, very raw quarterback out of Florida.
So was Kenny Pickett for a very, very old quarterback out of Pitt. What's the difference here? What makes you trust the Steelers? Plus, I think it's entirely possible that the Colts will sink to the bottom of the league and could walk onto a stage right here in Pittsburgh and take Manning, the next Manning.
Yeah, that's very possible. That would change absolutely everything for them.
Next.
What do you make of the decision of Justin Fields?
Not much.
To go to the Jets?
Oh, I actually think Justin Fields is really smart. Maybe one of the things he saw here was these guys don't trust me. I'm playing in handcuffs, and I'm getting benched at 4-2. And they're flirting with Russell Wilson immediately after the season. And when we went south late in the year, I never got the call back into a game, except when my entire body was frozen, and they asked me to throw a deep pass against the Browns with the game on the line. And they didn't make me an offer I couldn't refuse. So why wouldn't I go play with my good friend Garrett Wilson, who's better than anybody on the Steelers, by the way, better than DK Metcalf, better than George Pickens, and Breece Hall in my backfield for a franchise that really wants me. Let's go.
Anything else you'd like to share?
No.
That was a good soliloquy.
Thank you.
Finally, Pat McAfee has just announced that he will be in Pittsburgh for a live show.
Mark Cabali will be on the show that day live.
He better be. Wednesday, April 9th at PPG Paints Arena. How about that? At the arena, they're going to host a live show.
Now, does Cabali, did they drop him by what? In the middle, like a wrestling move? Does he come flying off the ceiling or something?
He is definitely going to be a part of this.
Yes.
There's no doubt about it that he will. Mark has been very secretive with details to this event.
Not very secretive about ripping me lately, though.
No, not secretive about that.
Longtime Steelers apologist Mark Cabali. He'll rip me whenever he sees fit.
I can't wait for the text I'll get from Cabali 5 minutes from now, wondering why you're ripping him.
Wondering why I'm ripping him? It's been a week of him having a field day with me.
Maybe you can go at it tomorrow when he joins.
I think we will.
Maybe he should join in studio.
Tomorrow might get ugly. Well, we definitely have to ask him about that, if he's already part of the act with the Pat McAfee show. Right? You think?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
If he gets deeply enmeshed enough with the McAfee show, like Aaron Rodgers did, does Cabali become a politician? Does he become a vice presidential candidate at some point? Would that be incredible or what? We're talking about powerful people. McAfee, a lot of people watch that show. I think Aaron Rodgers parlayed part of that into becoming RFK Jr.'s VP candidate. What if Caballi is running for office in 4 years?
What do you think he's going to be, the Secretary of Defense? The Secretary of Achilles injuries? The Secretary of Steelers apologists? What would you like Caballi to be the Secretary of?
The last one sounds good.
Secretary of Steelers apologists?
Yeah. No, just
it was a joke.
Yeah. Something like that. The Secretary of Apologists. Yeah. So in any field, if somebody wants to be an apologist, they go see him.
CTESPN has announced that
an ambassador of sorts. He could be the ambassador to McKeesport.
He could, or to Portview, the Bulldogs, with his Portview Bulldogs hat. Not a credible source, but CTESPN says that the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers have a 2-year deal. Had to put the disclaimer out there.
Oh, that site is like 2 years, 3 years old. I don't know what, but when I hear it, it's just so ridiculous.
I don't even think it's a site, is it? Isn't it just AB's Twitter?
Might be, yeah. Might be. Dan Graziano is also saying that we're looking at Aaron Rodgers here.
CTEN always has it first, AB says. Deal is finalized. Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers, 2-year deal. Hashtag CTESPN, most trusted source in all sports.
Do you think there's any chance that the Steelers are quietly pursuing a trade?
No.
That we're going to be as surprised as we were last year with some of the developments?
No. I think Aaron Rodgers is the guy.
Thank you, Limits. 50-minute mark on the fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We are finished at 1:30. Is that the out time? 1:25? What's the deal here? 1:20. Okay, we're going to have Rich Cimini next, talking about the Aaron Rodgers tenure in New York. He covers the Jets. And then we're going to part ways for the Pitt basketball game. And after that game, the PM guys will join you. So it should be a banner day in the Bender household, as they say. Did you see the Breakfast Club, Limits?
No.
You should.
I know.
Watch it when you get home.
I got to see classic movies.
It's Pomp and Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
As of yesterday, Steelers were in discussions with Aaron Rodgers, as Jerry Dulac pointed out. It seems all quiet on the Western Front right now with Russell Wilson. Seems to be pretty quiet in regards to what he's going to do for next season. Ian Rappaport reporting that it's the Steelers or the Giants right now, the two favorites for Aaron Rodgers. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. DK Metcalf is now a Steeler. But the first question became, who will throw him the ball?
If Aaron Rodgers is out there, you just got to have serious talks and get him in here.
And now, Aaron Rodgers is meeting with the team today. Last offseason, we were the only ones talking about Russ and Fields. To stay up to date on what's happening this offseason, keep it here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Need Justin Right. savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver. Because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month. All in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Pricing subject to change.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you. Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing? That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard. Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/deal and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy icy late drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
If you or a loved one experiences a life-altering event like an auto accident or work injury, or worse, the tragic loss of a loved one from somebody else's negligence, you have one shot to get justice. It's Dan Zangrilli for the Western PA Injury Lawyers, LGKG, now with 7 locations. When you lawyer up, nothing else matters besides credentials, knowledge, tenacity, respect, and at the end of the day, success. My friend, Attorney Joe George.
Talk to our clients. Look at our website. See our reviews. Our clients tell it all. Look at the credentials we have. Those are credentials that come down from other attorneys that are rating us. Our firm is AV rated.
What does that mean?
That means that Martindale Hubbell determined that we have the highest ethical standards and highest capabilities in the business. There aren't many firms that have any AV-rated attorneys. Larry Kelly, AV-rated. Joe George, AV-rated. Super lawyers, top 1%. You don't get those credentials unless other attorneys see what you do.
That's LGKG Injury Lawyers. LGKG, your home team. Visit LGKG.com.
Spring Fever Honda giveaway is happening at Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf. You could be the one to drive away in a Honda Civic Sedan Touring Edition. You must be a member of Winner's Zone to qualify. It's free to join. March 29th is the date for this great prize giveaway, and you must be present to win. Learn more at cnty.com/RockyGap.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with the foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Count your lucky straws. The Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available at GetGo for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. So drink up before your luck runs out.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Still in the legal tampering period in the NFL. Now 25 hours in as the official new league year will begin tomorrow at 4 p.m. and signings can become official. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Jets reporter Rich Cimini of ESPN joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Unless we're surprised, and we could be surprised. I was on a golf course last year when somebody showed me that the Steelers had traded Kenny Pickett. You could have knocked me over with a feather at that point. So not only did they wind up with Mr. Unlimited, they traded Kenny Pickett and brought in Justin Fields. I think time maybe has minimized the level of shock that accompanied all of that. So nothing would surprise me, but it appears we're down to Aaron Rodgers going into his age 42 season, or Russell Wilson, who might as well be going into his age 42 season. This is a disaster. Here to talk about that is Rich Cimini of ESPN. He covers the Jets, so he got a first-hand look at Aaron Rodgers all of last season and the 4 plays the previous season. Rich, if it should be Aaron Rodgers, what are the Steelers getting here?
Well, thanks for having me, first of all. I think you'd get a highly motivated quarterback who I think wanted to stay with the Jets and was probably upset that they didn't want to continue with him. So I think he'll be highly motivated. He plays with a chip on his shoulder. He's got that competitive arrogance that I think all the great players have. Now, as you mentioned, he's going into his age 42 season. He's not the same Aaron Rodgers we saw pre-Achilles injury. I think his mobility was compromised last season. He wasn't able to have those moments where he was able to slide in the pocket and make those off-platform throws that made him such a legendary quarterback. There were just few and far between last year. I think he played well in about 8 or 9 games last year where you saw, like, okay, That's the Aaron Rodgers. And then there were another 8 or 9 games where he just looked old. So I think the Steelers would be getting a guy who some weeks will just leave you like saying, wow, that guy's incredible. And there'll be some weeks, for whatever reason, whether it's the weather, the opponent, or just Mother Nature making his body feel bad, where you'll say, man, that guy should just hang it up. So I think they'd be getting somewhere in between that.
Now, the Giants are believed to be the other suitor. So being in New York as you are, how would you rate the odds here on Giants or Steelers?
Well, as an outsider, I mean, you look at it, and to me it's a no-brainer. You'd want to go to the Steelers, just a better organization, closer to contending. And look, I know the Steelers, they have their issues. They're going through, a lot of teams going through in the offseason, losing players and so forth. But they're closer than the Giants are. The one thing the Giants have in their favor, he has a house in Montclair, New Jersey, which is, probably 20 minutes from Giant Stadium. He spent a fortune on the house. I know he did some renovations on it already. So you would think that would give him a little home cooking there where, would give the Giants a little edge. The Giants are trying to do stuff to their offense, to keep it interesting. I mean, they have a decent offensive line. They re-signed, their number 2 receiver, Darius Slayton. But they're going, much like the Jets last year, that's a lame duck coaching staff. I mean, and a GM, they're all fighting for their jobs this year, like the Jets were last year. So I think it's a toss-up. I think the lure of New York appeals to Aaron just to maybe stick it to the Jets to show that he could still play doing it in their own backyard. I think that probably is a factor. But, I mean, there's no doubt that the Steelers are closer to contention.
Now, I couldn't help but notice that Aaron's best games last year, at least in terms of passer rating, were 2 against Miami, 2 against New England, 1 against Jacksonville, 1 against Indy, and then a pretty good Houston team. And then against the good teams, he seemed to struggle. Is there a lesson there?
You're right on the money. You're doing your homework because it is a striking difference in the playoff teams they faced versus the non-playoff teams. And, a couple of those games, his best game was the Jacksonville game, which was on a nice, beautiful day down in Jacksonville in December. Same with the Miami game down in Miami in December. So I think he played better toward the end of the last year, partly because he went through some injuries. Like I said, I don't think he was ever 100% after the Achilles, but he also had a severely pulled hamstring that he played through. He had a sprained knee that he played through. I give him credit. He is a tough guy. I mean, he is a tough son of a gun. He played all 17 games last year. He refused to sit out, even when they were out of contention. He wanted to finish the game on his own 2 feet. So I give him, if the Steelers get him, they'd be getting a tough player. There's no question about that. Just a player who, I mean, he threw 28 touchdowns last year. When you look at that on paper, you say, wow, pretty impressive, right? 13 of them were under 10 yards, so, it wasn't, the stats are a little bit deceiving. I think he ranked 26th in total QBR, which I think is about about where he stands right now.
Rich Cimini from ESPN covers the Jets. Then there's the drama factor should Aaron Rodgers come here. It seems to me, and I guess to a lot of people, that he sort of orchestrated things in New York, certainly with the offensive coordinator coming there, maybe the head coach leaving there, some of the players he was throwing to. But I don't think he'll have that kind of, power in Pittsburgh. But what about all the other stuff? What kind of drama factor are we talking about here?
Well, there is a drama. You're certainly right about that. And he was basically the general manager here too. Once the Jets committed to him, they just went all in. They said, we are going to do whatever we can to win with Aaron Rodgers. And they took a lot of criticism for that, but I actually applauded the Jets. They wanted to try to make it work, so they brought in guys like Alan Lazard and Randall Cobb and Nathaniel Hackett, and this year they traded for Devontae Adams. They did everything they possibly could to try to make it work with Rodgers, and it didn't. Clearly, he won't have that clout with the Steelers. Now, as for the drama, I mean, it's real. I mean, he's not a bad guy, and the idea that he's a divisive force in the locker room is not accurate. Now, does every player love him? Of course not. I mean, no quarterback in the league is beloved by all 53 guys. He and Garrett Wilson did not get along last year. I mean, I think that was pretty out in the open. They just didn't click. But most of the guys really enjoyed him. He played hard. But there's the drama. He skips mini camp to take a vacation to Egypt, and gave some baloney excuse about why he did that. He got fined over $100,000 by the Jets. That was ridiculous. And he did throw Mike Williams under the bus after running the wrong route in a Monday night game. And then, a few days later, Mike Williams gets traded. I think those were probably the low points for him. But, he does do the McAfee thing every Tuesday. It's part of who he is. Is that going to be okay with Mike Tomlin? I don't know. Rodgers, he brings his own culture. And it's not to say that it's bad or he's criticizing people. He just draws so much media attention that it's almost impossible to control. Now, the Jets did a very poor job of controlling it. I certainly think Mike Tomlin, because of who he is and what he's done in the league, would have more control over that situation. But it is a factor. There's no question about it. Sometimes, when he's in the locker room, I mean, his press conferences just attract a lot of people, and he's polarizing for sure, but he is a massive draw, and that definitely casts a shadow on the rest of the players.
Last question, and I appreciate you taking the time today, Rich, because obviously everybody's on pins and needles here about who the next quarterback will be. It's a two-part question. One, would Garrett Wilson have requested a trade if Aaron Rodgers stayed? And two, what's the general sort of New York vibe about Justin Fields coming to town?
Yeah, two Ohio State guys reunited there with Wilson and Fields. Wilson was obviously not happy last year. Now, the thing is, Garrett Wilson was one of the most targeted receivers in the league last year, and he had his best year numbers-wise. So that in that sense, you'd say, why would he be upset? I think when Davante Adams came over in the middle of the season, I think some players were a little let's just say there was some talk in the locker room that, Rodgers was favoring Davante. Obviously, they're very close, and it was pretty apparent that he was trying to force as many passes as he could to Davante. So maybe that was part of it. But Garrett's beef with Rodgers went back to the training camp. They had some very visible, heated arguments on the practice field. So to answer your question, if they stuck with Rodgers, yes, I do think there's a chance that Garrett Wilson would have asked to be traded. Now, as for Justin Fields, I think Jet fans are realistic. They know what Justin Fields is. They know he's not a polished passer. He's a great runner. We know that. He'll bring a dimension to the Jets offense that they quite frankly have never had. They've never had a player like Justin Fields. Do Jet fans think he's the answer and to cure all their problems at quarterback? No, I think they see him as a one-year audition type guy. If it doesn't work out, they can cut him in a year, and if it works out, great, they can extend his contract. So I think Jet fans are kind of realistic about it. I think they're resigned to the fact that the Jets are probably going to go through a rebuilding year this year.
Rich, we appreciate the time. That was great information, and we'll wait to see how this drama plays out. Thank you, sir.
Well, enjoy the ride if you get Rodgers.
All right, we will. Thanks, you. Thank you. There he goes, Rich Cimini from ESPN. Boy, it would be quite a ride, wouldn't it, Limits?
We would be jumping on the Trubisky train, but in a much faster speed with Rodgers as the conductor.
What's Cooking brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Is that right?
Yes.
They are now the sponsor of What's Cooking?
Well, because we have a shortened show today, things are a little bit different.
Holy bird oil. Hour. All right. Thank you, Mr. Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
Thank you.
Very kindly. We're off to Pitt basketball very shortly, yes?
That's right.
In approximately 1 minute.
Would you like to tell us about Twitter before that and the text line?
Yes, I would. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob Pompiani will return tomorrow. Are we going to have a quarterback by tomorrow, Limits?
By the end of our show tomorrow, we will have a quarterback.
I think by the time that Muller and Pony are done after the Pitt game at, I think, 6 o'clock.
Today?
Yeah. And I think it'll be Aaron Rodgers.
I think it will be Aaron Rodgers,
off we all go. I'm not discounting the idea of a surprising trade. I'm not. You like that? How about a little Kyler Murray?
You know who won't be here anymore?
Broncos country. Let's ride.
He's still a possibility. He is.
I think it's 90-10.
You best believe that. That old Mr. What's Cooking. Let me hear me, Donnie, and Pomp to end the show, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Steelers Nation. Let's ride. Steelers Nation, ride with me, baby.
Oh, boy. Steeler Nation, let's ride.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Robert Morris basketball will play tonight in the Horizon League championship game against Youngstown State. Winner goes to the NCAA tournament. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pitt basketball next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Brian Reynolds. Just 16 days till Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL is pretty efficient at evening out the playing field. We're seeing the process at work in Philly. Win the Super Bowl, say goodbye to defensive lineman Milton Williams and Josh Sweat. They also had to cut quarterback Darius Slay. The Eagles are known for their smart cap management, but you can't sign everyone. Philly is a great team, a solid organization, but we can already see the challenges mounting as they try to repeat as champion. I'm Andrew Perloff.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY Days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tournament is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. Robert Morris, what a Cinderella story that is. Number 1 seed in the conference tournament after being picked to finish near the bottom of its league. My pick to win that tournament. FanDuel.com/Andrew for your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did, and doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
Do you want a great meal and provide one for someone in need at the same time? Join us for our Dine and Donate Week at various Western Pennsylvania restaurants between March 17th to the 23rd. You could dine at participating restaurants, and a portion of the sales from that day will go towards our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon meals donation. Register your restaurant now at 937thefan.com to become a part of this great week supporting the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. And the Fan Hotline is brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC providing for over 50 years. Pitt basketball next.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did something wrong. I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but he did something wrong. Need you to go bite him. This a medical malpractice. Any accident, big or small. Top Dog Law. That's the power of Bowser.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years
serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection System.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at guardianprotection.com.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
This is the Pitt Panther pregame show. Pregame show on the Pitt Radio Network is brought to you by UPMC Health Plan, official health plan of Pitt Athletics. GBU Life, providing life insurance, annuities, and community service since 1892. And Pepsi. Grab yourself an ice-cold, refreshing Starry Lime Soda today. Starry hits different. Starry is a proud sponsor of University of Pitt Athletics. The Pitt Panthers pregame show is on the Pitt Panthers Radio Network.
Hello again, everybody, from Charlotte, North Carolina, Bill Hillgrove and Curtis Aiken. And the old season's over, and it's time for a new season. And, of course, when you get to March, it's called March Madness for a reason. You win or go home. And that is the idea here at the ACC tournament in Charlotte, North Carolina, where 15 of the 18 teams are eligible. And the Panthers ended up with the 13 seed, taking on the 12 seed Notre Dame today. The Irish 14-17, and Curtis, it was only 17 days ago that the Panthers played against the Irish, but didn't play well.
If I would have had to pick a game today for the Panthers to play to build some confidence going into the next game, it would be against Notre Dame. The Panthers couldn't have played a worse game than they did in Notre Dame. Only lost by 4. They was tied at the half, but nothing went right in that ball game. I think the Panthers are a much better team. But you have to go out and execute. You have to go out and play with energy and effort. They had none of that against Notre Dame in their building, a month ago?
Well, 17 days ago, to be precise. Of course, February being a short month, and so the Panthers, now in March, it's a new ball game, and everybody starts from scratch. Pitt did finish 17-14, 8-12 in the conference, both disappointing figures because earlier this year this team showed so much promise, but it didn't happen. And that being said, they do miss Damian Dunn, but everybody else has to pick up the slack, and you got to move on. If you don't win, you don't move on.
No doubt about it. And Damian Dunn was just so valuable to this team. He only averaged 12, 13 points a game, but he did all of the intangibles, all of the things that don't necessarily show up on his stat sheet, and a lot of the things that did show up on his stat sheet, he had a big hand in it. And, he led by an example, and that's one thing that I think this team is missing. No one has stepped up. I mean, they've had some big games, whether it's Ishmael Leggett or Lowe or Austin, but no one has been consistently that guy for the Pitt Panthers.
Jalen Lowe made the third team ACC, and Ishmael Leggett made the all-defensive. No, it was Zach Austin made the all-defensive team. Coach of the year was the very fine coach at Louisville, Pat Kelsey, and the first team was pretty predictable. And a member of that first team is the opponent today, Marcus Burton of Notre Dame, averaging over 22 points a game. Panthers will have to figure out a way to slow him down.
They will, and I think they'll have to do it multiple ways, whether it's, they haven't done a lot of this, Bill, what's called a box and one, but they may have to do that to slow this kid down because he scores on all three levels. He can shoot the three mid-range and get to the rim. Terrific free throw shooter. They're going to have to mix the defenses up, throw different bodies at him, different times. You got to run one at him every time he gets the ball to try to get it out of his hands. He's a really smart player. He'll make you pay if you double team him. He'll wait. He's very patient. But when he gets going, it's hard to stop him.
We'll be right back with more. It's the pregame show, Pitt against Notre Dame, here in Charlotte, North Carolina. You're listening to Pitt Basketball on the Pitt Panthers Radio Network.
Ready to change the game? Welcome to Alliance 412, where we're changing the narrative for Pitt athletics. Elevate the experience for our elite athletes with innovative name, image, and likeness opportunities that build their brands. Be part of the movement that strengthens the University of Pittsburgh's reputation and empowers our student athletes. Join us, and together we'll champion excellence on and off the field. Learn more and become a game changer at alliance412.com.
GBU Life is teaming with the American Heart Association throughout the month of February to help get the word out about women's heart health through the Go Red for Women campaign. This month, they're offering ways to learn more about the importance of staying in shape, identifying cardiac warning signs, and securing the financial future of those you love most with life insurance from GBU Life. Visit gbu.org/heart to learn more. GBU Life is the marketing name for GBU Financial Life Pittsburgh, PA. Life insurance is underwritten by GBU Financial Life. Products may vary from state and are subject to approval and availability.
At L.B. Foster Company, we've been leading in innovation for 120 years. We support the rail industry with technologies that keep things moving, monitor conditions, and enable safety. Our solutions enhance environments by helping to ensure that critical infrastructure remains sound and functional. By deploying advanced manufacturing technologies in a precast concrete building or a bridge, our goal is to improve the lives of those who rely on us. L.B. Foster. We innovate to solve global infrastructure challenges.
Hi, this is Bill Hillgrove. I'm here with Joe Stefka from NSS Life. Joe, it's commonly known that NSS Life has a wide range of insurance products and high-yielding annuities that are among the industry's best.
You're right, Bill. In fact, our $50,000 youth term plan is only $50 per year. Just call for details.
Protecting and providing for your family. That's NSS Life.
NSS Life, where family matters.
They call it the T. Rowe Price ACC basketball tournament here at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte. Triple header today. We have the Panthers and the Irish here at 2 o'clock. Then the game to follow will be Virginia Tech and Cal. And then tonight, Syracuse takes on Florida State. And if the Panthers can defeat Notre Dame, they would move on to take on North Carolina tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. Curtis Aiken, who are the players to watch for both?
Well, if the Panthers have any chance of winning, they can't stop this kid, but they have to contain Marcus Burton, averaging just over 22 points a game. Bill, and I talked about the fact that he's a three-way scorer. I mean, he gets out in transition. He can score in a half-court set. He shoots 45% from the field, plays more minutes than anyone on their team at 33 minutes a game. And you don't want to put him on the free throw line. You can't stop him. You got to contain him. You have to be aware of where he is at all times on the floor. And for the Panthers, Jalen Lowe, coming off a terrific game ago. He actually played well at Notre Dame, against Notre Dame, had 21 points to lead the Panthers. He's going to have to show up big tonight. Leading the team in scoring is 16 a game, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. He needs to be special tonight.
Well, the Panthers a 4-point favorite over the Irish, and they got to get off to a good start like they did against Boston College.
That is so critical to this team. Unfortunately, when the Panthers don't get off to a good start, they typically don't finish the game well. They don't play well the second half. It's important that the Panthers get off to a good start. They got to protect the basketball, Bill. They can't turn the basketball over. They only had 7 transition buckets against Notre Dame the last time they played. The Panthers are better when they're in transition, when they're playing downhill, playing with tempo. If this game gets into a half-court